If you ever feel like it's all so Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HassanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hassan, Hassan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. I'm probably in the chat right now. Get it, Hassan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, there are new pets. Show me the light and set me free from this black pill reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. I'm probably in the chat right now. Get in, Hassan is streaming.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, fun day. That's right, it's Sunday, fun day, ladies and gentlemen, but we're still going to be doing the news. It's Sunday, August 11th, 2024, and it is actually 11:56, which is, for Sunday, I'm early, but actually for every other day, I'm late. But I'll explain to you exactly why in a brief moment, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. This is so funny that you sent me what's the funniest LeBron moment, because last night I literally cracked open the Fab Top and I was just looking at all of the quote retweets of this, just loving life, loving my GOAT LeBron, and how funny of a dude he is. Okay, that's crazy that you just sent that to me. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, it is hot as hell in here. It's 87 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. I spent the entire morning bawling my freaking face off. Okay, and let me tell you, smiling through it all. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful life. So it's the Bart drawing. I love that one. I love that one too. Jerking it to LeBron is new levels of glazing. I wasn't jerking it. I just call it the Fab Top. I don't actually goon to it. I wasn't gooning to him. Anyway, but yeah, last night I ended the broadcast, as you guys know, after the Harris Walls rally again. And it was my mother's birthday, so we had like a full-blown family birthday, because like it's not the same shirt. I bought multiple of these, for the record, because I really like it. But yeah, I hung out with the fam, pillowcase ass tank top. I think it's fire, dude. It's form fitting. It looks good. Why are you guys complaining? You get to see the guns. It's Gucci. Yeah, it's Amaguchi, as in Amazon, whatever the fucking brand is. It's Amaguchi. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, personal news wise, Amazuchi. Yeah. So yeah, it was Anna's birthday. But she got like all of us cakes as well, even though it was her birthday. Because it's like we didn't really get together as a family and celebrate everybody's birthdays. So we did that. You know, I got the ice cream cookie cake, which was massive and not very good, I'm not gonna lie. It was Pro's birthday as well. We celebrated that. He turned 14. Jank was there. We talked about, you know, our L's and W's in terms of, you know, political analysis. And then my mom was like, you're no longer allowed to talk about politics for the remainder of the birthday party. So we had to stop. One of my cousins made me a gift that was like it was a replica of my stream room, which I thought was incredible. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. Made me tear up a little bit with Kaya and everything. I'll show you guys that later. But yeah, we did all of that. I'll show you guys later. Start talking about LeBron instead. No. Oh, went to bed, woke up, balled my face off, had my buddies. Okay. Had my buddy show up, Ted Nivison. Ted Nivison showed up to the courts, and honestly, it was fire. Balled my freaking face off. You're on pace to have that nasty long hair back. Don't worry, I'm gonna get a haircut soon. Broke Ted's ankles a little bit. It's not a big deal. Ted almost busted my nuts. He almost broke my nuts. Again, he has this like nasty little step back. He has this nasty little fadeaway where, yeah, he has that nasty little fadeaway where he just like kicks it off, and then he kicked me in the balls. It was crazy. Well, you hear me watch this. Look at me hooping. Look at the boy go. Look at the boy go, dude. He's just breaking ankles. He's passing people. Hooping is very demure. He thinks he's him. Bro, this is some Kyrie ass shit, dude. This is the coolest I've ever looked. You need new shoes? I do. My shoes are so busted, bro. They are so busted. All this basketball, but still haven't done the dunking trend. I know. Anyway, very demure, very respectful. Yeah. So did all of that. Got some workout after like last night's food adventure that took a toll on my body. You know, had to do it to him. Had to get that out. You know what I mean? Had to get all that out of my system. Just want you to know. But what is this? Another cake L. That's great. You have the only kind of strong arms that don't scare me. Thanks. DNC coming up. What the fuck is happening in terms of schedule? I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be out there. Oh my lord. Oh my god. I've obtained a photo of JD Vance in drag while at Yale Law School. Of course, dude. Every one of these motherfuckers did this shit. I don't understand why people like got so anti-drag all of a sudden out of nowhere. They constantly post a photo of me in drag. And let me tell you, I look so much. They mentioned you on NPR's On the Media this week. Wait, what? Why? NPR mentioned me? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I know it's news on Sunday Funday, but did you see this? Fucking wild. No, we're doing news on Sunday Funday. We're doing news. Don't worry. Come on, big dog. We got to do some news today. Austin is going to be at the DNC as well, but we'll do some Sunday Funday stuff too. Come on, guys. I mean, don't be crazy now. Of course, we're going to do news. You're out of your mind if you thought we were going to do any fucking news on this beautiful day. It's heating up. The election is like 85 days away, you know, or however many. I don't know. Did I just get that right? Intelligent with a blast off meme. Damn. I mean, I already have one that I'm going to be using, but I'll use that next time. I can't believe it. Okay. All right. Well, on that note, let's blast it. Let's freaking do it. Let's blast off. Let's get it going. Let's get it twisted. Okay. You should put a countdown timer to the election. Yeah. Oh, just in. Dude, this is not real, right? This is Briggs News. This account is crazy, but it's so funny. I will personally fish those T-boxes out of the ocean if they do. Just in, United Kingdom threatens to arrest Elon Musk and other U.S. citizens for social media posts. Oh my God, dude. You don't understand the level of fucking dude. Listen to me. Listen to me. Look, listen. You don't understand. This shit happens, bro. Football's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming. Football's coming out. Football's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming. Football's coming out.
Everyone seems to know the score. They've seen it all before. They just know they're so sure that England's gonna.
Top of the morning to you, lads. Coming from a sunny day in Londonistan. All of a sudden, things are looking up for the eye, lads. After the fucking race riots. Jules Rimet's still gleaming. 30 years hurt. Never stop me dreaming, lads.
So many jokes, so many sneers, but all those also near.
Sunny in London today. Not like any other fucking day. After the race riots, the chief of fucking police has decided, the bobbies have decided to do the one fucking good thing, man. The mates are rising the fuck up, lads. Oi, bruvs, let's fucking go. Let's bring it home, my lads. Good old chap, give us a room. Something to fight for. Coming home, it's coming, football's coming home. It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming, football's coming home. It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming, football's coming home. It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming, football's coming home. That's right, ladies and gents. I hate this song. I love this song. I love England. It's like literally my favorite city. Everybody knows England is my city. It's my favorite city. Okay. Just the greatest country on the planet. Best cops. Honestly, they're really, who's out here doing it like they are? You know what I'm saying? Just one of the greatest countries of all time. Spotless record. Okay. You know, God damn. My opinion has never been higher of the entire nation of England if they do such a thing. I'm just saying they won't. They probably won't. They probably won't. But if they did, oh my God, Keir Stalin, baby. Mamouchi video react today? What? No, dude, we're not going to react to the Mamouchi video today. I can't react to it. Bro, listen to me. I'm a hot girl, but you have to understand something, okay? Megan Thee Stallion's bare ass is so prominently featured in that fucking thing. Like, I can literally do a star sign up in that shit. I can figure out what kind of blemishes and moles she's got going on down there and chart out like an astral chart from that. That's how much her ass is on the forefront. It's phenomenal. It's incredible. It's exciting. It's delectable. These are words I would use, okay? But the problem is I can't watch it on Twitch because they hate free speech. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand? I'm unsubbing. No, I want to watch it. I think it's great. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. The problem is, you know, it's just not a thing that I can watch on stream. Delectable is crazy. Bro, it is not a crazy thing to say, in my opinion. They hate free speech and they hate free cheeks. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my God. Anne hasn't been able to unlock the door one time herself. Okay. Just tank a 2-day ban. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. It's like every day of the election season is crazy. Mark Owen Jones says, no, the UK did not threaten to arrest Moscow US citizens. So Mark Rowley stated, we will throw the full force of the law at people, and whether you're in this country committing crimes on the streets or committing crimes from further afield online, we will come after you. Right? Fucking hell. That means, yeah. You know what that means, chat? You know what that means? You know what that means? Football's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming out. It's coming. Football's coming out. Get the fucking EDL under the fucking jail, lads. It's time for Tommy fucking Robinson and Nigel Farage to be under the fucking jail, lads. Get him, lads. They're still fucking gleaming. 5 years of it. It's fucking time, lads. Throw him under the fucking heavy jail. Put him in a fucking pen with the bobbies. Okay, sorry. Wow, what a way to start. What a way to start. I haven't even blasted off yet. I'm just fucking riled up. You know what I mean? What a way to start. Okay. Trump hacks, Project 2025 leaks, Project 2025 leaks, Trump hacks. What else was I gonna say? Trump v. Kamala heats up. Wow, you weren't kidding. Her ass is out. Yeah, bro, I told you. And so much more. Get in now. Football's coming home. It's coming home. Trump acts, Project 2025 leaks, Trump v. Kamala heats up, and so much more. Get in now. But her coochie isn't. I mean, okay. Heats up. They're coping and claiming the crowds are AI. As a representative of Wales, we hate that song. You know what's funny about that? The first time I ever heard that song, like actually be sang, was a Welshman who sang it in karaoke. And don't ever let him lie to you. He's a famous Welshman, okay? He might lie and act like he didn't want to personally. The tarmac photo was edited though. You know that, right? What? Bro, you understand that like they're claiming that the crowds are AI, bro, because they saw an AI photo and thought that like the Kamala Harris campaign was like posting that as like proof of the crowds. I just don't personally like when we have liberals and leftists or whatever the fuck also get duped by like right-wing mania and insanity liberals love wanting to be the guy who has all of the best information. Like, I'm operating on the virtue of truth. And in an effort to like constantly not get duped online, sometimes liberals also get duped by right-wing mania, right-wing panic, and end up making a fool of themselves. Just don't do that. You know, be smart about it, okay? Liberals just love correcting people. I know, it is a very lib trait. Here it is, by the way. Here it is. We're blasting off, lads. We're blasting off, lads. We're doing the fucking thing. We're blasting off, lads. Trump acts, Project 2025 leaks, Trump v. Kamala eats up, they're coping and claiming the crowds are AI, so much more. Get in now, lads. Fucking hell. Did you see the French commentators calling Steph the devil? Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I totally understand. Like, Steph Curry is the devil if he is against your team. Like, that's not a joke. It's like NBA Twitter will look at this and probably go, no, he is actually literally sent to earth to punish anyone who has ever disparaged the Golden State Warriors. Like, he is just AI Curry is fake Illuminati stuff. Yeah. With Steph's performance past 2 games, I give him a pass on NIMBYism. No, for sure. Like, actually, I'm also going to be attending like a public, one of those like public meetings that the local townships host to fucking build a homeless shelter. And I'm going to advocate to actually destroy the homeless shelter in our town in honor of Steph Curry and the effort that he put in for America. It really truly made me understand that like homeless people need to pick themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. Okay. I'm actually out there next week with Governor Gavin Newsom, also picking up the remaining like things that a homeless person has and throwing them in the trash. We're going to be doing that together in honor of Steph Curry. He made me understand that I was in the wrong about a lot of these issues, you know? Team USA motto, not in my neighborhood. Yeah. He made me start really thinking about like the culture of the community that I'm a part of. Fuck, what is bro saying? This is everything that Steph Curry has done in San Francisco. He literally he was in opposition to a not public housing, but like a homeless shelter being built in his neighborhood, near his neighborhood. Yeah, when I saw that, I literally was like, oh no, I'm out there. Like I signed up to back the blue. I signed up to clear homeless encampments. That went in, by the way. That went in. Chat, that's just because it's a still image. Maybe you don't know. He made that successfully. For those of you who don't know, that's Wemby. He is 8 foot tall. He's like 8'11" or something. I don't know. So the fact that he's like not only 8'11", but also has like that level of vert, this is literally shooting. Like, what is the? He's like 8'12", almost 9 foot, 19 years old, 20 years old. How old is he? He's like 9'5" or some shit. Bro has the wingspan of a drone. Okay. Wemby is legit the size of a One Piece character. I know he is. Yeah, I saw the flag, the American flag. I love that. It's sick. This is dope. But overall, like, I get why they're calling him Diablo, like the devil. It doesn't make sense. Steph Curry does not make sense. I mean, he is a man who has changed the way an entire generation plays basketball. Like, so, yeah, iron that flag, by the way. But yeah, he is a man that has changed almost single-handedly an entire generation and the way they ball. Okay? They're not calling him the devil. They're saying this damned Curry, this devil Curry. Curry needs to partner with NASA to put payloads into orbit. He rules, love rooting for him growing up in the Bay Area. Anyway, it's just pretty glazing Steph so much. Thought LeBron was the GOAT. LeBron is the GOAT. LeBron will forever be the GOAT. But like, remember, Steph Curry's also kind of old. He's getting up there in age too. Like this was old man ball. This is the last time you're going to see KD, Steph Curry, and LeBron James playing together, representing Team USA, most likely. Okay? Like, think about that. Think about that. This is a change of guard. Okay? This is a change of guard. It's kind of sad to think about, but this is like this game. These games were basically a reminder that it's time to fucking have a family. It's time to settle down. It's time to have kids. You know, what's happening with your 401k? Like, you got to start thinking about those things. This game basically was the last dance that showed us in our 30s, early 30s, right? Or like late 20s even, like that, no, it's fine. You can put that stuff off for like at least 5 more years. You don't have to think about that. Okay? You don't have to think about that at all because they still got it. They were cooking, you know, teenagers. They were cooking teens up, 20 years old, peak fucking physical specimen left and right. The UNC team came in and wiped it out. Okay? They did. My dad and uncle were talking about how they think LeBron is on steroids and shouldn't be able to move like he does at 40. Yeah, it's called being an alien. It's called being the greatest athlete of all time. Okay? NPR on the media, your mention is 3050. A dad-coded VP pick plus Trump course Gen Z influencers. How do I listen to it? Oh.
Hey, it's Micah here.
Ifs.
3050.
Went on Hassan Piker's Twitch stream a handful of years ago and actually streamed with a bunch of different streamers. They played Among Us, which is a multiplayer game.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I knew it.
All right, so AOC has found a body.
I didn't even know I recorded myself.
Same myself, we're on the right.
It was not like a super overtly political stream. Nonetheless, it drew 400,000 concurrent viewers, maybe more. So comparable numbers to Trump's viewership on Kick. And then, you know, the next time Ocasio-Cortez went on Twitch, it was deliberately a like get out the vote. But there was not really a disproportionately higher youth vote turnout in that case. It didn't lead to anything measurable.
Yeah, they're just talking about like the first time this ever happened. Because the first time this like major interaction with a major popular politics figure, like a politician, and the live streaming services was the AOC stream. So that's the reason why they're bringing it up. So this is what rooting for Steph Curry feels like. Anyway, they animated LeBron and Steph at the Olympics as Goku and Frieza.
LeBron! Steph!
but they are rêves, Piscatoi, and great power.
We should have teamed up years ago.
Yes, the 3-point line is smaller in the Olympics, but like you have to. I think that's a benefit, but you have to train for it. It can be a burden. I feel like if you're a shooter like Steph, if you're a shooter like Steph Curry, you've trained on the NBA 3-point line nonstop. I feel like that's probably going to make it harder. Yeah, like you're cooking up all the muscle memory you have. But yeah, this is like.
Imagine the rings.
Don't get used to it. That was a one-time thing.
I mentioned it yesterday, but I got drinks with the NPR host and your Pixar Soda's co-star Raina Doris, aka Pepsi, and she said he top old liberal Coastie donors told her they listened to the Pixar Soda, so they know you through that. That's awesome. Oh, the top old liberal Coastie donors of the NPR donors know me from Pixar Sodas. That's amazing. They know me as fucking Mountain Dew. For those of you who don't know, I did an incredible during the writer strike that was going on. A bunch of our more industrious, entrepreneurially minded friends got together and we pitched Pixar, our own version of a cinematic universe of sodas. You might have not seen it, you might have not heard about it, but it was like basically we scabbed, but it was for good reason because it was for the art. You know what I mean? And yes, I was Mountain Dew, young and vibrant Mountain Dew, on E1 podcast. And it seems like NPR listeners also listen to E1, which makes sense. You know, they appreciate art. Did you see the shit that Noah Lyles had to read after the US won gold in basketball? No, but dude, NBA Twitter is fucking ruthless, man. They hate their own players. Like, what are you talking about? Like, if there was one guy who could piss off the entirety of NBA Twitter, it was a guy who paints his nails, okay? A guy who paints his nails and is like very confident in his sexuality in a way that is like kind of lib coded, who then will turn around and you know, say the classic like Reddit meme of like, world champion of what? Like NBA world champion of the United States of America. Like he's technically correct, but when he said that like weird but trans, you can't do that, okay? I know you're trans, but you still can't. This isn't the real world where you can. There are certain things that you are not allowed to type out, okay? Just because you are able to say it in the real world doesn't mean you can say it in the chat. I know. Like, black chatters in the chat can't say the N-word, even if I know they are black chatters. Like, that's just, it doesn't work that way. Anyway, let's continue. Actual mental illness? Oh my God. This un-American dog this un-American dog piss. Get this loser out of my fucking screen. Okay, let's watch.
I'm going to say Curry wasn't a great player. I know Steph Curry is a great player. Congratulations. Great performance, Steph Curry. Had to bail out.
Hey, man, don't worry. Don't worry, bro. They listen to mommy, okay? They listen to mommy. Your Celtics players all got fucking time this time, okay?
Oh, Durant.
Deport him.
Now, what is Kevin Durant? Let me ask you this. Kevin, I'm so awesome. I need to be in the game, Durant. What has he ever won without Steph Curry? Steph Curry's a monster. I've seen it. I've always said this. Steph Curry is a fucking monster. And Steve Kerr, this is what makes me mad about Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, that guy should be the janitor at Barstool Sports. No joke. What has that guy fucking done with this? Oh, he landed on a team with Jordan? I could win on a team with Jordan, all right? Then he coaches Steph Curry, and he has Durant, and he has fucking the guy who punches people, and Klay Thompson. Oh, Steve Curry's a good coach? My grandmother could win with that team. He's done nothing.
Could Coach Curry, Durant, and Green
figure out they got Tatum in the game that game? No, Tatum has a good medal. Good for him. Tatum got a gold medal. Derek White, gold medal. Drew Holiday, gold medal. Curry, he's still a cunt. And Steph.
He's mad. He's mad that Tatum only got 2 minutes.
Curry's
okay.
bailing his.
He's mad that Tatum only got 2 minutes after his mom complained. That's crazy, bro.
Asshole, hitting shot after shot like a true superstar like he is. Steve Kerr, get him in the game earlier. That's all. Celtics, by the way, probably beat Team USA. France stinks. Need Steph Curry to bail him out.
Our GOAT is catching strays. I miss him. The QRT is funny, though.
Big news. Oh, boy.
Dude. Dude.
This up,
This is the new version. This is the new version of that. I saw this already.
You cannot make this up. JD Vance might be having his worst.
What is happening to these motherfuckers, bro? Like, why can't they just have like why can't they have like normal intros? Like, what the hell? What the hell is up with these intros? Who's Dave Pork Boy? Dude looks severely alcoholic. Yeah, he is. He is. Oh boy, big news. It's because TikTok news viewers don't want normal news. What? Yeah, I know. By the way, the Hassan Eclipse Industrial Complex is overtaking TikTok. I see so many clippers now on my timeline posting stuff from the stream. They're popping off. I'm reposting them left and right. You know, we're out here. We're out here. It's not even just a thirst talks. It's like actually news and information. I see motherfuckers slapping my commentary and some of the top clips with like kinetic sand. I'm like, we did it. We made it. We freaking made it. He's famously not a fan of alcohol. He's just a cokehead who never wears sunscreen. Already see TikTok on Steph Curry after the win.
Oh, man, bro, it's too early for this, bro. I'm not trying to do nothing right now.
Coach said this how to get you right here.
Bro.
You making too many threes, no?
Bro, man, you act like I'm gonna shoot right now, bro. Like, chill.
You right.
Oh, got you that.
Oh, I'm never gonna do that again.
Bro, come on, bro.
No, you locked down now.
It's too late. You already got shot on, bro. It's that quick, bro.
Come on,
man. Bro, let me get to the bathroom.
No, let's go. I got you.
Let me get to the bathroom.
Come on. No, I ain't letting
brush
no
my
more.
teeth, bro. I just gotta brush my teeth.
That's cool.
Man, not today, man. Please, bro.
Yeah, I bet you want that, huh?
Man, ooh, man. Bro, I'm just trying to get to the court.
Yep. Yeah, that's it, coach. There ain't nothing you can do. I've been guarding him since he woke up. Yeah, put me on the bench. And then I can do. No, you guard him then. Then I can do.
You guard him then. I mean, it's true. It's actually true. They did do this. They did this, and he still did it. The only points Tatum got last game was a fast break he was handed by Steph. He bricked his other 3 shots. The French having a bad defense is constant throughout history. Bro, they were not. Dude, did you not see some of the shots he fired off? They had 2 people on him. They literally had 2 people up his asshole. And he would just pop off over 2 people at the same time. It was insane. He made a step back fadeaway off of the fastest fucking release I've ever seen in my entire life, off of 2 people that were guarding him. He was doubled up at the 3-point line. He was farting on him. He does like trick shots. I am both amazed and literally laugh out loud every time he makes these shots. Wemby is 2 people on his own. Okay. So technically sometimes they had 3 people on him because I think Wemby counts for 2 people. He has the wingspan of 2 people. Okay. When he puts his fucking hand up and jumps in the air, he's like hitting the rim with his head. I'm glad you don't watch basketball regularly because I don't think we can survive this level of glazing. We suffocate from the bubbles you're blowing. Okay, I'm done. Isn't it scary that Wemby's barely 20? The guy isn't even close to his peak. Yeah, I think he just needs to watch his knees, in my opinion. That's like one of the major problems of being that tall. Like really, really tall players like that oftentimes are more injury prone. He's really young, but he just needs to put more muscle mass for sure. I mean, he was insanely skinny. Former D1 basketball player here, also played under 20 national team for Turkey. Onur Alp. Biggest reason Onur Alp is the most Turkish fucking name of all time, by the way. That's so funny. Biggest reason Curry hits these shots aside from his God-given talent is that players in the U.S. have spots versus just practice shooting overall. So once Steph is able to get to his spots, it's just practice shooting. Bro, I feel like Steph's spots is every spot. Watch his post-game interview where he says it's all about getting to my spots. The rest is just shooting on balance. Anyway, let's get to it. Let's get to the news, baby. JD Vance, more like JD Trans. Am I right? Got him. Okay. Eyvallah. We'll talk about that. We got on CNN, Scott McFarland says Senator JD Vance accuses Democrats of engaging in name-calling a schoolyard bullying campaign. They're crying. They're crying about this shit. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you. The funniest LeBron moment quote tweets have been fucking hilarious, but this is one of the best ones. My goat, my king. Salmon burger with JoJo's. Akron know what I'm talking about. And a glass of rosé outdoors for lunch. with a finish off with a cinnamon roll. One thing I do love about LeBron, aside from the fact that he's also old like me and has reached unk status, and is the greatest athlete of all time, not like me, is the fact that, I mean, he's also silly, but he butchers. He never knows what the lyrics to any song is. Okay. And I don't know. It's little things like that that have over the years built up my appreciation for him. He has never, I don't think he's ever fucking gotten a lyric right. And he still posts it. And I really respect that. It's the same shit. I do the same shit. I can't do it. He also fake reads books just like me. That too. You're right. Anyway, we're gonna get to a bunch of shit. Republicans being freaks. I mean, it's Anthony Cumia. He's like one of the biggest freaks, obviously. America no longer exists in 2024. The country's an embarrassment. No pride or respect in nation. Look at this disgusting thing we sent to represent our country on the world stage. A twerking degenerate savage. Meanwhile, from Norway. The woman on the left is a U.S. Olympic medalist in hammer throwing, the first ever U.S. woman to medal in this Olympics event. The girl on the right is 16 in this photo, competing at an under 18 event, not Olympian. Weird isn't a strong enough word for these guys. That's right. It's called pedophile. That is the word that you should use. That is the word you can use because they're fucking freakazoid pedophiles. Okay. What the fuck are we doing? Holy shit. He was literally fired for taking unsolicited pictures of sex workers in Times Square. Lol, degeneracy. I know. Will you support LeBron when he does his foray into DJing? I will support LeBron forever, no matter what he does. Okay, it don't matter what he does. What is this? Comrade Lamb made a meme.
富、冷静、力。この世の全てを手に入れた男、海賊王ゴールド・ロジャー。彼の死に際に放った一言は、人々を海へ駆り立てた。
Bro, I would pay $1 million. Whoever finds the shit on him, $1 million. Swear to God. I locked. I'm praying, bro.
Okay, this is disrespect to Goldie Roger, bro. You're making Aiden Ross Goldie Roger. That's crazy.
男たちはグランドラインを目指し夢を追い続ける。
The one leak.
世はまさに大海賊時代。
Cumia is literally a pedophile. He left his wife for a 17-year-old girlfriend. Very European of him. Yeah, we got today on the docket. We also got like the freaking first interaction with President Joe Biden. I don't know if you guys remember. He's still the president, but yeah, he did a news bit. Russia sent a nuclear plant on fire, breaking 30 minutes ago. Wait, what? Currently, radiation levels are within norm. Volodymyr Zelensky posted this. What the fuck? Oh, god damn, dude. Also, breaking news. Oh my god, dude. Breaking. Hamas announced that it refused to participate in the round of negotiations on August 15 organized by the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt. Oh no. Bro, what is going on? Oh no. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. Imagine how much worse it could be if you didn't. I was gonna not go live today, too. Middle Eastern Eye reports it differently. What? A group of Israeli and American protesters demonstrated in New York Park. Hamas said it has asked mediators to offer a plan that is based on the previous negotiations instead of starting a new round of talks on a Gaza ceasefire deal, according to Reuters. Oh, they want to go with the three-phase negotiation that Biden put forward instead of like the fucking new one that Israel wants to rewrite. Turn off stream, go live your life. Yeah, dude. Okay. Part of the official Hamas answer regarding renewed negotiations. In light of this, and out of concern and responsibility towards our people and their interests, the movement calls on the mediators to submit a plan to implement what they presented to the movement and approved on 7/2/2024 based on Biden's vision of Security Council resolution, and to oblige the occupation to do so instead of going to more rounds of negotiations of new proposals that provide cover for the occupation's aggression and give it more time to perpetuate the war of genocide against our people. It's great, man. I think it's valid for them to do so. I think it's perfectly valid for them to set the terms and conditions that Biden set forward on July that they were obviously on board with. Israel is trying to, again, play fast and loose. Israel is playing a dangerous game. This also gives cover, and the Barak Ravid reporting gives cover to the Brandon administration to continue being like, oh, Hamas is ruining the talks. Hamas is ruining the talks. If they do that, then you're still continuously defending Israel and allowing Israel to do whatever the fuck it wants to do. And what it wants to do is kill children. Okay? So good luck to the Democratic Party. good luck to the Democrats. Good luck to the Democratic Party. Yeah, don't do anything. Don't do anything different. Let Israel continue to dog walk the United States of America on the main stage. Let Israel kill as many women and children as possible. And of course, this probably changes the consideration, or the dynamic rather, of the Iranian retaliation. As I covered yesterday, actually, you know what? Let's start off here. First and foremost, this joint statement from the leaders of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar came out on August 8th. Okay? Came out on August 8th. This was a pretty significant step, right? I thought that this was going to be the same exact blueprint that Joe Biden has been presenting, which is a carbon copy of the Hamas proposal since fucking February. Okay? A proposal that Hamas has said yes to before, that Israel reneged on in an effort to go into Rafah, which was supposed to be a red line that Biden had set, a red line that he never enforced. Okay? Israel was like, oh, just kidding. We don't like this deal, actually. That is supposed to be our deal, but we don't like it. Since then, they kept repeating over and over again inside of Israel to their own population that there was no deal. They didn't want the deal at all. And they were basically just lying about this deal being a deal. And they were going to keep pummeling Gaza. And they have. They haven't stopped pummeling Gaza. And they're going to continue pummeling Gaza, right? Problem is, then Israel went and killed Ismail Haniyeh. They assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, who is the leader of the Hamas Politburo. He's the chief of the political bureau of Hamas. He is a foreign diplomat who was the principal negotiator in the hostage release. He was also known to everyone in the region, including the Israelis, as the moderate figure in Hamas. Okay? Israel killed his entire family in Gaza because they're fucking freaks. And then on top of that, they killed him in Tehran. They didn't kill him in Doha. They didn't kill him anywhere else that he's been to in the region. They killed him in Turkey. They killed him in Iran, in Tehran, which obviously is incredibly frustrating for Iran, right? Hamas Piker, hell yeah, bro. Keep it up. More children, please. Please, I need more children to die. We need more children to be murdered. We need more children to be murdered with Boeing bombs. We need more children to be murdered with Raytheon bombs. Please, 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 please. Women and children, please. I can't get enough. That's what you sound like when you go Hamas Banker, Podbean CEO. Please, I need to see the end of times. Okay. So basically, what ended up happening in this situation is they not only lied and held up peace talks and ceasefire negotiations for months, they ended up killing the fucking principal negotiator on the Palestinian side, showing the entire world that, you know, 1, we get to do it, and America, 2, will defend us, and 3, okay, we don't give a shit about peace talks. Fuck your peace talks, right? Yeah, it's actually fucked up when you think about it. They killed his family when Haniyeh was in Qatar. They didn't even use the excuse that they were targeting him and his family were human shields. They just cold-bloodedly killed his children. Yeah, 100%. They just straight up executed his entire fucking family and literally were like celebrating it as a big dub. They were like, oh yeah, we killed his entire family. We did that on purpose. That didn't even get like a news blip here. Okay? Yeah, they killed his children, grandchildren, his sister's family. They did it all. And then they killed him. And they killed him in Iran, okay, which is the leader of the resistance groups in the entire region, showing the world and showing everybody in the region that they do whatever the fuck they want and America will always defend them. Iran vowed retaliation, okay? Iran vowed retaliation. So did Lebanon and Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, right? Yemen also obviously is a part of the axis of resistance. Yemen also vowed to retaliate alongside everyone else in the region. And since then, once they drew up the red banners of revenge, both Iran and Hezbollah drew up the red banners of vengeance, okay? They have been in a holding pattern. Once this joint statement came on August 8th, people went to the Iranian envoys at UN and they asked them, Okay? They asked the Iranian envoys, what will you do now that there is this ceasefire situation, these ceasefire talks are happening? Okay? And the Iranian envoy to the UN said, we don't want to do something that will actually hold up the ceasefire negotiations. They were treating the ceasefire negotiations seriously. They thought maybe America will finally get Israel to fucking stand down. Turns out, maybe America and Israel had some different opinions on what was going to be negotiated at this ceasefire deal. Now, I thought this was still interesting because it is time to bring immediate relief to both the long-suffering people of Gaza as well as the suffering hostages and their families. They put the Gaza suffering first. That's number one. These little differences in language actually can spell genuine, like major changes in the way that America is analyzing the situation. This stuff is not put forward on accident. Okay? Swapping the hostages with the suffering of people in Gaza, okay? That's a big deal. It's tiny, it's minuscule. I understand. You might say I'm reading too much in the tea leaves. That's actually a major change in communications. Okay? That's a major change in the communications. The time has come to conclude the ceasefire and hostage detainees release deal. There's another one. I'm not reading between the lines. This is done deliberately. Okay? It's not just about reading between the lines. That is the line. And that is a deliberate change in messaging. Okay? This has not happened in the past 10 months. Not once. Joe Biden has never brought forward Palestinian suffering first before talking about the Israeli hostages. Okay? The three of us and our teams have worked tirelessly over many months to forge a framework agreement that is now on the table with only details of implementation left to conclude. This agreement is based on the principles outlined by Biden on May 31st, 2024, and endorsed by UN Security Council Resolution 2735. This is the exact same proposal that Hamas had put forward on the table in February. Okay? That's the one that Biden actually put forward. It's the three-phase negotiation. Israel claimed that they were down with that proposal, but with some caveats. They thought they could get away with the legalese and say that, oh, between phase 1 and phase 2, we can continue bombing, right? Which would completely renege on the principle of the deal. The entire deal is about ceasefire and then a permanent cessation of hostilities. If your goal is to continue pummeling Gaza after you take the hostages out, you're basically saying you don't care. I get everything and I continue doing whatever the fuck I want, right? There is no further time to waste, nor excuses from any party for further delay. It is time to release the hostages, begin the ceasefire, and implement this agreement. As mediators, if necessary, we are prepared to present a final bridging proposal that resolves the remaining implementation issues in a manner that meets the expectations of all parties. We have called on both sides to resume urgent discussion on Thursday, August 15th in Doha or Cairo to close all remaining gaps and commence implementation of the deal without further delay. So this is a joint statement that they released where they basically said it wasn't Hamas that was just like mucking up the talks. They said both sides are responsible for their own end of the bargain. It's still a change of communication once again. Biden, up until this point, has consistently stated that it's actually not Israel. This is Israel's proposal itself, and that it was actually Hamas that was holding up talks. Anthony Blinken has time and time again very publicly lied about how it is actually Hamas that is holding up the peace talks. It was never Hamas that was holding up the peace talks. It was always Israel. So that's also an interesting change in the communications. Here is obviously the Iranian mission to the UN on the expected retaliation. This was the full statement. Our priority is to establish a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. This was a couple days prior. After this statement came out, the joint statement came out, they came out and said, our priority is to establish a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Any agreement accepted by Hamas will also be recognized by us. The Israeli regime has violated our national security and sovereignty through its recent act of terrorism. We have the legitimate right to self-defense, a matter that's totally unrelated to the Gaza ceasefire. However, we hope that our response will be timed and conducted in a manner not to the detriment of the potential ceasefire. This right here means that they were going to retaliate, but when America sent in their envoys to Israel this past week and started immediately going to Lebanon and immediately going to Iran and saying through back channels, don't fight yet, don't fight yet. We're going to bring forward a ceasefire. We promise. Okay. They were like, okay, we won't retaliate yet. Okay. The problem now is, as far as I understand, they don't want this deal. They don't want this deal. And the Israeli side communicating to the Western world is claiming that it's Hamas that is actually rejecting the invitation by the U.S. Okay? What's really interesting about this, however, if you look at the Hamas side of the conversation, is that they're not rejecting the deal by the U.S. at all. They're stating in their official answer regarding the renewed negotiations is that they want the Biden plan that is technically the Hamas plan. Anthony Blinken admitted this, by the way. Anthony Blinken, if you recall, admitted that the Biden proposal is identical to the Hamas proposal from February. Okay? Here is a former negotiator, Gershom Baskin, okay, saying part of the official Hamas answer regarding the renewed negotiations. In light of this and out of concern and responsibility towards our people and their interests, the movement calls on the mediators to submit a plan to implement what they presented to the movement and approved on 7/2/2024 based on Biden's vision in the Security Council resolution and to oblige the occupation to do so. That is identical to the same official trilateral statement that was given by Doha, Cairo, and Washington, D.C. That is simply that. It is reinforcing what they said on August 8th. So why is Israeli media reporting it as though an Israeli media's like foreign PR bureau here, Barak Ravid, because that's what he does. I'm sorry. That is literally what his job is at Axios and at CNN. Why is he reporting it as though Hamas is announcing the rejection? Hamas announced on Sunday that it rejects the invitation by the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt for a final round of negotiations over the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal planned for Thursday. Will this work? Will American media eat the bait and make it seem as though, yes, Hamas is actually mucking up the deal? But the statement put out that you just read was very clear that based on the August 15 meeting was the plan Biden put forward. What am I missing? They should go and make Israel pull out. This is just now making the media blame Hamas in the West and hurts all momentum. The only reason why they would say that, and they're from what I understand, they're not saying they are pulling out. They're saying you need to make sure that Israel is on board with the proposal that was put in place by quote unquote Israel and the United States of America. So why is Israel claiming that Hamas is pulling out? A senior Israeli official involved in the negotiations claimed Hamas's statement is a tactical move ahead of a possible attack by Iran and Hezbollah in an attempt to get better terms for the deal. The official added, if Hamas won't come to the table, we will continue decimating their forces in Gaza. That, by the way, means we're just going to keep fucking going balls to the wall and killing more women and children. Okay? Here's another update. The updated assessment of the Israeli intelligence community is that Iran has decided to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh and may do within days, even before the August 15 hostage talks, per two sources. Okay? Where's the full Hamas statement? Can anyone find the full Hamas statement? I would like to look at that as well. I don't know how you do this all day without drinking. I don't know. Also, this is interesting. China supports Iran in defending security, says foreign minister. So here's the thing. One thing to rely on in terms of the Iranian retaliation, simply looking at previous acts, previous bouts, is that they, whether out of fear or whether out of statecraft, do not actually demonstrate a gross use of force against America or Israel. Okay? They don't. Historically, they have not. The last round when Israel bombed an Iranian consulate compound in Damascus and the Iranian retaliation was proof of that. Okay? And the Israeli retaliation to the Iranian retaliation was also further proof that Israel, when push comes to shove, does listen to the United States of America. Okay? Because Israel could have gone and like blown up every fucking nuclear reactor if they wanted to. If they really wanted that full-blown smoke, they would have done that. Instead, what did they do? Iran retaliated. Iran retaliated by doing a show of force and for the first time ever launching missiles from Iran that went all the way to fucking Israel. Everybody got together and defended Israel, including Jordan, America, all these forces, right? And the only target that they struck was a base in Negev, right? In the desert, a military base in the desert. That was genuinely a very restrained and very limited, albeit a new and unique, first of its kind strike from Iran directly to Israel. Okay? Here's the full statement. Okay, thank you. We'll look at the Middle East Observer. Unfortunately, for Hamas statements, we can't go to mainstream media because no one in mainstream media ever fucking actually covers Hamas statements. So we have to look at WhatsApp channels. I mean, those are official, or Telegram channels where they are officially revealing their side of the story. And the only fucking people that actually cover that are going to be random Twitter accounts and OSIN accounts and whatnot. So this is one of the few instances where I will like look at that as a primary source for those of you who are wondering. Okay? Wonder why? Yeah, because they are barbaric monsters and we cannot treat these people as though they're human beings with like, okay, with ambitions and don't want to be fucking ruthlessly slaughtered. Sources involved in the negotiations from the beginning. Hamas wasn't supposed to participate in the meeting on Thursday, only Israel. What? The U.S., Qatar, and Egypt and the mediators were supposed to convey the conclusions from meeting them. This is a tactical message. Wait, this is the Khan correspondent at the Khan diplomatic desk? This is Israeli media. So Hamas was never supposed to participate in the meeting on Thursday? So why is Barak Ravid doing fake fucking news then? This doesn't make sense. I think Khan or Israeli media is more reliable on this shit than Barak Ravid is, 100%. But I don't know. Barak Ravid is a propaganda minister, basically, in his function, in his role. It's not like they have human dignity and deserve even a basic level of empathy when they're being slaughtered. The Biden statement, however, said both parties. So I don't know. Something doesn't add up here. Something doesn't make sense. The American joint statement with Cairo and Doha, the Qatar and Egypt statement, actually showed that both parties were supposed to come to the table on August 15th. I mean, it doesn't make sense because it is, if it's the same deal, there's only one party spoiling that deal. That party is not Hamas. It's Israel, right? So I don't know. Hold on. Kamala Harris has nothing to do with this. Since the beginning of the aggression, the Islamic resistance movement, hashtag Hamas, has been keen to make... also, hold on. I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break right now, by the way. Sorry, I'm not doing like a fucking bait or anything, but if you no longer want to see those ads, you already know you can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. 0 out of 10. This is serious news, man. What do you want me to do? Okay. Since the beginning of the aggression, the Islamic resistance movement has been keen to make the efforts of mediating brothers in Egypt and Qatar successful to reach a ceasefire agreement and end the war of genocide against our people, and affirmed its support for any effort to achieve cessation of aggression. Hamas has engaged in several rounds of negotiations and has provided all the necessary flexibility and positivity in order to achieve the goals and interests of our people, stop their bloodshed, and stop the genocide against them in a way that opens the way for a prisoner exchange, relief for our people, the return to the displaced, and reconstruction of what was destroyed by the aggression. In this context, the movement agreed to the mediator's proposal on May 6, 2024, and welcomed President Biden's announcement on May 31st, 2024, and the UN Security Council Resolution 2735 in this regard. Okay? This is basically a carbon copy of the Hamas proposal from February. Okay? Which the enemy met with rejection and continued massacres against our people. This is true. It continued to emphasize its position that it was not serious about a permanent ceasefire, and its aggressive practices against our people were practical evidence of that. Although we and our mediating brothers in Egypt and Qatar are aware of the true intentions and positions of the occupation and its prime minister, the movement responded to the last agreement on 7/2/2024, which the enemy confronted with new conditions that were not proposed throughout the negotiation process. That is where Israel added on its own like legalese, right? That's where Israel tried to play fast and loose with the terms of ceasefire and a permanent cessation of hostilities in between phase 1 and phase 2, and like how that would be implemented. Israel openly destroying their own fucking deal, supposedly their own deal, according to Biden, turned around and moved the goalposts and said, no. we're going to continue waging war after you give us the hostages. Well, that's not how you conduct a hostage negotiation, a prisoner swap in this situation, right? So Israel wanted to come in and add hostage negotiation plus to the same deal while trying to still package it as the same deal, right? They added additional, they kept communicating that they had extra desires, okay? The desires specifically were about the fine print in terms of like what the transition from phase 1 to phase 2 would look like. I covered it extensively at the time. Obviously, Western media did not, and they made it seem like it was Hamas that was actually sullying the deal, even though it was like their fucking deal from February, okay? But none of that really matters because they also killed the principal negotiator at this point 2 weeks ago, or a week ago. I can't even remember. Time is now moving at sometimes a rapid clip. Which the enemy confronted with new conditions that were not proposed throughout the negotiation process and went on to escalate its aggression against our people and commit more massacres, leading to the assassination of the movement's leader, the martyr leader Ismail Haniyeh. May God have mercy on him, in confirmation of its intentions to continue the aggression and not reach a ceasefire agreement. That is a perfectly valid assumption to make, that Israel is not trying to abide by the deal that was put in place that Hamas has said yes to. At this point, it's the same deal that Hamas has proposed all the way back in February. It's the same deal that Hamas has said yes to twice. Okay, one time with a firm commitment that Israel then reneged in an effort to go and refuse Biden's red line, which was supposed to be the invasion of Rafah, and literally took over the Philadelphia corridor, took over Egyptian soil, killed Egyptian border guards, and has maintained their presence in that area since. This is something that you have to understand. This is like a complete violation of international rules, okay? Israel gets to do that. America doesn't really cover it. Western media doesn't really cover it at all. Western media doesn't cover it on equal terms. It's a violation of the Oslo Accords. But then again, so is the permanent annexation of Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory. It is officially Syrian land. And America recognized it under the Trump administration. If you remember, America said that Israel's annexation of Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory, Syrian soil, comprised of Syrians living on Syrian soil, was actually, according to the United States of America, Israeli territory. So I'm Egyptian. It's not Egypt soil. It's Palestinian soil that's managed by Palestinians. No, I'm pretty sure they crossed over to the Egyptian side of the border as well. They literally also killed Egyptian soldiers on that in that incursion. They straight up killed an Egyptian border guard. So even after the announcement of the tripartite statement, the enemy committed a heinous crime and committed a massacre against the displaced people in the Al-Tabi school in the Al-Daraj neighborhood in Gaza while they were performing the dawn prayer on Saturday. That's another big fuck you. Biden, after all of this, released $3.5 billion for Israel, and also officially signed off on 6,500 rounds of ammunition shipments to Israel. A couple hours after those decisions were made, Israel bombed a mosque and a school where people were praying, okay? Which led to the martyrdom then more than 100 civilians and the wounding of more than 250 of those civilians on 8/10/2024. This was conducted with Boeing GBU-39 rockets, okay? American weapons. Israel claimed it was a precise strike. They claimed that only dozens of people were killed and that 19 of them were Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad officials. They lied. They did the exact same thing that they've always done, which is talk about a bunch of random Palestinian civilians with no ties to Hamas whatsoever that they had killed even prior to this bombing campaign, and they posted their photos as though they were in the mosque. Okay? Those guys weren't a part of Hamas. They were not Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They just lied about it. Okay? In light of this, and out of concern and responsibility towards our people and their interests, the movement calls on the media to submit a plan to implement what they presented to the movement and approved on 7/2/2024 based on Biden's vision and the Security Council resolution, and to oblige the occupation to do so instead of going to more rounds of negotiations or new proposals that provide cover for the occupation's aggression and give it more time to perpetuate the war of genocide against our people. So here's the situation. I don't know if Israel's goal for the August 15 talks was the implementation of new proposals that Israel wants to make it seem like it's still the exact same deal that the UN resolution came up with as well, or solidified, or it is the actual same proposal and Hamas is saying, we are reiterating our commitment to a proposal that we've said yes to on multiple occasions. Okay? My suspicion is that Israel is very much so trying to use this next round of talks to hold up the Iranian retaliation and to continue waging war. And it's not my suspicion, it's what I have seen Israel do so far in every round of negotiations, and what I've seen Israel do so as far as 2 days ago, right? Like yesterday at night on 8/10 when they did this massive massacre. Okay? I think my suspicion is Benjamin Netanyahu is in the pocket of Donald Trump and is going to, one, simultaneously continue using this war to maintain his coalition, okay, and will not stop and maybe even escalate tensions in an effort to fuck up the Democratic Party's chances of winning this reelection. If you think that that is a silly reason to like continue doing genocide, I promise you these guys have a very profound understanding of American news, American media, American attitudes, and American politicians, and who gets to run the show. He thinks he can get a better deal from Trump, okay? That's why he went to Mar-a-Lago. He flew to Mar-a-Lago personally. These things matter, right? Trump didn't go to Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump is not the president. Benjamin Netanyahu flew to Trump to meet with him personally, okay? Allowing a right-wing rabid sociopath who has made it clear he does not respect American Democratic Party authority or American authority at all in general to have this massive hold over the United States of America because of our overall inability to say no to Israel or to restrain Israel, even though it is a very simple process, is not only obviously morally repugnant because you would be ending a genocide, but it's also malpractice. Like, it is criminal negligence. Do you understand? It is criminal negligence. The fact that the Democrats are just leaving that on the table and allowing this fucking nut job to basically dominate American political discourse if he wants to do so in the eve of an election when there is so much goddamn momentum for the Democratic Party. This is why I keep saying they have to nip this. They have to cut this out before August 15th. They have to cut this out in the next 4 fucking days. Okay? That's it. What are the chances the West stops supporting Israel? 0. No, that's not a thing. But this is not a full-blown change of pace or change of attitude against our calculation with Israel, our alliances with Israel. This is more so a way to get Israel to demonstrate restraint, okay? And showing the rest of the world that, like, we still hold the reins and Israel is not running rampant on their own and that they control the show, okay? So that is the situation in front of us.
Thank you so much.
Right now with respect to Israel, Iran, and Hamas, okay? I'm a spy here to spy on Hassan. Okay. Why do you think high-level Dems in Kamala Biden camp ignoring the fact that he's on Trump's side? Are they willfully ignoring the facts in front of them and refusing to believe it? I mean, I think that they're just afraid of changing American foreign policy. Like, these guys are, this is something that, like, I don't think even Bernie Sanders, who was like ideologically committed to at least liberal Zionism and definitely like a different way of dealing with Israel, even he would not be successful, in my opinion, in changing the trajectory entirely of like our relationship with Israel. Okay, it's not just AIPAC dollars I don't personally like the idea that it's just like it's simply just AIPAC. AIPAC plays a role, okay? AIPAC plays a role in this, but it's like the NRA. Americans like guns. The NRA gets to hold people to that commitment. Some of these guys are going to be pro-Israel regardless, but even if they're not going to, okay, if they're not going to in times of need, that's where AIPAC's prominence and influence plays a role. Okay, I don't think that it is just AIPAC. I think that's too simplistic. I think for the Democrats, it is definitely pure cowardice. They are afraid of changing the dynamic. They're afraid of like making any sort of broad sweeping changes or signaling that there is a change of pace in American foreign policy. They're too afraid of it. I think that's what it is for the most part. They're afraid of weapons manufacturers. They're not interested or willing and able to commit to a message that will communicate to the American weapons industry and to the Israeli population that the new pathway forward in terms of like Israeli restraint will actually be beneficial for the Israeli apartheid to continue. You know what I mean? Like they're not interested because they would need like at least Obama level ideological commitment, which is not at all, but at least there was some deviation in order for America to make a statement. Obama deviated from American foreign policy, normal American foreign policy on Israel by like 3%, I would say. And literally they pounced on him non-fucking stop. Okay? They pounced on him so hard that he gave a $38 billion weapons package to Israel for 10 years of commitment to Israel on his way out. And they still kept calling him a Jew hater. That was all because of his Iran denuclearization agreement, which ultimately would have been beneficial for Israel. Anyway, it's a cop-out. Israel absolutely interfered in our politics, but no one is forcing Biden to keep supporting genocide. He has the mechanisms he can use, like Leahy laws or even speaking out, which wouldn't even be anywhere near enough, but he's chosen not to do so. And instead, no, Biden is 100% an ideological ultra-Zionist. He is an ultra-nationalist for Israel. Okay? Like that is, like he goes above and beyond the Democratic Party's norms in terms of like how to communicate their undying fealty to Israel. He goes way above and beyond that. He's like him and John Fetterman, two brain-broken losers, go above and beyond. They sometimes even outflank Republicans. And I'm not even talking about like just Thomas Massey or whatever. They outflank Republicans in terms of the way they communicate their defense of Israel, right? So there is that. I think that also plays a role in, I think that also personally plays a role in not listening to some of the more sane voices in the American State Department that have recognized, that have seen the writing on the wall from a mile away, that Israel has to be restrained post October 7, or it will actually ruin itself and ruin America's foothold in the region. But broadly, America's commitment to Israel is not because like some secret shadowy cabal or that Jews control the media or power or whatever. America's commitment to Israel ultimately comes from Israel being America's military base in the region, an unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage tools, with that routinely runs, you know, definitely blackmail operations on powerful people in America, Jeffrey Epstein. But beyond that, it is a relationship that America values because you control a key trade route this way, like way more, you have way more control and way more enforcement over Israel than you do over Egypt, than you do over Saudi Arabia. These are countries that are, you know, comprised of Muslims that have in times gone against American foreign policy. Okay. Israel, on the other hand, is America's state. Sometimes it might behave in an unruly fashion, but ultimately America is always going to say, no, we got unconditional support for Israel. Okay. Because it is a satellite state for the United States of America that is smack dab in the middle of a resource-rich region. It is a destabilizing force in this resource-rich region. It is an unsinkable aircraft carrier in this resource-rich region. It is completely married to the American stock market, American capital interests, everything. Okay, it is basically a state, as I've said numerous times, and not like a shitty state. It's not like Wyoming. It's a more important state to the United States of America's interests in the region than like any other American state. So I do personally think that this is part of the reason why this and the genuine disinterest that American politicians have in like rocking the boat, especially when it comes to foreign policy, creates this double-edged sword where we are in a double suicide pact with this maniacal, genocidal apartheid regime. So it's not just that like AIPAC has a lot of prominence. AIPAC does have a lot of influence. Israeli lobby does have a lot of influence, a profound amount of influence on American politics. After all, they have been able to write anti-First Amendment laws in this country, something that I've talked about for fucking years, in 32 states. Okay? In 32 states, most of them red states, by the way, including Texas, you cannot exercise your First Amendment rights against the state of Israel. They have anti-BDS laws in 32 states. Okay? That's insane. It is the reality, and it's like kind of crazy that nobody talks about it ever. Okay? In the state of Texas, for example, you can't be a fucking public school teacher unless you sign off that you will never criticize Israel. That's not a new thing, by the way. That's been around for years, decades. Think about that. Like, that's insane. It's always funny when people are met with this reality for the first time, when it's like something that I've talked about for so long. I mean, it's obvious people don't want to be called Nazis. Nah, that's not it. If Israel also didn't personally understand how profoundly important the American the American vote was, or the American lack of interest in times of need, and the American lack of interest in Israel's continuation was not so important, they wouldn't do propaganda non-fucking stop in America. They spend a shit ton of their time and effort doing propaganda in the Western world. Okay? Like, it's crazy. If it was insignificant, if America's undying loyalty and support to Israel and firm commitment to Israel was not significant, then they wouldn't have to do any of this shit. Okay? And they've been doing this for years. And they took advantage of the media not being as diversified in terms of like online social media, and how much more difficult it's become to like control the flow of information, and America's overall lack of disinterest in foreign policy. They've been able to basically successfully propagandize, which is why if you talk to someone over the age of 35, it feels like you're talking to a person hallucinating. Like, I was talking to Cenk. Cenk is obviously very pro-Palestinian, and he shudders and is overall fearful. Like, I called Israel Nazis. I do it all the time, right? Cenk legitimately was like shocked that I say this, because he's from a different generation. He's from a generation where that was unconscionable. That is like immediately, oh, dude, you're an anti-Semite. It's done. It's a non-starter. And there is an entire generation that legitimately still holds on to that belief. Okay? Cenk calls them Nazis, dude. No, the only person he's ever called a Nazi, he told me, is Itamar Ben-Gvir. There is a massive difference between the under 35 demographic and the over 35 demographic in terms of like what kind of information, what kind of social conditioning has occurred in their lives in the United States of America, in the Western world in general. Obviously, there are plenty of people who are older than that are, you know, super firmly committed to anti-Zionism. But like, I'm broadly defining age categories to show the disparity and where this disparity comes from. Okay? And part of that also comes from the difference in attitudes that people have. If you're younger and your first foray into Israel, Palestine has been a market intrigue, like a new interest in Israel Palestine post October 7. All you've seen is Israel's atrocities, right? Israel's retaliation. So maybe post October 7 on October 8, you were like, oh my God, these Muslims are barbaric rapist monsters, because that's all they communicated. That's all you saw. But over the course of the past 10 months, you started recognizing, holy shit, maybe people were wrong. Maybe my initial assessment was wrong about the entire dynamic, the entire situation. And after months and months and months of seeing these atrocities being communicated to people by the victims themselves, the Palestinians themselves, on places like TikTok, on Twitter, on Facebook, everywhere around. Well, not Facebook as much, because obviously Meta is crazy, right? That has truly changed an entire generation's assessment on the situation. I talked with my dad, who said that he was bombarded his whole life about Israel and how we need Israel. Yeah. I'm Gen X, and I feel like the message was always the Middle East is fucked up. Don't think too much about it. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, yeah, Texas teacher fired for refusing to sign anti-BDS oath. Embedded in her employment contract, Bahia Amawi is a language specialist who works with autistic and speech impaired primary school children. She's been told that she can no longer work in the state's public schools after she refused to sign an oath, vowing that she does not or will not engage in a boycott of Israel or otherwise take any action that is intended to inflict economic harm on Israel, The Intercept revealed yesterday. This is a real thing. This is a very real thing. It's pretty crazy. So on the Western front, in the Western world, our examination of Israel's actions have changed dramatically. I think Israel recognizes that, but I think that they're also simultaneously so responsive to the increase of far-right elements in its own governance that have been born out of this desire to maintain this apartheid, which is very violent in its maintenance, that they refuse to see it. They believe their own cynical propaganda, a cynical propaganda that declares that if you are actually anti-Israel, you must be anti-Jewish. I think a lot of people legitimately believe that Israel has become a pariah state. It was always regarded as an apartheid in the third world, right? It is a vassal state, a colonial. It is basically a colonial vassal state. It's a vestige of Western colonialism. And many people who have been victim to that in the third world are obviously very familiar with this process. But having said that, in terms of like the Western world, this is relatively new. Their understanding of Israel changing, generationally dividing in terms of like people's support for Palestinian emancipation, people's understanding of like the horrifying conditions that Palestinians are subjected to with Western supervision and Western allowance and Western weapons. Like this is a relatively new phenomena, and Israel does not know how to deal with it, and they are not recognizing that the situation is very different from the past, 20, 30, 40 years. There's also another issue here in terms of anti-Semitism. Because of all of the former, albeit very successful mechanisms of defending Israel by tying Zionism to Judaism, Israel keeps running the same propaganda over and over again. And people hear it. They see it, right? And if people are already very primed towards anti-Semitic dispositions, they see that and they go, what the fuck is going on? Like, why are we doing this? Even if they don't give a shit about dead Palestinian children, even if they've seen that many times over on their television screens when America did its war on terror, and they're already super primed to believe that like Arabs are barbaric monsters or whatever. There is obviously this secondary notion where they're like, why do we care about Israel that much? It's a question I answer all the time. And if you don't deal with that conversation appropriately with honesty and with truth, okay, it's super easy to just be like, yeah, Jews do control the media. Jews do control the American State Department. What is it? What is the 4chan term? Like Zionist occupied government or whatever? Like that is increasing dramatically. And I don't think a lot of liberal Zionists, okay, understand. I don't think a lot of liberal Zionists understand how damaging that is, okay? That kind of narrative is really fucking damaging. The conflation that Israel pushes about it doing its genocide and apartheid for the global Jewish population is inherently anti-Semitic. And if it's not stopped by its handlers in the West, it's going to be genuinely devastating for the Jewish people that they LARP on defending. Yeah. A lot of young anti-Zionist Jews understand that reality. They recognize it. A lot of anti-Zionist Jews historically have understood that reality and have routinely shat on this idea that this is for the purpose of Judaism. Okay? Jews are not a monolith. Jews are not monolithic in their defense for Israel. Okay? And there are not that many Jews in general around the planet. There's like 15 million, okay? 15. There are significantly more white evangelical Christian Protestants in the United States of America that are infinitely more loyal to the idea of the Zionist project than there are Jews in general, okay? If you want to talk about the numbers on the board, there are so many brain-broken, psychopathic right-wingers who are anti-Semitic themselves that will, in the same breath, say, of course Jews control the media. Oh, yeah, that's right. And then also say that they're chosen sons of God and they have to have Israel so that Armageddon can happen, okay? This is why I always say our commitment to Israel is not born out of Jews in high places of power. Our commitment to Israel is not born out of some secret cabal, okay? Our commitment to Israel would not change if every single Jew in the United States of America became rabid anti-Zionists, okay? It would not change because it has nothing to do with Jewish people and everything to do. That's a cynical deployment of Judaism to both defend Israel's actions and to also cast aside all of Israel's enemies in the Western world, no matter how honest they are, okay? If every single Jew in the United States of America was 6 million, right? In California and in New York, we're like, we are anti-Zionist, enough is enough, not in our name. If they came out and fucking went out to the streets, America's commitment to Israel and that dynamic would not change, okay? Because it's still a fucking military base for the United States of America's interests. It's the same principle behind the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq, okay? It wasn't about popular sentiment. It was about redirecting anger to justify American foreign policy, especially in terms of Iraq. But it didn't matter if it was unpopular because that's American foreign policy. It is completely and utterly removed from the democratic process. Okay? All one needs to do is look for U.S. support of Saudi Arabia in order to counter the Jews control our government shit. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Saudi Arabia participated in 9/11. Like, what are we talking about? And then we went and subsequently fought Saudi Arabia's enemies in the region in an effort to get vengeance for 9/11. Hello? The fuck? That makes no goddamn sense. How the fuck did that happen? It's because it had nothing to do with like actual action and reaction and everything to do with continuing this, blood machine. Christians United for Israel, just one Christian Zionist group that claims to have 10 million members. Jewish Americans as a whole, Zionists or not, adult or not, are vastly outnumbered by Christian Zionists. Exactly. Religion has always been seasoning in this conversation. It's a galvanizing factor, but it is far from the primary motivator, okay? These guys don't give a fuck. I mean, you might have some like Republicans who are genuine Christian Zionists who like are insane, but beyond that, that's not how people are making these decisions. That's wrong. It's all about religion. Yeah, totally, dude. That's why the Shias are defending other Shia groups, but also simultaneously Hamas, which is Sunni, and the entirety of the Palestinian population abhors the Saudi government, which is Sunni, well, Wahhabi, but still. I think you're undercutting the influence. No, religion always has and always will be simply a galvanizing factor. That's it. Okay, that's it. It's just a tool to whip up support. But the real goal always, it's a tool to organize, is a tool to whip up support. The ultimate goal is always material gains, whether it be land, whether it be control of resources, control of key trade routes. That's it. That's what politics is. Here's Felix. GBU 39s are among, if not the single most accurate glide bombs in the world. The munition itself is small enough that pilots can't just drop them in the general vicinity of their targets. Again, Israel deliberately and specifically aimed these at civilian centers. And it wasn't just a civilian center. It was praying people in a mosque. It was during a time of prayer. Why though? As a fuck you. As a fuck you to everyone that, as a warning to everyone that might have forgotten that they dominate and they do whatever the fuck they want. Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu kept striking civilian targets literally an hour after Biden would say, oh yeah, we're going to do a ceasefire? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu would come out an hour after Biden said we have a commitment to a two-state? Benjamin Netanyahu would come out literally hours later and go, we do not want a two-state. There is no two-state. There will never be a two-state as long as I'm in office. Why is it that Israel kept messaging deliberately? Why is it that Israel killed the principal negotiator, a more moderate force within Hamas, a diplomat, a person that they were directly dealing with, a person that they were directly dealing with in terms of the hostage negotiation and the ceasefire proposal? Why is it that Biden said there's a red line in Rafah, which was the civilian territory that all of the Palestinians have been pushed into, right? What is this? Please pop off on this blue MAGA piece of shit. Harry Sisson.
For a couple different causes. Say it with your full fucking chest, Harry.
That's my goat. Harry Sisson is my goat. What's he doing? He's getting into some trouble. I will defend him. Why is r/world news filled with Israel's bots? Bro, that's Reddit. Reddit is Hasbara territory. Reddit is so uniquely ultra-Zionist, and I don't know why they chose this as like the fucking outlet. It actually is crazy. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is the daughter of a OSS agent / Mossad agent, okay, was an active moderator. People are suspecting that she was a active moderator in world news. Reddit in general is relatively easy to bot and relatively easy to brigade. I think that it's just like, I don't know why they just see it as like the IDF genuinely, I think, sees it as like a very good way to propagandize to people who are like actively interested in participating in politics. She was a supermod and was the first poster to 1 million karma points. She posted literally every day. Yeah, like almost all of the... Dude, here's a story about Reddit and Hasbara, Reddit and propaganda, okay? Like pro-Israel propaganda. It's because downvoted posts disappear, so it's easy to manipulate views. Yeah, the reason why... Oh, God, here. Oh, my God. They can't keep doing this, man. New York Times can't keep doing this. This is so cooked. Maxwell Hill is a massive power user who posted the majority of the front page news articles. What is this blackout? Reddit has removed the blog post identifying Eglin Air Force Base as the most Reddit addicted city. Eglin is often cited as a source of some government social media propaganda / astroturfing programs. There was a very funny story. It's like kind of weird. r/aquarium. Okay. There's a subreddit called r/aquariums. Okay. And it had this post and the mods removed it. How to protect my aquarium from shockwaves caused by jet sonic booms. I live in Lebanon and there has been frequent jet sonic booms by Israelis. Some windows glass got broken. I have a 33-gallon aquarium made of glass. I'm afraid if it breaks, what can I do to protect it from shockwaves? Should I cover it with yoga mat, foam mat or something? That will create another problem where it will raise the temperature of the tank. This is what Reddit is for, by the way. Like literally, it's for like unique interests like this to try and see if there's other people with the same interest that can help you. That's literally what people use Reddit for. I have it in my bedroom and I'm keeping the window open so it won't break. So the mods deleted this. So people started revolting against it. How far do I have to be from a war zone to be allowed to post your genuine question? How to protect my aquarium from my Aunt Glinda's unusually loud opera? How do I stop sonic booms from breaking my aquarium glass? Should victims of bombing just let their fish die because they committed the crime of not loving Israel? Do you need to be a Zionist to enjoy aquariums? So it's so unusual the way that there are legitimately, it's such a fucking... Deleted it twice after he removed any mentions of Israel. Yeah, it's so weird and so fucking unusual the way that like these random fucking subreddits even will have like one mod who's like, nah, no, you can't do that. You're fucking cooked. Do I have the Middle East only democratic fish tank? I put all my fish into a fishbowl, deprive them of food, and then set off firecrackers right above the tank every day, there are still some fish left alive. So it's very moral. No one gives them more loving care than I do. I'm also throwing rocks into my neighbor's fish pond every so often, so they don't get any ideas about their fish being better than mine. Why do people keep being mean to me? Yeah, it went on subreddit drama. And then I believe they deleted it from subreddit drama. Deleted post on the r/aquarium causes outrage. Mods are still actively deleting any mention or criticism. This is not subreddit drama material. It is subreddit drama material. That's what this subreddit is for. But that's what I'm saying. It's like very weird. So it's a strange phenomena that I have observed on Reddit. And I don't know if it's like Unit 8200. I don't know if it's like straight up like a IDF guy sitting around in Tel Aviv moderating these fucking subreddits, or if it's just people who are more people who are I guess like more interested in subreddits and moderating subreddits, a very specific type of person. Like it could be like a you know, self-selecting process. Maybe those people are genuinely ideologically invested in Israel. I don't know. But it is very weird. It is something that I've noticed as well. But yes, I do know that they have Wikipedia. They definitely have Wikipedia editors and shit on lock. So, and see, and Langley does this too. It's not unique. Okay. It's you know, well known. The main French subreddit also has Zionist mods quietly banning people on false claims that are outright banning mentions of the genocide. Yeah. Huh. The DNC runs a massive bot farm on Reddit, so that's some of it. Israel government pays students to fight internet battles. I mean, yeah, they like Israel places a lot of emphasis. Make no mistake. Israel places a lot of emphasis on propaganda in the West. They recognize how important it is to maintain this facade. They recognize how important it is to ensure that there is like enough people that either A, don't give a fuck about what Israel gets to do to Palestinians, or B, actually do give a fuck about it, but are unconditionally pro-Israel on the matter. They want that. They rely on that. They will do whatever it fucking needs, whatever needs to be done to maintain that. Okay? So you need to remember that. Yeah, also, Wikipedia recently, English language Wikipedia editors concluded that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. Like, but that's only happening because it's just like impossible to not reckon with. Okay? That's the difference here. That's what is different this time around. Anyway, let's get to fucking Harris Waltz concluding a 5-state swing as Trump holds campaign fundraisers. Okay?
For the White House, of course, as both candidates focus on the West this weekend. Vice President Kamala Harris holding a campaign rally last night in Las Vegas. And that's where we find ABC's Zoreen Shaw. And Zoreen, she introduced some new policies there last
Asana, how can you blame people for thinking Zionists/Jews control the media and the news when this shit is what they see? I don't believe that, but I see others who, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm warning against. That's what I keep repeating over and over again. Okay? Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. This is something that I routinely reiterate. It's also something that I will always have a conversation on. I try to explain to people that like anti-Semitism is completely abhorrent, completely repugnant, completely unacceptable. Okay? There's no room for that here. But this is one of the very few communities where people will take that extra care and consideration, because what the fuck are people supposed to do? They just like look at it and they're like, well, Israel keeps saying they're doing it for Judaism. New York Times is saying that Israel's doing this for Judaism. New York Times is saying that Israel is actually, that people who have like valid criticisms of fucking Israel are actually anti-Semitic. What the fuck's supposed to happen? Like what are Americans who are just not initiated with this stuff at all and primed towards, due to liberal tendencies, primed towards like black and white, good and bad ways of thinking, and primed towards like anti-Semitic behaviors and anti-Semitic ways of thinking? What are they supposed to see here? Like, this is a very weird fucking article for some Democrat Jews. Heightened worries about anti-Semitism. Yeah, dude, that's why they should fucking watch Fox News, right? That's so great. Yeah, they should vote for Donald Trump, who is not anti-Semitic. My brother's a live with progressive leanings, got woke on Palestine recently. He's asked me a few times if Jews actually do control the media a lot. Obviously, don't let any of that, like, don't ever cave or capitulate on that front, ever. Like, that is really dangerous because it's wrong thinking, okay? It is built out of conspiratorial mindsets, and it is genuinely, like, that is a starting point for further radicalization, and it's very scary. Don't ever let that shit slide. Okay? Because that will lead to more nefarious and more dangerous ways of like that'll open up an entirely new world of possibilities, entirely new ways of radicalization for a person like that. You understand? It's no different than like what you see with respect to transvestigators on the timeline. It's no different than the Iman Khalif situation. It's no different than like Republicans looking at the crowd sizes and being like, it must be AI. Like the Harris Walls crowd size and being like, it's got to be AI. It's no different than what the Oibruvs in England thinking that like this is migrant crime that's occurring in this country. It's Islamic crime that's occurring in this country when it was literally a fucking Welsh-born Christian who was mentally ill that participated in this mass stabbing, that did this mass stabbing attack. But they ran with it anyway. And what happened? You can't reason with a lot of these people. Once they accept this falsehood, this false narrative, okay, that cognitive bias continues to fester and people become increasingly more irrational. And that opens up entirely new pathways for people to think in increasingly weird ways, okay?
It's nice.
Gio, she did, but first, Trump had been ramping up pressure for Harris to face reporters. Hours ago, she did. Trump is now slamming Harris, saying that she copied one of his policies. This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris proposing to eliminate taxes on tips during her Las Vegas rally, hours after the powerful culinary union endorsed her.
When I am president, we will continue our fight for working families of America.
Trump slamming Harris, saying she copied my no taxes on tips policy. Vice President Harris on Saturday also dodging tough questions about the Biden administration's involvement in the Israel-Gaza war amid recent Israel.
I think a much better argument in front of that culinary union crowd in fucking Nevada would have been to say that you want no more below minimum wage, I forget what the policy is called, but in certain states, including in Nevada, you can get away with refusing to pay minimum wage, sub-minimum wage to people because of the fucking, because of the tipping process. Yeah, it's called sub-minimum wage. Thank you. Okay? She should have just said, end the sub-minimum wage. The culinary union wants this. We want this. Donald Trump wants to abolish taxes on tips. But we know that that is beneficial for corporations. The way for corporations and your bosses to get away with not paying you so you fucking can't avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long. Like every American should have $6 in their pocket at the end of the day so they can use it on the Hasanabi broadcast by subscribing. That way they won't see the 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour nor the secret 1-minute ad break in the middle of the hour. Maybe even more than that so they can give subs and allow others to also benefit from no longer seeing the ads at the top of the hour, you know, that kind of thing. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Hope Kai choose all your cables, then I won't be able to stream. You wouldn't want that. How does Harris keep bringing up the top of the hour in her stump speeches? I don't know, really, but she's just really lasered in. Is $2.13 an hour federally, FYI, and some restaurants even allowed to take tips out of the salary that you make? In Georgia, when I worked as a server, I would sometimes get checks for $0 because of the tips I made. Decoy 1666. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift to subs. In Wisconsin, the server wage is $3.25 if you make enough tips. My girlfriend wouldn't even see her paycheck when she'd work because it's like $20 a month. That's what I'm saying.
Israeli airstrikes. We need a hostage.
Jesus, how can they pay you $0? Yeah, because like they're saying you're getting paid with just your tips.
And we need a ceasefire. The 12,000-person political rally, a culmination of a 5-day rollout tour with Harris's vice presidential running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Many attendees energized with a shakeup on the Democratic Party ticket.
Would you be here if the ticket hadn't changed?
No, I probably would not be here.
Meanwhile, Trump attending fundraisers in Wyoming and Colorado, his last swing state event 8 days ago in Atlanta, Georgia. His vice president nominee, J.D. Vance, continuing to slam Harris's VP pick, Tim Walz, who left the military after earning the highest enlisted rank for his unit, but right before his unit could have been sent to war.
It doesn't make sense for us to fight over each other and talk or comment about each other's service.
Walz appearing to use the attacks launched on him on Trump.
Donald Trump knows nothing about service. It's pretty hard to provide service to others when you're too busy looking out for only yourself.
And the Trump campaign has not announced any public events today. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris will be heading to San Francisco for a fundraiser there. Nancy Pelosi is expected to speak. The DNC is just 1 week away, Gio.
And Zorine, while we have you here, the Trump campaign says that some of its internal communications were hacked. What do we know here?
Gio, the Trump campaign claims that foreign sources hacked them. They're referring to a report that came out from Microsoft on Friday that says back in June, a group run by Iranian intelligence officials sent a spear-phishing email to a high-ranking official on a presidential campaign. We asked Microsoft about those details, but the company would not go beyond its report or say which campaign, and the Trump campaign has not provided more details either. The Microsoft report says the company had been tracking attempts from possible bad actors and foreign entities to interfere in the U.S. election. National security officials had also been warning of threats. Gio.
All right, Zorine Shah there in Las Vegas. Thank you so much.
Joseph R. Biden, 46th President of the United States. His has been a challenging, complicated...
Dude, I can't be alone on this. I love the Sunday, like the CBS Sunday morning show format. Last week it was Nancy Pelosi. This week is Joseph R. Biden. It's like from a different era. Like they still have this like weird, it almost looks like public broadcasting. I don't know why. It's like they are stuck in the fucking 90s for some reason, but it's awesome. It's for the boomers anyway. And I think it like helps people with dementia to feel like they're still in the 90s, which is the last time I suspect their brains were like fully functioning. But there's something, it's 60 minutes, it goes on for 60 years. No, that's what I'm saying. I love that. I love that aesthetic. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad, dude. It's awesome.
Term of office, quite literally from day one. He's reflecting on the stakes for this election and on his legacy with Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa.
We're living through history.
We really are.
Let's begin with your decision. You're at your home, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, late July with your family, and you make this historic decision. Tell me the story.
Look, the polls we had showed that it was a neck-and-neck race. Would have been down to the wire. But what happened was a number of...
He's lying. Polls showed he was getting cumstered with no pathway to winning. Like, it was not a close race.
My Democratic colleagues in the House and Senate thought that I was going to hurt them in the races. And I was concerned if I stayed in the race, that would be the topic. You'd be interviewing me about why did Nancy Pelosi say, why did so, and I thought it'd be a real distraction, number one. Number two, when I ran the first time, I thought of myself as being a transition president. I can't even say how old I am. It's hard for me to get out of my mouth. And, but things got moving so quickly.
So you did say that. That's crazy because liberals were gaslighting me for years. So he did say that. That's so odd. Because I remember him saying that and I kept repeating it and liberals would tell me I was fucking wrong and lying and it was fake news, that he never said he would be a transitional candidate, that he would never actually be a one-term president. So interesting how the turntables here. What's that about? It's just odd.
It didn't happen. And the combination was that I thought it was a critical issue for me, still is not a joke, maintaining this democracy. But I thought it was important because although it's a great honor being president, I think I have an obligation to the country to do the most important thing to do, and that is we must defeat Trump.
I saw those images of your family in the Oval Office sitting just over to your left as you addressed the nation. They came up to you after the speech. What did you say to them?
It's what they said to me. They said, my grandchildren call me Pop, my children call me Dad. And they said they were proud, and it mattered to me a lot.
When I saw you with your family in the Oval, I wondered, is he thinking of Bo, too?
Look, I can honestly say that I think of him all the time. Whenever I have a decision that's really hard to make, I literally ask myself, what will Bo do? He should be sitting here being interviewed, not me. He was really a fine man. You know, Bo Bo was committed to my staying committed. We had a conversation toward the end.
Bro, what is happening, bro? What, like, who? This is Big Dog's first time since he dropped out, first interview. And it's a glaze sesh, dude. It is a fucking glaze sesh about like utterly irrelevant nonsense. Okay. And this is why I also said, like, the media is giving him his flowers because he like was forced to do the right thing. Okay. The media is giving him his flowers. They're letting him rewrite his legacy here. Okay. This is why I also say, like, I personally think that if you want to maintain your legacy, if you want to not be remembered as like the guy who oversaw the most catastrophic development in the Middle East, you got to nip this Israel shit in the bud. Okay. That's it. He cares about that. He cares about his legacy. He's not in politician mode right now. You're being weird. Bro, he's the president. I'm being weird. He's the president, bro. Are you fucking stupid? He is currently the American president, the president of the United States of America. You said don't be political. He's talking about his dead son. Yeah, I'm saying, who gives a fuck? Why are you bringing that up in this interview? Like, there are way more relevant things to ask him about. He is the fucking president. And I'm telling you why they're doing that. Okay? They're doing that because they're giving him his flowers for doing the right thing, even though he fucking white-knuckled his way through the entire process and very selfishly refused to drop out. God, liberals are awesome, man. You guys have already went in. You've already fucking completely rewrote the narrative in your mind, I think. Sorry, I was listening to the story. I'm not liberal. Like, the guy who you're fawning over, talking about this beautiful moment with his dead son or whatever the fuck, as of 3 days ago, authorized $3.5 billion for Israel and 6,500 rounds of ammunition to ship to Israel. Israel then turned around and fucking killed like 100 people praying in a mosque. Okay? What are you talking about? With American weapons, by the way. Like, that's insane to me. I'm sorry. This is my calculation on this has not changed just because he did the right thing, which, by the way, he didn't want to do anyway.
And when we knew he wasn't going to live. And he said, Dad, I know. We know what's going to happen. He said, I'm going to be okay, Dad. I'm all right. I'm not afraid. But, Dad, you got to make me a promise. I said, what's that, Bo? He said, I know when it happens, you're going to want to quit. You're not going to stay engaged. He went with my dad. He said, look at me. Look at me, Dad. Give me your word as a Biden. When I go, you'll stay engaged. Give me your word. Give me your word. And I did. And then that's why I had not planned on running after he died. And then Charlottesville happened.
In 2017, white supremacist demonstrations in Charlottesville, Virginia turned deadly when, on August 12th, Heather Heyer, a civil rights activist, was murdered in what the Justice Department called a hate-inspired act of domestic terrorism. Biden has long traced his decision to run in 2020 to that moment.
It really is the beginning of your journey to the presidency. As you look at American democracy 7 years later, how do you see it?
When I spoke to the mom who lost her daughter, it's a consequence of those neo-Nazis and white supremacists come out of fields in America with torches, carrying Nazi banners, singing the same sick anti-Semitic bile that was sung in Germany in the 30s. And when her daughter was killed, the press went to the then President Trump and said, what do you think? He said, they're very fine people on both sides. And I knew then, I knew I had to do something. And that's why I decided to run, because democracy was literally at stake. And, and then he evidenced everything that we thought. January 6th, when attack on the Capitol. Talked about now, because he now talks about.
No, this would have been great. Imagine if that debate never happened, dude. Holy shit. Hey, I haven't been paying attention to politics. Have the Dems realized this guy needs to drop out for them to have a chance? Nah, he's still president. I'm writing him in. Liberals got to be thanking the Biden team until next year. I mean, they didn't do it deliberately. They did it because they're fucking stupid. You're a coward if you don't still vote for. No, I'm a Biden or buster. I actually will be riding with Biden come November. I'm riding him in.
I'm making sure they're all let out of prison. They're going to pardon them. Think of this. Every other time the Ku Klux Klan's been involved, they wore hoods so they're not identified. Under his presidency, they came out of those woods with no hoods, knowing they had an ally. That's how I read it. They knew they had an ally in the White House. And he stepped up for them.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power in January 2025?
If Trump wins, no, I'm not confident at all. I mean, if Trump loses, I'm not confident at all. He means what he says. We don't take him seriously. He means it. All the stuff about if we lose, there'll be a bloodbath. Have to be a stolen election. Look what they're trying to do now in the local election districts where people count the votes. They're putting people in place in states that they're going to count the votes, right? You can't love your country only when you win.
Trump has said his remarks on Charlottesville were not intended to praise white nationalists, and that he was warning of economic carnage when he said bloodbath. But Trump...
When is he going to talk about his signature accomplishments that are going to cause the Democrats to win by a landslide in every state? I'm talking AUKUS. I'm talking Five Eyes. I'm talking NATO, baby. A lot of people said there was going to be a Finlandization of NATO. Well, I turned around and I NATOized Finland. NATO! Minnesota!
Trump isn't the only thing on Biden's mind.
Thank you.
You have about 5 months left in your presidency. You're managing 2 wars, domestic policy, the economy. On foreign policy, Israel's war with Hamas. Is a ceasefire possible before the end of your term?
Still possible. The plan I put together, endorsed by the G7, endorsed by the UN Security Council, etc., is still viable.
Who's the hurdle, Brando? Who's the hurdle to the ceasefire negotiations being completed, Brandon? Could it perhaps be the party that assassinated the principal negotiator on the fucking Palestinian side after killing his entire family in Gaza? You know his ass is going to say it's Hamas holding it back. Oh, I hate him. I hate him so much.
And I'm working literally every single day and my whole team to see to it that it doesn't escalate into a regional war. But it easily can.
You've had a lot of ambition. Some senators told me in March of 2021, you took them into the Oval Office and pointed up at FDR's portrait and said, we're going big. We're going in that direction.
I did.
He was a valid military target, Assange. Bro, no, he wasn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Is this even a line that anyone is saying? Like, where are you getting this? Because either you're being sarcastic, or, which I hope you are, or you like literally are not even listening to CNN at this point. Like, who? Are you getting this from fucking J-Post? Like, where has anyone said that the Politburo chief of Hamas, who is the principal negotiator in the ceasefire and a moderate figure by Israeli standards, was actually a totally valid military target? Like, I don't even know. Like, I guess Reddit, maybe? I don't know. I don't know who is, like, considering that to be the case. Because Western media itself doesn't fucking say that. Germany? No, I really want to know where so it was a war crime? It was a violation on, like, a million different fronts, okay? Reddit r/aquariums sorted by controversial. Does the chatter think the grandkids were valid? I'm not even talking about that. Eyes on the prize, okay? Yes, brother, it was an assassination on foreign soil, on Iranian soil. Like, it's a crime in every capacity of the word. Israel can violate sovereignty of any country it wants. Is that really the way that you are operating here when you arrive at this? Explain to me where you heard that he was a valid military target, or why you think he's a valid military target. You don't have to apologize. I just want to know, because I'm legitimately asking. I am actually unironically curious. I want to know where this information is being disseminated from, and I want to know what steps you took to arrive at this conclusion. Like, you cannot kill a foreign diplomat and violate another country, a third country's fucking sovereignty in the process. I thought anyone that oversees military operations are valid targets, even a president. First of all, he does not oversee the military operations, so you're wrong on that front. He's not even like a commander-in-chief. The Hamas military branch is totally separate from Politburo. Like, he doesn't oversee the military operations at all. That's number one. Number two, he is a diplomat in this process. He is the principal negotiator. He is the principal negotiating party for the Palestinian side. He has sat in rooms with Israeli officials. But no, a person who oversees military operations are not valid targets either. Like, unless you're you're operating on whatever Israel does is good and whatever America does is good, but whatever anyone else does is bad. This motherfucker is snoring behind me so goddamn loud. You can't hear her, but holy shit. You're about to lose the one Israeli watcher.
My name is Valmav. I'm 18 years old, and I refuse to be complicit in genocide. I'm expected to enlist today, and I'm going to refuse and go to military prison for an indefinite amount of
התורה
time.
הקדושה אוסרת עלינו מלחמה, התורה הקדושה אוסרת עלינו צבא, אסור לנו להתגרות באומות. אנחנו צריכים לבוא ולהתפשר על מה שאפשר, כי העיקר זה החיים ולא המוות.
You just saw all of the Hassanabi heads in Israel. All the Jewish Israeli Hassanabi heads in one video. Wait, what? Bro, who cares? Biden eventually did do the right thing. What's going on in Gaza blows up, but I'm sorry. The biggest threat right now is making sure Trump doesn't take back White House. So who gives a crap if he's talking about his dead son again? The only thing that matters now is making sure Dems win. Okay. Well, if that's the only thing you care about, then you should probably understand that there's a major weakness here, okay, in terms of like the election chances, the re-election chances, by allowing the Israeli Trump to have this massive, massive power over how the American elections swing. Because if they pull the American military into an escalated conflict by continuously doing whatever the fuck they want in the region, many Americans are going to very quickly run sour of the wishy-washy narratives that Kamala Harris is channeling whenever she talks about fucking Gaza, whenever she talks about Israel and how to deal with Israel. Currently, it's not in the forefront of American consciousness. That will change if American soldiers are operating in the region defending Israel, okay? It's already started. There's already aircraft carriers in the area. Okay. Trump promised that UFC fighter to stop the genocide. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. He did not. And I think, and I'm not kidding, I think he thought the dude was asking, Khabib was asking not about Gaza, but about Ukraine. I'm not even kidding. Trump has consistently said he's gonna give Israel the tools to finish the job. Okay. There is no voting for Trump to end the genocide. You're out of your mind. Trump is besties with Benjamin Netanyahu. No, Hassan, Khabib was definitely asking about Gaza. I know Khabib was asking about Gaza. I'm saying that I don't think Trump read it as Khabib asking about Gaza. Nah, people yourself even have glazed over by the walls pick. Not enough heart stains, people. Yeah, that's precisely the reason why I have obviously stopped covering the endless atrocities in Gaza, as you know, and keep telling people to vote blue no matter who, and keep telling the protesters to shut the fuck up and not disrupt my Queen Kamala speaking. You know, that's why I do all of those things, right? Famously. I'm always doing that. Anyway, let's continue. We got JD Vance as well.
And we have, with the great help of...
You'll do that next week when you cross the protest line? Yeah, dude, it's like fucking... Yeah, I know. That's what I will be doing when I operated the DNC. You do realize that the DNC having me there, like allowing me to be inside of the DNC, is like having the protesters inside of the DNC. You know that, right? Like, you understand that? I think my position is pretty fucking broadly known and broadly popularized at this point. Like, you have to be fucking unimaginably delusional if you think that like I'm going to be crossing the picket line and not being committed to the plight of the Palestinians by going to the fucking DNC. No joke, a bunch of Twitter left to say Trump is a peace choice and he would end the war. What is going on? Do they not know that means Glass Gaza? people fucking, yeah. Zana says, see you at the DNC. Wow, I can't believe she's crossing the picket line. She must not care about the Palestinians. So all these new viewers think they're more left than thou. I know. It's always a fun and cute little thing. So one thing that I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. I'm having a Biden moment.
So many people. Look, democracy works.
I was answering the question about Trump being a peaceful candidate. One thing you have to always remember. Listen to my words. Americans are so susceptible to marketing. Okay? Americans are incredibly susceptible to marketing. They are primed. To believe marketing. That's it. Americans especially are primed to marketing. So when Trump says he's the peaceful candidate, he's the dove, whatever, people want to believe it. People end up believing it sometimes.
And it was very important to prove that it worked. I mean, look at what we've been able to do. We've created 16 million jobs. I mean, real new jobs. We've gotten around the brink of having the private sector invest over $1 trillion. $1 trillion in the American economy. One of the things I fought for as a senator a long time was to change the dynamic of how we grow the economy. Not from the top down, but from the bottom up. The idea of trickle-down economics doesn't work in my view.
You're proud of this record. Will we see you out on the campaign trail for Vice President Harris?
Yes, you will. I talk to her frequently, and by the way,
no,
I've
stay
known
away.
her running mate is a great guy.
Stay away. Nope. Stay the fuck away. Stay the fuck away, Joe. Joe, stay the fuck away, Joe. Don't do it. Thank God he's so old. That's a bluff. He's bluffing. He's gonna throw. We
say, if we grew up in the same neighborhood, we'd have been friends. He's my kind of guy. He's real. He's smart. I've known him for several decades. I think it's a hell of a team.
To those who have expressed skepticism about how much you'll be on the trail or about the rest of your term, raise questions about your health, what do you say to them?
All I can say is watch. That's all. Look,
Watch me.
I had a really, really bad day in that debate because I was sick. But I have no...
Watch me. We have, bro. We've seen it. We saw it. 50 million Americans saw it, and we're like, oh my God. It was so disastrous that you literally had to do something that has not really happened ever in American history.
Serious problem. I was talking to Governor Shapiro, who's a friend. We have to win Pennsylvania, my original home state. He and I are putting together a campaign tour in Pennsylvania.
No, LBJ doesn't count because the reasons were different. No, LBJ doesn't count because the reasons were different. Joe was forcibly removed from the ticket. Okay? Come on, dude.
Pennsylvania, I'm going to be campaigning in other states as well. And I'm going to do whatever Kamala thinks I can do to help most.
We had this conversation in the president's private residence, here in the White House Treaty Room, where historic peace agreements have been signed. Watching over us, Ulysses S. Grant, the general turned president who labored to restore the Union after the Civil War.
When you think about the presidency, we're here in a special room in the residence, so much history in this room. How do you want history to remember President Biden?
That he proved democracy can work. It got us out of a pandemic. It produced the single greatest economic recovery in American history. We're the most powerful economy in the world. We have more to do. And it demonstrated that we can pull the nation together. Look, I've always believed, and I still do, the American people are good and decent. They're honorable people.
Nah.
When I announced my candidacy to run way back for president, I said we got to do three things. Restore the soul of America. Build the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. And bring the country together. No one thought we could get done. And including not my own people, what we got done. But one of the problems is I knew all the things we did were going to take a little time to work their way through. So now people are realizing, oh, that highway, the big mistake we made, we didn't put up signs saying Joe did it.
They did.
Folks!
They literally did, and it was actually smart of them to do so. They did do that, and also it was actually brilliant. They literally have signs on infrastructure projects where it just straight up says Like, this was brought to you by Joe Biden. And they should do that. Why the fuck wouldn't they? I think that's valid to do. Some of the best aspects of his fucking presidency. Flaunt it. Who cares? Hassan, you may not believe it, but most people are actually decent and normal. Wait, I do believe that, bro. Calm down, okay? I'm making a joke when I said, oh, no, American people are not decent, okay? Shut up. Don't be so fucking baby brain.
The people of this nation have spoken.
4 years ago, what Joe did was defeat Donald Trump. Now, with Trump attempting to return to the White House, Biden is sounding the alarm in a way sitting presidents rarely, if ever, do.
The stakes are that high to you.
I give you my word, I think they're that high. Mark my words. If he wins this nomination, this election, watch what happens. It's a danger. He's a genuine danger to American security. Look, we're at an inflection point in world history. We really are. The decisions we make in the last 3-4 years and the next 3 or 4 years are going to determine what the next 6 decades look like. And democracy is the key. And that's why I went down and made that speech at Johnson Center about the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is so out of whack. So out of whack. And so I propose that we limit the terms to 18 years. Anyway, there's little regard by the MAGA Republicans for the political institutions. That's what holds this country together. That's what democracy is about. That's who.
I don't know why when he whispers, it like cuts into my soul. I hate when he whispers, dude. It's so creepy. Who the fuck told him it was fine to whisper like this? I hate it. I hate it so much.
Who we are as a nation.
Mr. President, thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be with you.
An honor to be in this room with you. Thank you.
What a difference a few weeks makes. Before President Biden dropped out of the presidential race, that was 3 weeks ago today, Democrats were discouraged. Republicans were on a roll, and it looked like Donald Trump was well on his way to winning back the White House. Now, a new New York Times Siena poll of the battleground states likely to determine who will win shows that the Kamala Harris-Tim Walz ticket has the momentum, leading Trump-Vance by 4 points among likely voters in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That's a dramatic change after what the Times is calling the worst 3 weeks of Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. After a rough start as Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance is now leading the Republican effort to define the Harris-Walz ticket and to regain the momentum. I caught up with him this weekend at his home state of Ohio. We started with the state of the race. Thank you for joining us, Senator Vance. So, thanks for being here. I saw Kamala Harris said that she's the underdog in this race. Is that the way you see it? I mean, are you guys still the front runners here?
Look, I think that we are going to have a very tight election, John, and that we just have to sprint to the finish line. We have about 88 days to actually persuade the American people that President Trump should be their president and be their vice president. And I think you just take nothing for granted. You don't believe any polls, whether the ones that are good for you or bad for you. You just try to persuade people as much as you can, and the chips are going to fall where they are.
But Trump seems to think that he's got a huge lead. I mean, you just said this at the press conference. He suggested it could be a landslide looking at polls. Do you tell him that you need to kind of temper expectations?
I think President Trump is extremely confident. Look, I'm extremely confident. I think we're going to win. I also think that we have to work as hard as possible for the remainder of the election to try to persuade Americans to vote for us. That's the name of the game. But yeah, look, do I think President Trump is actually as confident as he pretends to be in public? Yes, he actually is. But we still have to work very hard.
So
there's a weird way to say that.
Talk about racism and whatnot. You faced some really nasty stuff. I saw this thing that Nick Fuentes, of course, he's an avowed white supremacist. He said, "What kind of a man marries somebody named Usha? Clearly, he doesn't value his racial identity, his heritage." I mean, this is racist garbage.
Yes, it is.
But this is also a guy that dined with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago during this campaign.
Well, and that Donald Trump doesn't know anything about and frankly doesn't care for. But yeah, look, my attitude to these people attacking my wife is she's beautiful, she's smart. What kind of man marries Usha? A very smart man and a very lucky man, importantly. And my view is, look, if these guys want to attack me or attack my views, my policy views, my personality, come after me. But don't attack my wife. She's out of your league.
But, I mean, that dinner that Trump had, and of course it was Kanye West, the guy that's praised Hitler, who arranged it all, that was back a year and a half ago, and Trump still hasn't given a full-throated denouncement of this guy who said that terrible stuff, but he said, I mean, he's a white supremacist.
Look, I think President Trump has issued plenty of condemnations on this. The one thing that I like, the one thing I like about Donald Trump, John, is that he actually will talk to anybody. But just because you talk to somebody doesn't mean you endorse their views. And look, I mean, Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife. Every time he sees her, he gives her a hug, tells her she's beautiful, and jokes around with her a little bit. I'm not at all worried about Donald Trump. I'm worried sometimes about these ridiculous attacks. But again, this is what you sign up for when you come into politics. I wish people would keep it focused on me, but whatever. They're going to say what they're going to say. My wife's tough enough to handle it, and that's a good thing.
All right, let's focus on something that's gotten a lot of attention. I mean, you know, this cat ladies comment. You talk about Democrat Party dominated by childish cat ladies. Put that aside. You also made a policy proposal.
Yes.
Which was why Tucker Carlson had you on for that interview. And you said you advocated giving extra votes to people with children, which seems a little...
Well, John, it's not a policy proposal. It's a thought experiment, right? Democrats said we should give children the right to vote. Some Democrats had said we're going to give children the right to vote. And I said, well, if we're going to give the rights to the children, then we should actually just allow the parents to cast those.
Who has said that? If this motherfucker doesn't follow up with which Democrat has said children should be able to vote,
votes, right? I trust a parent more with a decision like that than I do, say, a 14-year-old. So it's a thought experiment. There are, though, policy positions behind my view that the country should become more pro-family, right? One thing I learned as a dad is after our second child we brought home, we have 3 little kids, we got these ridiculous surprise medical billings from the hospital because we had chosen an out-of-network provider, of course, at this most stressful of all imaginable moments. I've actually introduced legislation to stop moms and dads from having to go through those surprise medical billings. We want to expand the child tax credit. There's so much that we want to do, John, to make the country more pro-family. And I think it is frankly shameful.
How do you propose whipping votes in your own party to expand child tax credits when the expansion of child tax credits was a pivotal legislative agenda item for the Democratic Party, which did expand child tax credits, but then due to the overwhelming popularity of it, had not made it permanent, thought that there could be legislation to make it permanent. The Republicans actually destroyed that. There is currently a bill on the floor of the Senate to expand child tax credits. Will you give us your assurance to vote for it if it happened to pass tomorrow?
That the Harris administration has lied about what I actually said. Look, sometimes family doesn't work out for people, and that's okay. But I do think that Kamala Harris herself has pursued some anti-family policies, and that is a problem and something we ought to push back against.
So I put aside whatever other people. I mean, I listened to your entire speech. I listened to the whole thing, and you know, I saw, and you did say you weren't talking about people who physically can't have children. I mean, that's not what you were saying.
Well, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, right?
And it didn't work out. You did say that. You called it throat clearing, I think. You said, you know,
Senate Republicans blocked bill to expand child tax credit. Democrats held the vote and made criticism over Senator J.D. Vance's comments about childless cat ladies, seeking to cast the GOP as on the wrong side of helping families and raising children. The vote was 48-44, with the vast majority of GOP senators voting against it. Democrats voted in favor, with the exception of 2 independents who caucus with Democrat Senator Bernie Sanders and Joe Manchin. And just 3 Republicans voted for it: Josh Hawley, Rick Scott, Mark Wayne Mullen. I don't know why Bernie voted against it. Oh, no, it's saying he voted for it. Democrats voted in favor with the exception of 2 independents who caucus with Democrats. Wait, the vote on the bill, which would provide most financial help to multi-child households. Senate Republicans blocked a bipartisan bill on Thursday to expand the child tax credit and provide some tax breaks for businesses. Oh, my God. They put I didn't realize there was a poison pill in there. I strongly support restoring the expanded child tax credit from the American Rescue Plan that reduced childhood poverty in America by 40%. I cannot in good conscience, however, vote for the tax package that is being voted upon today. At a time when massive wealth and income inequality, we should not be giving tens of billions of dollars of tax breaks to some of the largest, most profitable corporations. This legislation would hand out a $2 billion retroactive tax break each to Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, some of the most profitable defense contractors in the world. God, I fucking hate the Democratic Party. Why? Just put a straight line. Just put a straight line proposal, man. What the fuck? I didn't even realize there was a poison provision in there. Vance stumps is pro-family but skips vote on the child tax break. This also literally offers cover when Bernie doesn't vote, when Bernie doesn't caucus with the Democrats. It also offers cover for the people like J.D. Vance to not vote for it. You know what I mean? What? Trump 2024? Oh, come on. Lake, you can't be clapping these hogs. Does his research on NBC News. Lamau definitely a bot. Trump 2024, just like fake hijack rallies. Like, that guy is hallucinating. That's awesome. Like, we want that. We want that guy to fucking be in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear from that guy. I'm excited to hear what kind of new insanities this person is going to put forward.
Look, I'm not talking about that, but you
Well,
did
because
say,
I knew people would try to misrepresent it, so it's
but
important
let's
to
look
be
at what,
clear.
Let's look at what you exactly said. You
Please.
said when you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power. You should have more of an ability to speak your voice in a democratic republic than the people who don't have kids. I mean, you are directly saying that people with kids should have more of a voice in our democracy. Thought experiment or not about how that is done, but that is the principle. And I mean, I could read on, but you are expressing a principle here.
Again, John, it's a thought experiment. I've been a senator for 2 years. Have I proposed any legislation to the effect? Of course not. Sometimes people make remarks in response to something that somebody else has said. If it was a policy proposal, I would have made the policy proposal in my 2 years in the United States Senate. Now, I do think, John, to be clear here, because I think it's important to focus on what I actually said, I do think becoming a parent affects you in a very profound way. I've seen friends of mine, certainly in my own life, becoming a father does really give you this incredible perspective. You have this little life that you have to take care of. It's an amazing thing, and it does make you think differently about your responsibilities. So yeah, I absolutely do think that being a parent changes you in a profound way. I do not think that we ought to be changing the way that we do votes in this country. I was responding to a Democratic proposal in a very, very thought experiment way.
And you predicted that you would get.
You should ask, who was the Democrat? Who proposed it in the Democratic Party? Just ask that question, man. Be a little do some journalism. Like, this is minor league shit, okay? Who's the Can you tell me who the Democrat was that proposed that children should be able to vote? I don't know. Maybe there was one. I don't know. I want to know. It is pretty funny that he's like, oh, I proposed it as a thought experiment.
Get attacked. He said, I'm sure the Atlantic, the Washington Post will come out and say, well, doesn't this mean non-parents don't have as much of a voice as parents? Doesn't it mean that parents get a bigger say in how our democracy functions? Yes, absolutely. So do you regret saying that? You take that back?
Look, John, again, I'm talking about a thought experiment here, and do I regret saying it? I regret.
Oof, he is getting fucking. I mean, this is still pretty bad for him look-wise. It shows that he doesn't have backbone. It feeds into the wishy-washy narratives about JD Vance. Like, I think most people will ask the question, what the fuck is a thought experiment? Yeah.
Regret that the media and the Kamala Harris campaign has frankly distorted what I said.
How's that distorting what I just read your words? How's that distorting what you said?
Because they have turned this into a policy proposal that I never made, John. I said I want us to be more pro-family, and I do want us to be more pro-family. And I do think, look, when you're a parent and you have children, you obviously have a different perspective, and I said that too, and I certainly believe that. But I think that the idea, John, that I actually want to change the American voting system to give 12-year-olds the right to vote and then to give control over it to their parents, it's ridiculous. I never said that. I was responding to a Democratic line.
Okay. I mean, it was a speech on the. Anyway, we'll people. The speech is online. People can
Please,
watch it.
but in the beginning, John, I say Democrats have proposed giving these rights to children. I say if we're going to give them to children, let the parents cast that vote.
So I want to ask you about abortion. There's this proposed amendment that's going to be on the ballot in Florida that basically codifies a constitutional right, state constitutional right, to have an abortion up to about 24 weeks. I assume this is something you oppose.
Well, what I believe, and I'm running to be the vice president of the United States, is that the American people have to make this decision. And President Trump has said explicitly,
the future is now 16 and 17-year-olds win the right to vote in local elections in Vermont town. Wow. Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of where the Democrats were coming from with this expanding the right to vote to minors in this fucking Vermont town local elections, bro. What are you talking about? This is ridiculous. This is a little bit more reasonable. Nancy Pelosi saying she backs lowering voting age to 16. Okay, that's from Caleb J. Hull, though. I don't know how valid this is. Wait, where the fuck did the article go? Fox News spun it as a Dem project.
Let's have a debate, shall we? Republican presidential.
The so-called Vote 16 campaign recently notched a victory in Vermont. Yeah, this is like local elections in one Vermont town, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? This is not like a nationwide project. The Vermont policy was in 2024. His speech was in 2021. No, Nancy Pelosi, they're claiming that Nancy Pelosi backed the idea of lowering it. That would be a little bit more reasonable for him to say that. Critics of lowering the voting age often cite that teen brain is not fully developed. Vermont and Missouri are hardly alone in undergoing campaigns. Like, this is for local elections and shit. It's irrelevant. But the Nancy Pelosi one is like a little bit more significant. I myself have always been for lowering the voting age to 16. I think it's really important to capture kids when they're in high school, when they're interested in all this, when they're learning about the government, to be able to vote. Pelosi just advocated for lowering the voting age. Pelosi's comments Thursday echoed those she has made previously, including 2015 New York Times. I mean, this is just like her own thing, but it's a little bit more valid to claim that Democrats are doing. Democrats have suggested to lower the voting age to 16. Still crazy to fucking give that right to the parents. You always agree with Pelosi on everything. It's disgusting. Yeah, she's my goat. She's my queen. She's the bold visionary that we need right now. Okay. I just need to get her to be like a little bit invested in fixing the Gaza situation so that we can finally get some momentum on that front. I have it on good authority that David DePipe was a Mossad agent or something. You know, I'm just going to start lying about that with hopes that Nancy Pelosi pays attention and swiftly and expeditiously moves to push for a weapons embargo. No more arms shipments for Israel. If Nancy wanted to fix Gaza, it would take 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. I believe in my goat. I believe in my queen. I think it would be far faster than 2 weeks. She would do it. I do also want to point that, like, I personally don't give a shit about 16-year-olds being able to vote, but I do think it would be completely ridiculous to allow their parents to vote on their behalf. Classic. I also am a firm, committed defender of a max voting age. Apparently, the Dana Fash interview was way worse for JD.
They're going to make this decision on a state-by-state level. He won the nomination of our party. He's determined what the platform is. And I think that he's doing something that's actually very, very important, which is to try to help the country find some common ground. Look, California is going to have a less restrictive abortion policy than Ohio, where we're sitting. Ohio is going to have a less restrictive abortion policy than Alabama. I think the people have to make these decisions, and that's the way for us to come together.
Yeah, the democracy narrative on this is so funny when 75% of the country overwhelmingly thought that this was not a good idea to like change the narrative on abortion, change the law on abortion. And also every single state, has actually fucking put ballot initiatives up, and the Republican Party itself has literally tried to nuke these ballot initiatives, specifically in the state of Ohio, because they know that shit is going to motivate people and remind people that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And people don't want to be reminded of that. They want to just subscribe and never think about that ever again. But at the top of the hour, I still serve you a 3-minute ad break. And those who are unsubscribed at this moment will actually end up seeing the 3-minute ad break. Here it is right now. This is another way that you can figure out that the hours are passing. You should be grateful. I'm basically like Big Ben, throwing bagels at the wall. What a name. Throwing bagels at the wall. Thank you for the 10-tier gift to subs. 10-tier 1 gift to subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
As a country, over a very tough issue.
But this should be, I assume this is an easy
Javier,
one for you. I mean,
thank you for the 5.
Been very clear about how you feel about abortion. I mean, if you've compared it to slavery.
I didn't compare it to slavery, John.
The impact on the society to slavery, yes.
Ask the question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, just again, the idea of codifying, whatever the state, codifying a right to abortion up to about 24 weeks, isn't that something you oppose?
Well, look, in Ohio, we had a referendum in the state, and
you made your position
and I aggressively advocated for the pro-life view because I want to save as many babies as possible. Also, importantly, John, the people of Ohio decided by about a 60-40 margin to reject the pro-life framing, and you have to respect the will of the people. That's all that Donald Trump has said. That's what I believe. And as someone who really does want to say, John, I do want us to become a more pro-family country. I want us to have more babies and more families. I want our neighborhoods to be filled with the laughter of children and thriving families. We and the pro-life community, I think, have to figure out how to better make our case to the American people and how to make it easier to have a baby. It's way too expensive. Housing is through the roof. Medical costs are through the roof. President Trump and I have actually advanced a series of policies that would make it easier for us to have families. I think that's where we're focused on as a presidential ticket. And as the president has said, on abortion policy specifically, the states are going to make up their minds.
And Donald Trump's going to have a chance to vote on that, and he says he's going to offer his position, didn't say what it was. Would you be disappointed if Donald Trump says that he supports a constitutional right to abortion?
I'll let Donald Trump offer his position, and I'll talk about it then.
What would you encourage him to do on that, though? I mean, this is a pretty fundamental idea for you. I mean,
John, what I would
such a
Bro, he's so fucking weird, dude. Oh my God. Like, the way he talks, I don't know. Maybe I'm too, like, fucking bi-coastal elitist minded. But like the way he's just talking about like having children. I'm listening, by the way. I wasn't here, but I'm like still listening to this fucking freak. Like I heard everything he said. Like, oh, we gotta have little babies running around every town. Like he seems obsessed. Like he seems genuinely pathologically obsessed with this idea of like every American must have a child. Like it seems odd, bro. I don't know why he talks about it so much. Like most people think having a child is a wonderful thing, right? Understandably so. It's like a biological thing that we have inside of us. Some people don't want to have kids, and that's perfectly fine too. But like most people dream of a future where they have the white picket fence and they have their children and they're in a loving marriage and whatever. But like his obsessive, pathological hyper focus on like, we have to make sure that Americans breed. It just like comes across as a kink more than anything else. It comes across like Elon Musk talking about it. I don't think people think about having a child from this aspect of like improving birth rates. Like no one thinks about it like that. I don't even think white supremacists think about it like that. Like it's a perfectly normal and valid feeling that a lot of people have that they want to have children. I want to have kids one day, you know what I mean? Like it's normal as fuck. But the way he talks about it is very odd. It just, I don't know if it's because like he's kind of gross and his vibes are fucked up, or there's just a little bit too much emphasis on the we must improve the birth rates no matter what. Like that it like freaks me out a little bit.
Leader in
what I would encourage him to do is to do what he's done up to this point, which is to try to find some common ground here and try to advance some pro-family policy so that people feel like they have more options, right? A lot of the reason that women choose to terminate a pregnancy is very often they don't feel like they have any other choice. We want to give them more options to choose to have that baby, to make it easier to raise that baby. I think Donald Trump has shown real leadership by focusing on that and not on the culture war topic of what each individual state's abortion policy should be.
You've said that Donald Trump is the greatest president of your lifetime.
He is.
Who, in your mind, is the greatest vice president of your lifetime?
It's a good question. I haven't thought much about that. I think George H.W. Bush did a very good job as vice president. You could pick a number of guys.
Oh my God. Oh God. That's a big mistake. Read my lips, no new taxes. Mr. CIA himself. I mean, Dick Cheney was a demon, so I don't think he'll say Dick Cheney. You really can't say any VPs, honestly, or any Republican Ps. Like a lot of the Republican, beyond Ronald Reagan, you have to go past Ronald Reagan. You can't say Nixon either. Oh my God, I'm just realizing that like so much of the recent Republican presidents and vice presidents, with the exception of like Ronald Reagan, are now thought about in really gross ways overall.
Guys who've done a perfectly fine job, but the president really sets the tone for policy, and I think a lot more about the president than about the vice president. And fundamentally, my role in the administration is to support him in enacting the agenda. That's what I'm going to work on.
Trump was asked recently very directly, would you be ready to be president on day one?
Sure.
When he arrived? And it was notable that he didn't answer the question. Instead, what he said is the vice presidential candidate doesn't matter. I mean, what did you...
Ooh, that's gotta hurt, man. He did say that. Big L.
What did you make when you heard him not answer that directly?
Well, he said that a million times, both in private and in public.
But he's asked really directly,
he's right.
Are you ready?
Most people, oh, come on, John. He's right. Most people, 99% of the country, they don't vote on who the vice presidential nominee. They're voting for Donald Trump or for Kamala Harris, not for JD or Tim Walz, right? But what I think that he does believe, because he made it the main focus of his vetting process, is, do I think this person can be president on day one if, God forbid, something happens? Yes. So I absolutely am sure that Donald Trump is confident in my abilities. I also think that he's right. That the
Ooh. I mean, he deserves it. Like, he deserves getting bitched out like this. He deserves sitting in the cuck seat. I mean, that's why he's such a like wormy little, he's such a conniving little backstabbing, carpet bagging worm that like, that's exactly the type of person that Donald Trump wanted. Oh, it's a real Theodore Cruz moment here, cuck chair.
politics of this really don't matter that much.
One of the proposals, it's in the platform, you've talked about it, Trump's talked about it, is a mass deportation. Now, I know he said, you'll start with the easy ones, the criminals, people commit crimes, deport them. But he said deporting 15 to 20 million people. How do you actually do that?
Well, John, we have to start with the fact that we have a wide open southern border because our border czar actually set a lot of open border policies. They suspended.
She's not actually, she wasn't the border czar.
Oh, that was what the media called her. She assumed the title. She had control over a lot of our border policy at a time when they were suspending. Let me finish, John. The time they were suspending deportations, they stopped Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, and they reinstituted catch and release. They basically threw open the gates of our country, and now we have a ton of fentanyl, a ton of people suffering.
But how are you going to get 10 to 15 to 20 million people
Well,
out
the
of
first
the country?
thing you have to do is to stop the bleeding, stop the open border, get Kamala Harris out of there, and actually re-implement the Remain in Mexico policy, rebuild or finish Donald Trump's border wall, and you do that and you stop.
It's pretty funny to be like, nobody cares about the VP, and then be like, Kamala Harris was the principal responsible party for the border as the vice president. But like, I think holding their feet to the fire about mass deportations and what that looks like is important. And I think the Republicans do understand that that is going to look like straightforward fascist narratives that will cause Americans to take a second look at the mass deportations proposals and be grossed out by it, which is why he's like, oh, we just got to stop the bleeding.
The bleeding. Now, you're right. Once you do that, once you stop Kamala Harris's open border policies, you've got to do something with the people who are already here. And I think that you take a sequential approach to it. You are going to have to deport some people. If you're not willing to deport a lot of people, you're not willing to have a border when there are 20 million illegal aliens in our country.
10 to 15 million people, this is like, I mean...
Well, John, I think that's the wrong attitude to take of it. Okay, so
Yeah, it's just like Hitler when talking about the number of Jews that he wants to fucking melt in concentration camps. This is the wrong attitude. It's just 6 million. I mean, when you think about it, it's just 6 million. It's fine. It's like another 6 with the Roma population, another with the disabled and gay people, queer people, trans people. It's like, we'll give or take 12 million. It's not a big deal, right? The elderly Slavs. It's an insane thing to say. You are talking about 15 million humans, dude. Like human beings with children, human beings with lives, human beings with homes, human beings with like goals, aspirations. Like you cannot just hand wave that aside.
Knock on doors and ask people for their papers.
Again, but I think there's a wrong.
Bro, I think I got some motherfucking producers watching me. I'm just saying, dude.
To take of it. Okay, so
you don't knock on doors and ask people for their papers.
Again, but I think this is the wrong attitude towards it, right? There's 20 million people here illegally. You start with what's achievable, you do that, and then you go on to what's achievable from there. I think that
let him flail. This is great. That's great. Ask him how you are going to deport 15 million people, bro. How are you going to do that? You're going to knock on doors, ask them for their papers? What is that going to look like? You called this from the start. I'll give you credit on this. Your plan is falling apart, my little dude. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to JD Vance? He's literally saying, so we want to do a Holocaust, but not like that. Exactly. Call into account how you are going to conduct the new American Holocaust. Make them explain it. Do you think the interview is doing a good job? He's doing an all right job. Equating deportations to genocide is so dishonest, big guy. You know, like Hitler wanted to originally also potentially deport the Jews too. Like, it's not like they were immediately like, no, we're just going to fucking start doing the murder tomorrow. Like, that's not how this works. You build up to it. You can't really be like, yeah, we want to kill 15 million people. How'd that work out? Yeah. Surely when you take 15 million people with like American citizen children, with jobs, with, car payments that participate in the economy. Oh, the Madagascar. Yeah. Madagascar plan was a plan proposed by Nazi German government to forcibly relocate the Jewish population of Europe to the island of Madagascar. Guys, it's always, deportations are notoriously a perfectly valid, perfectly permissible, perfectly peaceful situation. Okay? Who amongst us has not originally had mass deportation programs that they then turned into mass ethnic cleansing campaigns in general? Get a proper source, you cornball. You are the one who just said Madagascar. If you know, you know. It's not like this is a fucking like a secret. This is not like a lesser known thing. Like, bro, this is literally like pulling up the page for the Holocaust on Wikipedia and be like, wow. Wow, dude, I can't believe you just pulled up the Wikipedia page for the Holocaust. It's like a fairly well-known thing, you know? The only reason why they haven't canceled Hasanabi is because you're a bot for them. Illegal. I'm delusional. The border never should have been wide open. But again, we got dumb people like you, Trump 2024. Literally, he is horrible at research. Literally, the only reason why they haven't canceled Hasanabi is because you're a bot for them. Who is they? Like, why would I be canceled? What have I done that is cancel worthy? Who is the they that would be canceling me? I don't. Liberal Twitch. Well, I mean, if you're talking about liberal Twitch has canceled me many times. I've been banned more times than most of your favorite content creators. If you also personally think that, like, I'm a liberal, I don't know what to tell you. Not exactly a big fan of the Democratic Party either. Regularly criticize the Democratic Party for leaning into right-wing bullshit. Are you for Biden? No. I literally said I would never vote for Joe Biden again. Also, Biden is not even fucking running, chatter. The fuck?
If you deport a lot of violent criminals, and frankly,
at what point does immigration become excessive, if ever? Immigration is a thing that would never actually be a problem for the receiving country if the receiving country was actually utilizing and properly processing all of the migrants that are coming in. There is no lump of labor, okay? There is no like finite amount of labor that people can engage with, that all of a sudden we go over the border, like over that boundary, and oh, oops, we have too many people and not enough jobs. The issue here is that there is a two-tier immigration system. There's a two-tier labor system. There is no world where, there's too many migrants, because what does that mean? Migrants coming in mean that there is need for more houses. You have to build more houses now. Who's going to build the fucking houses? Who's going to transport the materials? Those are workers, okay? You need to make better roads in order to connect these towns that you are building. Who's going to make the roads? The people that you are bringing into the country create more economic opportunities for the people that are already in the country, okay? This is the reason why, in the simplest terms, there is no lump of labor. The lump of labor is a fallacy that goes back to like the 18th fucking century, when economists were like, there is no such thing. There is no finite amount of there's no finite amount of labor opportunities. So the issue with respect to the immigration structure has always been the lack of processing migrants. Okay? I personally think that, it's not even just personally think. I know that America has been dominant and has not run into the same problems that like Japan and many other developed nations are running into as a consequence of the steady flow of migrants coming in, both documented and undocumented. American attitudes towards migration have always been historically much more favorable than their European counterparts. It's a relatively new phenomenon that America has become so right-wing on the issue of migration. Migrants are the backbone of this country. Migrants have built this country. Everyone here, in a long enough timeline, with the exception of Native Americans, the indigenous population here are migrants. Okay? Some are good, some are bad. But ultimately, the problem with migrants, the problem, in air quotes, with migrants, is completely born out of right-wing hysteria. right-wing hysteria that ties back to white flight and other white supremacist attitudes and values. Also, I'll take it one step further. Every group of migrants that are newly coming into the country, regardless of what country they're coming from, were originally met with a lot of resistance and hostility and were considered to be non-white, okay? And as demographic patterns change and as people become Americanized, which happens by usually around, according to studies conducted, like full-blown assimilation occurs by the third generation, but it's like damn near identical to the same outcomes, whether on education, whether on like job retention, by the second generation. But they become Americanized, and then they are brought into the white population. Slaves aren't migrants, Hassan. Oh, man. Thank you for bringing that up. I definitely was having a fucking, what's-his-face, Ben Carson moment. And I was saying that, like, yes, African slaves that were brought into the country forcibly under chattel slavery were actually migrants. That's what I was saying. Thank you for correcting me. Anyway, as I was saying, there has been a lot of resistance to the Irish when they first came in big waves. A lot of resistance to the Polish. They were not considered white. They were not under the white banner. There was resistance to Jews coming into the country. Okay? Greeks, Italians, and the like. All of which are now comfortably under the banner of whiteness, a part of the in-group. Okay? Chinese as well, yes. It's like one of the first ever anti-migration bills ever passed was the Chinese Exclusionary Act. So if you go back far enough in time, Benjamin Franklin thought Germans were swarthy, thought Nordics were not real white, that the only real white was Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and maybe some exceptions were made for the French because Benjamin Franklin loved French pussy. That is true. You can look it up. He wrote letters about how he considered Germans to not be real, genuine white. So, having said all of this, the last group to be placed under the banner of whiteness has been the Hispanic population. Okay, and their attitudes reflect that. The Hispanic population's voting patterns reflect that as well. The self-selection of being perceived white, especially for older Hispanic voters, also show that as well. A lot of people in this Twitch community get very mad at me when I say this every single time. It's just, it is what it is. This is what has happened in the last decade. Okay? Just making shit up now. You're right. You're right. I'm just making it up. I just totally made it up. Anyway, why would they get mad? A lot of times they're first generation, second generation, and also are very progressive, maybe even proud of not being like pasty, boring, vanilla white if you're in this community. So people get mad. Yeah. The most prominent neo-Nazi in the country is literally Hispanic. Nicolas Fuentes. Anyway, some Hispanics have been here for generations and have not assimilated. What do you mean? I don't know what that means. Assimilation is not necessarily a bad thing, especially because it's not usually done by force. The only time full-blown cultural integration doesn't occur is when there is genuine outward hostility towards the group of migrants that the country is receiving. That's why you see a lot of people develop more fundamentalist attitudes in diaspora than they would have had at home. Turks in Germany is one example of this. Another example is like some of the Muslim communities, or at least some of the most like popular sentiment that you hear from Muslim communities in the UK. That usually is born out of the genuine hostility that they experience from the receiving nation. So they end up not really integrating. America does not have that issue until recently. America normally doesn't have that issue because America has been, for all of its faults, an infinitely more open-minded nation in terms of immigration in comparison to the European counterparts. Okay? Also, assimilation isn't the same as erasure of unique cultural identity. You can assimilate into a society while still retaining unique cultural identity. That's how you get places like Chinatown, Koreatown, Little Bangladesh, Little Armenia, etc. Yes.
harder to hire illegal labor, which undercuts the wages of American workers. I think you go a lot of the way to solving the illegal immigration problem. But look, President Trump is absolutely right. You cannot have a border unless you're willing to deport some people. I think it's interesting that people focus on, well, how do you deport 18 million people? Let's start with 1 million. That's where Kamala Harris has failed, and then we can go from there.
And finally, before you go, you commit to this race to kind of sticking to the facts. I mean, I heard Donald Trump give this speech in Montana he just gave, and he said that Tim Walz has signed a letter letting the state kidnap children to change their gender, that allowing pedophiles to claim, to be exempt from crimes. I mean, this is not true. It's not remotely true.
Well, what President Trump said, and I haven't watched the whole rally.
What he said was not true.
What President Trump said, John, is that Tim Walz has supported taking children from their parents if the parents don't consent to gender reassignment. That is crazy. And by the way, Tim Walz gets on his high horse about mind your own damn business. One way of minding your own damn business, John, is to not try to take my children away from me if I have different moral views than you.
Allowing the state to kidnap children to change their sexual identity.
What I just explained to you, I would describe as kidnapping, John. He has absolutely done this stuff. It's not crazy, John. Come on.
It's not what
you should not be able to take people's children away from them.
And that's not what he's proposed.
If you disagree with decisions about gender reassignment, yes, he has proposed that, John. He absolutely has. Now, here's the more important thing, John. Why are we talking about inflation? Why are we talking about the fact that groceries are unaffordable thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, and so is housing? We've talked a little bit about the border. Why are we talking about the fact that the entire world is on fire because Kamala Harris's foreign policy, she's just asleep at the wheel? We have a set of plans. You talk about sticking to the facts. Donald Trump and I have a set of plans to lower the cost of housing and food, to bring peace back to the world with American leadership. That is all that we want to do, and I think it's telling.
Listen to his words. Donald Trump does this as well. The reason why Republicans act like they are peaceful doves is because the Democratic Party has completely lost the plot on being the party that used to advocate for peace. Okay? They did this in the same exact way as to how they completely capitulated to the right-wing framing on immigration. I saw this in my own lifetime. I saw this with my own 2 eyes, okay? Post 9/11, surely, of course, there were Democrats that were always, warmongers themselves. But you have to remember, like, from the Clinton era onward, the Democratic Party has actively switched its narrative, actively switched its attitude towards more war. Republicans, on the other hand, despite the fact that they are obviously warmongers and genuinely bloodthirsty, at least see a benefit in presenting themselves as the ones who will bring about world peace. Very important to understand.
That the Harris administration is focused so much on these side issues instead of on the real substance of why Americans are unhappy with Kamala Harris's
To be
leadership.
clear, I just asked you about something that Donald Trump brought up, not something that the Harris campaign brought up. I was asking you about Donald Trump's
No, I'm
words.
saying
Thank you.
But John, the Harris campaign, what are their policy views? They don't have a policy position on their website. Should she sit down and answer tough questions with you?
Yes,
I think she should.
absolutely.
Where is she?
Well,
but we respect the American people
hope,
enough.
We hope she'll be on the show soon.
I hope so
Thank
too,
you.
John, because the person who wants to be our president ought to sit down for some tough interviews. I'm willing to do it, and I wish she would too.
All right, J.D. Vance, thank you for your time. Really
Thanks,
appreciate
John.
it.
Appreciate it, man.
Our thanks to Senator Vance.
Welcome back to State of the Union. You just heard from the GOP vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Here with me now to respond is former presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg, a Navy veteran. Thank you so much for being here.
It's true. What the fuck is Kamala doing, not doing interviews? I agree. I think she should. I think she's a bit worried.
Much for doing this.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Senator.
Thank
so
you.
within a week of you being named on the VP ticket, the Democratic nominee changed. And you guys seem to be struggling a little bit with how to approach the new dynamic. How are you approaching your new opponent and the new ticket?
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty straightforward, actually. We're running against a set of policies that I think have failed the American people, and we're running to a set of policies.
Notice he changed the topic on the trans stuff. They're aware it's not popular. It's also a major fucking flub that they ran with the transphobia bullshit when it wasn't even a trans person. It would be unacceptable to run with this narrative if she was a trans person, but there would be significantly less people on board with it because unfortunately it is a very salient point for the American population that like trans people are tricksters and weird and cheating and ruining the integrity of sports or whatever. But in this circumstance, it's not a trans person at all. So they're going off the heels. I mean, they're just getting extra nutty on the timeline. And I think that it is, no, this is the full interview, chat, don't worry. And that is the reason why he tried to dodge that question.
Policies, President Trump's 4 years in office that I think really succeeded for the American people. And I think that what's different about it, and you're right, Dana, it is different, but what's different about it is that we're running against a different person who a lot of Americans just don't know. And so I think we have to remind people that President Trump delivered lower prices, lower inflation, a prosperous and peaceful world, and also a secure border. And Kamala Harris's policies have produced the exact opposite. Now, that was an easier case to make when Joe Biden was in there because people associate Joe Biden with the policies. But I think Kamala Harris clearly owns the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, especially when we consider the fact that, as we've all learned over the last few months, Joe Biden clearly isn't capable of doing the job. And so I think that drives home that Kamala Harris really has been the one calling the shots. I mean, how could she not? I think Joe Biden doesn't really know where he is.
Kamala Harris has been calling the shots as who?
Well, I think she has to have been, right? Because if she's not calling the shots, Dana, then who is? And I do think it drives home something that's fundamentally dishonest about the way that Vice President Harris and also a lot of senior Democrats have approached this. If you remember, for months, even years, the argument was that Joe Biden was sharp, he could clearly do the job. And the minute that he performed poorly in that debate and he became political dead weight, you have Kamala Harris and everybody else trying to throw him overboard. But I think the more troubling question is, why did so many senior Democrats, including the vice president, cover for him? And if Joe Biden wasn't capable of doing the job, as even a lot of Democrats say now, was Kamala Harris in charge or was somebody else in charge? And that's a real issue.
There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard. But I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
And it is taken off. The New York Times reports that when Donald Trump was asked about it, he said, "Not me, they're talking about JD."
Oh, he did say that. Bro, Trump is so awesome. He just can't stand not being popular. He can't stand being perceived as unintelligent. But more importantly than that, he can't stand not being perceived as popular. Like, he can definitely stand being perceived as like violent and aggressive and all of these things that invoke power. But the moment that you call him a fucking weirdo, he crumbles, dude. He's like, nah, they were talking about JD Vance, actually. Not me. They were saying that about JD.
Well, certainly they've levied that charge against me more than anybody else, but I think that it drives home how they're trying to...
You're such a cuck. This is precisely why he was selected to be VP. Because he is such a gross little worm, dude. Oh, he just took it. Bro, he just ate that. He just fucking ate that, dude. Oh my God. JD Vance is... I know exactly what photo this is. Yep. This is JD, baby. Oh, embarrassing. To be fair, there's not really much he could do to fix that, to salvage that, because it's so obvious. I mean, he literally said Trump can't be racist because he called wife Usha beautiful. He said that in the interview that we just watched. Dude, he literally said, and by the way, my wife is out of their league, referring to racists who talks about their partners like that. Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess he's like trying to defend it. I don't know how you just allow yourself to be embarrassed over and over again in front of the entire nation. I can tell you, it's when you're a careerist douchebag with no discernible position beyond having proximity to power. JD Vance was already a carpetbagger. He rose to prominence by literally selling out the Appalachian people. Okay? His own people. He called his mother a fucking crackhead in his book and said she was gross. He said the mountain people have a unique way of just being resentful and angry. Part of that was dire economic prospects that were presented to them. But also the other reason was because they just did not have any sort of real attitude towards picking themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. They're all uniquely fent-addicted monsters. He did that shit. He's gross, dude. He's a gross piece of shit. And liberals loved it. Liberals were like, oh my God, please tell me more about how these fucking mountain people are just like racist monsters who are all fent-addicted losers. Please tell us more about that. Oh, sanctioned one who knows how to whisper to the white working class. True, if it doesn't pay off, he just disappears into obscurity, though. Lamau, such a funny prospect after all that. Yeah.
Distract from their own policy failures. I mean, look, this is fundamentally schoolyard bully stuff. They can accuse me of whatever they want to accuse me of. As Harry S. Truman once said, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And I'm doing this because I think that me being vice president will help improve people's lives. So I accept their attacks, but I think that it is a little bit of projection, Dana. If you think about just take a couple of days ago. Tim Walz gives this big speech. He's been announced as the VP nominee. And I remember when I had just been announced as the VP nominee, I gave my big speech and I saw my wife and I gave her a big hug and a kiss because I love my wife and I think that's what a normal person does. Tim Walz gave his wife a nice, firm Midwestern handshake and then tried to sort of awkwardly correct for it. So I think that what it is...
Dude, that's not going to work. Bro, nope, you can't do that. You know what this is like? I'm going to tell you, hold on. Number one, he's still getting his talking points from Twitter. And worst of all, not just Twitter, but Donald Trump Jr. I saw this and I actually responded to it earlier today while we were streaming. I kind of let that shit slide in there. Totally normal to greet your wife with a firm handshake and bro hug / backslap. Tim Walz isn't weird at all, guys. So that was like something that Donald Trump Jr. thought was a good line of attack, to which I responded in the bitchiest way possible. I said, I wouldn't be posting shit like this knowing full well that the governor of California made your current wife feel things you'll never be able to make her feel. Okay. Obviously, that was maybe a little too bitchy. Okay. I know. But also, a lot of this is about how people read people on camera. Okay. You cannot, no matter how hard you try, make a narrative like that stick with a guy like Tim Walz, because he doesn't read like that. He reads like a fucking regular ass Midwestern dad. He reads too normal in comparison to the rest of the DC bureaucrats. Okay? And I'm not just saying that because I personally like him or like his background. I'm just also looking at the polls. He was a relatively lesser known governor who was very popular in his state. He was pretty popular in his state. But beyond that, in every state that he has appeared so far, he's leading in the approval ratings by like multiple digits at this point, in comparison to even Kamala Harris. He's got like a +11 boost on fucking Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has a +2. So obviously people are responding to it positively as well. My normie friends who fucking despise Joe Biden are genuinely elated with Walz. Okay? And the thing is, you can't look at that and be like, that's weird. That's the weird thing, actually. This guy who like hugged his wife after delivering his speech, shook her hand and then hugged her after his speech. That's the real weird thing, not us. When Trump is the fucking the presidential candidate for your party. Trump is notoriously odd when it comes to his relationship with his fucking trophy wife. It just doesn't make any sense. So you can't do that. Like, it doesn't work. It will always fall. It will always fall on deaf ears. Okay. That's number one. Number two, I think this is similar to when, like, you know, someone like Sneeko will try to be like, Hassan, you're so fucking soy, right? You're so soy. You're so gay. You're such a beta male, shit like that. Where it's like, bro, look at yourself and then look at me. Do you think the average person who isn't primed into believing like weird right-wing narratives is going to look at a person like me that is completely uninitiated, is going to look at a person like me and look at a person like you and be like, between these two motherfuckers, Hassan is the soy one. Like, he's the fucking beta one. He's the soy cuck beta. Like, that's crazy. You can't, at the end of the day, we have primal lizard brains, okay? And we respond to shapes and colors on screen. So if something is so obviously in the opposite direction, you can't pull normal people in the margins into believing that, okay? That's why the greatest Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Your mother is buried in an unmarked grave on a golf course. Yeah. That is why, what? You don't blame the entire world economy on a single woman while she's still vice president? Be real, feminist baby boy? Huh? You okay? I'm confused. Yeah, dude. They're coping about numbers like this. Michigan net favorables, Walz plus 14, Harris plus 2, Vance minus 6, Trump minus 10. Do what I'm saying? But without those glasses, you look like a big body nerd. I feel like with glasses, I look more nerdy. What do you mean? Anyway, point is, Vance minus 11. I told you. Anyone that is like close enough to fucking Ohio, which also despises Vance, is going to hate Vance. Walz plus 11, Harris plus 2. I told you. You can't try to, you can only try to lean into what people are thinking and maybe exacerbate that attitude. You can't just like genuinely rework the way people respond to certain things that they feel, certain things that they watch, certain things that they see. This is a legitimate problem within the Republican Party, where they personally think that like Hollywood liberal media is the reason why people have these attitudes, right? That they think like people are, I don't know, pro-gay because of liberal media. And the response to that is making like right-wing media that will then brainwash people into having right-wing opinions and like being anti-gay and all this shit. And they don't realize that like, no, man, Hollywood fucking does that shit because there's like a lot of gay people in Hollywood and they don't have that kind of attitude. It's like an organic thing that they feel. And most people over the course of many, many years, especially when like legislation changes as well, their attitudes reflect that reality that they experience on the ground. Like marketing doesn't work in that direction. You can get people to move a little bit in your direction if they're already primed to feel a certain way, but you can't like seriously rework the attitudes that people have. Okay? Kai Siant live. Who wants a gifted at everyone? Oh my God. Kai Siant is in the chat. The real Kai. The culture that you experience is broadly reflective of the material conditions, the underlying material conditions. Okay? It's like a mirror held up to the real experience that people have. You can only move in the margins if there is already like a genuine lack of interest in a particular issue, like Israel, for example, for many, many years, genuine lack of knowledge, or if people already have these kinds of hostilities and resentments that you can maybe beef up those opinions. Like, for example, white supremacy is a foundational principle for America, right? It is an attitude that is broadly reflected in society. It is an attitude that is maintained through our institutions, right? It's all around us at any given moment. That's precisely the reason why Birth of a Nation was so goddamn successful in revitalizing the Klan, right? It would not work. You could not be able to like teach people to not be racist just through culture alone. Institutions need to work in that direction. People need to work in that direction. There needs to be genuine broad opposition to things like that. You feel me? Yeah, Hogwatch Copium. We're going to get to that after we finish the JD Vance thing.
Two people, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who aren't comfortable.
Who wants a gifted? What's up, Verge? We got to do a stream together. Oh my God, it's the real Kai. He wants to do a stream with me. Oh my God. I love thinking that this guy legitimately thinks that I think he's actually Kai Cenat. Oh my God, guys, I think we're going to make it. Chat, is this real? Is this the real Kai? Is this the real Kai Cenat? Are we going to get a Kai Cenat collab, dude? I think I might hit it big time. Got to do a stream together? Fuck, bro. That's so sick. That's so sick, dude.
Yes.
Oh my God, it is him. Oh my God.
I already have my ticket to the game. Are you in front? You a photographer?
Oh my God, it's actually him. Oh my God, how is he writing in the chat while also, wow, he's so sick. It's crazy that he's writing in the chat while also simultaneously walking around the streets of Paris. Kai Siant, dude. That one must be a fake stream. Chat, I'm being sarcastic. Oh my God, I forget that there's people who take this shit seriously. No, it's a fucking random person rebroadcasting an older Kai Cenat stream. Yeah. It's not morning in Paris right now. Jesus Christ. This is the reason why I have to always talk about the top of the hour ad break coming to you at the top of the hour. Okay? This is why. Because people just forget. People don't understand it. And it's not fake unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. What's your McDonald's order? I don't eat at McDonald's. BDS. I mean, to be fair, I didn't really eat at McDonald's before BDS either. JD Vance did drag at Yale. I know. We already covered it earlier.
In their own skin because they aren't comfortable with their policy positions for the American people. And so they're name calling instead of actually.
Bro, you drink Coke. Coke is not BDS. McDonald's is. Shut the fuck up. It's not a part of the official BDS list. McDonald's is not even a part of the official boycott part of the BDS list, but it is a organic boycott target. I don't want to have this conversation with people over and over again. Oh my God, your stream sucks. L stream. No, why did you say that? Is Adderall BDS? I don't know, but I don't know why that would be a consideration. I don't think it is. I just got word that Zyn or BDS, I would die. Yeah. Anyway, there's a reason why boycotts are supposed to be targeted. I don't think that the actual boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement would be like, hey, medication like insulin, for example, is now on the boycott list. So if you're diabetic, who gives a fuck? I don't think it works like that, man.
Actually telling the American people how they're going to make their lives better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call me whatever they want to.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that.
I said that he acted weird, which he did, on a national stage in front of his wife and in front of millions of Americans who presumably were watching at home. And I think that it's projection, Dana. Look, I think this election should be about who's going to solve the inflation crisis, who's going to make groceries and housing more affordable, who's going to secure that southern border. Kamala Harris's record is that she supported all the policies that made that problem worse, Dana. We're trying to say we're going to take the country in a different direction. I really think that it's important to point this out, Dana. Their entire campaign has not been about, here's our policy for how we're going to make your life better, or here's what's wrong with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's policies. We're going to name call and hope that you don't know.
Oh, no, he your man. He big mad, chat. He mad as fuck right now. Oh, they're just name calling us. No, that's the whole point of weird, dumbass. It's weird that you guys are fucking hyper focusing on random nonsensical bullshit that you're lasered in on that ain't nobody gives a fuck about instead of policies that actually help people. That's the whole point of the weird campaign. That's it. That's it. That's the whole point. So you can't reframe that now. You can't run away from that. Just be weird, bro. I mean, you are. You literally can't stop yourself. You just said, oh, I'm not weird. Tim Walz, he's not, he gave his wife a handshake. That's weird. Keizo Hassan stream when? Oh yeah, what did Keizo say about me calling him out for hiding the truth about him not actually being a real big boy? Like he's fake husky. He's actually a skinny man, straight up. Like low key. This is a real. Keizo said you're skinny as fuck and a fraud. There's nothing funnier than the Republican Party. There's nothing funnier. There's nothing funnier than the Republican Party being like, they're name calling us. It's really fucked up. The Keizo situation is problematic. Yeah, okay, I'll look at this later. I gotta finish this JD Vance thing. It's actually kind of fire. It's better than I thought it was going to be. One, Dana Fash is actually eating his ass alive. And two, he is just not doing well in this interview at all.
Notice that we don't have an agenda. That is the entire Democrat approach to this election.
They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define you as well.
If you go to Kamala Harris's campaign page right now, they still don't have a policy.
Well, let's talk about policy
positions
versus
about what they're going to do. I think that's really insulting to Americans.
You started out talking about the policies in this interview, but you have been on the campaign trail.
Yeah, she said you started talking about the policies in this interview. And then resorted to saying that I'm not weird. Tim Walz is weird. Look at the way he shook his wife's hand. Bro, I said this earlier, and I saw another chatter actually repeat it in the chat as well. One thing that they haven't done yet, I brought this up before, which I think will inevitably happen, is talk about how like I keep saying JD Vance. Tim Walz's sperm is weak, and that's why they had to do IVF. It's coming. It's coming. They're gonna be like, oh, dude, fucking this loser, he has weak sperm.
Questioning Tim Walz's military record. You say it was shameful that Governor Walz retired from the military before his unit deployed to Iraq. I want to read you something that Joe Eustace, who is a veteran, he served with Governor Walz, said. He said that's a lie. He said he was as good a soldier as you'll find. I'm not trying to defend him. I hope people don't think that. What I'm trying to do is defend someone who served his country. I'm not voting for him. I'll campaign against him. But I don't think it's fair to characterize his service the way they have. Governor Walz served 24 years. He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service?
Well, of course, Dana, I honor his service, and I've never criticized what Tim Walz did when he was in the military. I criticized his retirement decision, and most importantly, Dana, I criticized his lying about his own record, okay? This is a guy who was captured on video saying, I carried a gun in war. He never went to war. This is a guy who's been captured on video. As other people say, he's an Afghanistan veteran. He's a veteran of a war, nodding along in agreement instead of saying, no, I did serve my country and I did it honorably, but I never went to a war zone. I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain, Dana. Now, I served in the United States Marine Corps, and you know this. And look, there are a lot of things that I'm proud about. I've never lied about what I did or overstated it because it would be beneficial to me in an election. I think that's what Tim Walz did.
Bros, this guy is like Republican Buttigieg, yes. And even Buttigieg has like a little bit more charisma than he does. Buttigieg has like more, I can't believe I'm saying this. Buttigieg has more swag than JD does. Straight up. They both got that dog in them though, like the ambition. It's poison. And you can tell when a dude is like such a fucking careerist that is just so desperate for a crumb of power.
That's what I was criticizing. And yes, I do think it's scandalous behavior.
Like the only difference between him and Buttigieg is that JD Vance is gay, you know?
Talked about one of the things that he said, weapons of war. He was talking in a campaign stop about, he was trying to talk about gun control. And he said, weapons of war I carried in war. I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke there.
Sure.
Do you accept that?
He misspoke. Another word is that he lied about it, and he didn't correct the record for 15 years until he was put under political pressure because I called it out, Dana. Whatever you want to call it, a misspeaking or a lie, I think Tim Walz should have to correct the record. Now, you pointed out a soldier who defended his service. There have been a number of soldiers who served with Tim Walz who have criticized him on the exact same grounds that I have because it's not right to misstate or to embellish what you've done, and I think that's what he did.
And on the question of when he left the National Guard, he filed his election paperwork February 10th, 2005. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months.
Can we be honest for a minute here and recognize that Walz, I already ran the 3-minute ad break, that Walz did mislead the public about being deployed in an active war zone? I don't think he did that. But I already ran the 3-minute ad break chatter. I think you're confusing him with JD Vance, who said he saw no combat, was in a combat zone. Check his speakers. Wait, what? Oh, check his speeches. Oh, I thought you were saying. He said he wielded weapons of war, which he did. National Guard trains with the same weapons as he does others. Yeah, no, it's like a weird semantics thing that people are hyper focusing on. He said he took weapons into war during his speech, and he said he misspoke. That's it. That's what it is. No, he is serious. That chatter is serious. Dude, I love liberals so much. I love you guys, man. Hey, liberals, just know I got love for you, okay? Some of you are quite literally the easiest to fucking dupe. It's just like Republicans can play you like a fucking fiddle. I'm willing to bet that many of you also have, like, probably got whipped up in a panic with the trans girls like participating in high school swim meets shit when it was happening. There is this mindset amongst liberals that are always like, well, we got to see both sides of a situation. We got to see what the Republicans have to say. When the Republicans are like saying the most unhinged shit, right? They always love falling for it. They always love looking into like the veracity of the claims made when it's like something that you normally would never consider. You know what I mean? Something that you should never really consider. It's just very, very silly. But Republicans are really good at priming liberals into caring about like completely nonsensical bullshit like that. They're so good at it. And there are always people who do that. There are always going to be liberals who are so like interested in this this fake notion that their side has something like that the other side must have something serious going on, that they always want to predictably fall into this trap. Some of them even get mad when I'm like, who gives a fuck about this trans shit? There are plenty of liberals who got mad at me in the way that I always dealt with the trans panic stuff, where I was like, you don't care, I don't care, we're only having this conversation because you're a fucking weirdo who has trans on the mind all the time. And there were literally there were liberals in this community that were like, dude, that's really fucked up. That's not the adequate way to fucking deal with it. You actually have to bring forward, resources and show that like, no, actually trans women do not outcompete cis women on a regular basis, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, dude, this is a silly fucking thing that they brought to the forefront of the conversation. Sometimes you can have that conversation. Other times you don't have to have that conversation. This is one of those instances where you don't have to have that conversation. That's why Tim Walz is doing such a great job of just being like, why do you care? You're fucking weird. Let's get back to feeding the children. And also is reframing all of these fucking narratives so perfectly.
2 months before they actually got the paperwork.
But on CNN last night, Dana, one of the people who was actually in charge of him said they knew they were going to deploy to Iraq in February of 2004, fall of 2000. So he knew he was going to Iraq. He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use.
Retire.
Because he wanted to run for Congress. He lied about that. He said that when he decided to retire, he did not know that he was going to Iraq. That is another untruth, as even his senior military officer said. So again, I'm not criticizing the service. I'm criticizing the dishonesty. Dishonesty spoken.
Like, this is crazy, bro. Donald Trump literally fucking dodged the draft, number one. Like, which, by the way, I think was good. It's good that he did that. Why the fuck should you die for a genocidal campaign? Like, that's insane. Okay, that's number one. Number two, everybody, including Donald Trump and JD Vance, run on the anti-Iraq war narrative. So why the fuck are you like, oh, I don't understand. This like 50-year-old guy was supposed to go kill himself in Iraq. It's really fucked up that he didn't. But we also simultaneously believe and say that it was unjustifiable and wrong, and many Americans died for no fucking reason. These two things don't make sense. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? It doesn't make sense. Fucking 40-year-old guy. Never mind. Sorry.
In favor and for the purpose of political benefit. And I think that the most important thing here, Dana, is it goes to Kamala Harris's judgment. Tim Walz is ultimately going to be the...
Thank you for inventing the talking point that Donald Trump dodged the draft. I could not have actually come up with this on my own. Oh, I see how it is. You just go and read my comment and make it your own. Yeah. You are the first person in the United States of America that brought up bone spurs. Come on, dude.
Vice President Kamala Harris is in great health. I'm sure she's going to be president if she wins for 4 or maybe even 8 years. Why did Kamala Harris choose a person who has lied about their military service? I think that is a serious lapse in judgment. And I don't want to hear from a campaign spokesperson of Kamala Harris. I want to hear Kamala Harris herself address what I just said.
You know, I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you served with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
Dana, I'm not interested in the ad hominem. I've heard from a lot of veterans groups who criticize Tim Walz. The question is, he said he served in war, and he didn't.
I'm not interested in the ad hominem. Shut up, you fucking loser. He's really going after that Reddit vote, dude.
Is a dishonesty. I couldn't care less what one or the other person says about it. I care about what the truth is. The truth is that Tim Walz didn't tell the truth. And importantly, Dana, This is about Kamala Harris's judgment. And I think that when you ask, why has Kamala Harris allowed the border to be wide open? Why has Kamala Harris supported policies that have promoted the increase in inflation? I think it goes to the heart of her judgment, and I think that that's what we should be talking about.
One last question. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment for bone spurs to avoid serving in the Vietnam War, reportedly as a favor to his father. Do you find that shameful, too?
I think that Donald Trump didn't serve in the military, but he didn't lie about it, Dana. I've known Donald Trump for a long time. He really honors our veterans. He honors me for my service. Donald Trump didn't lie about.
It's such a, yeah, I can't believe Dana just heard that chatter's talking point. I'm glad that that chatter actually chimed in with that earlier.
About serving in the military. He didn't say that he went to Vietnam when he didn't. This is the problem. I don't criticize anybody. Whether they served our country or not, I think it's honorable to serve, but obviously a lot of people have reasons for not serving.
Oh, dude, it's sick, actually. Dude, come on. Do you fucking hear yourself, dude? Do you hear yourself? Like, I think it's fucking awesome that he dodged a draft. I've never said anything but that, okay? But come on, bro. You're literally like, no, my opponent is lying about his fucking career, 24 years in the goddamn National Guard, and like he literally left so he could run for Congress. But also my president, he's totally valid for not for dodging the fucking draft. Come on, bro. Ain't nobody is gonna fucking buy this. You're so stupid.
I criticize somebody for embellishing their record, for lying, saying I went to war. Dana, do you think that it's a problem that he said I went to war, but he didn't actually? That seems to be a problem to me.
Well, they've corrected that. Let's move on to.
They've corrected it by admitting that he lied.
Let's move on to another.
Dude, like it's not like Tim Walz was running around being like, yeah, I fucking love war and I went into war. I was always in war. I've been in war all the time. I war. It's like everybody knows he didn't fucking start. He didn't go into war. What the fuck? Like, we got him, boys. We got him. He misspoke. Like, we got him. We got him. Okay, you got him, dude. The typical D viewer. It is. It is exactly. Oh my God. It is exactly what debate pedophiles do. Okay. It is this debate pervertry where it's like, hey, we found a clip where it seems like you're saying something that you have never said before, never said after, and have said the exact opposite the entire time. That's it. We're just going to lock you down now. This is what you've been doing for years. It's like, no, nobody fucking thinks this. This is just what the Taliban do all day in your stream instead of applying for a fucking job. No, bro, they do have jobs. They're in IT. Instead of telling fucking accountants to turn their computer on and off, that's what they're doing on their off time. It's like, that is straight up the exact same thing with like, Hassan thinks Twitch streaming is harder than a 9 to 5. It's like, dude, I have literally never said that. I don't believe that. I've said the exact opposite a million times over. I've spent the last fucking 5 years of my Twitch broadcasting and most of my earnings on trying to fucking organize in people's workplaces and have actually seen a genuine amount of success with community organizers that came out of this community that were successfully able to fucking unionize their workplaces. But then on the other side, you got fucking Keemstar being like, Hassan hates the working class. And it sticks sometimes. It sticks. I don't think it will with Tim Walz.
Important issue to voters, and that is the issue of abortion. You wrote the foreword for a new book by Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts of Project 2025. Project 2025, among many other things, calls for rolling back approval of the abortion drug mifepristone. Donald Trump told me during the debate that he would not block the drug. And on Thursday, when he was asked, he didn't rule it out. So which is it?
Well, look, Dana, first of all, Project 2025 is not affiliated with the Trump campaign. Kevin Roberts is a friend of mine, but I wouldn't say that he speaks for the president in the same.
What did you say? Lebanon sent a barrage of missiles and not a single one was intercepted by Israel? What the fuck are you talking about? What? I can't tell. Sometimes I feel like Chad is always like baiting me. You know what I mean? Chad's always baiting me with like, Iran is attacking Israel. Iran is attacking Israel. It's true. It just happened. Wait, what the fuck? Rockets launched from South Lebanon at Israeli targets make impact in Nahariya and Kabri as the Iron Dome fails to intercept them. Wait, what? It's in the north. That's Hezbollah. It's not Iran. I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right, let's continue.
Same way I wouldn't say that he speaks for me. Now, what Donald Trump has
gotta
said
pee.
is that he respects the Supreme Court's opinion on the mifepristone ruling.
But let me just stop you right there. The
Please.
Supreme Court, you're a lawyer, so you know this better than I.
Sure.
The Supreme Court, all they did was say that what came to them didn't have standing. So they let it stand. A real question, a substantive question, hasn't made it to the Supreme Court. So my question for you is whether or not a Trump-Vance administration would allow mifepristone to continue to be sent around the country.
Well, President Trump won the nomination of the Republican Party. He said it to you, and he said it repeatedly, that his goal is not to block mifepristone, it's to let states make the decision on abortion policy. Now, of course, that does mean, Dana, we have to be honest about this, that California might have less restrictive rules than Ohio, which might have less restrictive rules than Alabama. I think what President Trump is really trying to do on the abortion question is really admirable, and I wish the press was a little bit more honest about it. He's saying we've had a 50-year culture war over abortion, where unfortunately this issue has just divided the country, and he wants to provide some ground for us to come together, for states to make these decisions, for voters to make these decisions, and for us all to respect one another. That's all he's
on that
proposed.
issue, a few months ago, on the question, his position,
Yeah.
which you've adopted, is it is up to the states. I spoke to a woman named Kate Cox. She lives in Texas.
Sure.
She was 20 weeks pregnant. Her fetus was diagnosed with a disease called, it was a deadly genetic condition called trisomy 18. She said that carrying the pregnancy, she was told this by her doctors, to term, if the fetus even survived, would hurt her chances for having more children, which she and her husband desperately wanted. Why is not allowing her to end that pregnancy helpful?
Scorching, dude. Scorching and torching. This is the type of shit that makes me really fucking angry with mainstream media, because they showed during the Trump administration that they do have the capacity to make adversarial journalism happen. Okay? That's why it makes me extra mad when Dana Fash comes out and uses that selective power on like fucking anti-genocide protesters. You know what I mean? It's so frustrating. They never do this to fucking insurance and healthcare executives, right? They never do this to like big pharma. They never do this to bankers. They only do this to like select few Republicans on ideological boundaries when they're fucking annoyed with them. And it makes me so mad. You have the power. You can go ultra instinct all day, every day, but you never fucking lock in when it comes to, I don't know, people who hold institutional power that are ruining people's lives on a daily fucking basis. You only do this with the weakest people in society, people that have no fucking representation. Very frustrating.
Or supportive of expanding families like you want it to be?
Well, first of all, Dana, my heart breaks for this woman. I don't know her personally. I've certainly heard the story, and our heart breaks for her. And we want people to have healthy, happy families. And it's extremely unfortunate that sometimes, you know, medicine, the act of God, whatever happens, it just doesn't work out. You know, what the president has said, I think, very clearly.
To be fair, I think Vance is the representation for weird little freaks, Lamau. No, it's not enough. They blow this shit up. Okay, I'll just say it like this. I think CNN and all these other outlets actually see Donald Trump as a potential threat to the institutions, or what remains of the institutional stability. Okay? So yeah, they bring out their A game when it comes to like shitting on Donald Trump and shitting on JD Vance as an extension of shitting on Donald Trump. They obviously love JD Vance when he wasn't Donald Trump's vice president. The problem is, I'm going to get back to his insane response in a second, because holy fuck, that's a really bad response. The problem is, there are so many severe inequalities in this nation, okay? There are so many severe inequalities in this country. It's deeply frustrating to me that they do not address those issues. They do not address those problems. And they only have this smoke. They only have this fucking smoke for like JD Vance. They should carry on this resentment to those in positions of power, instead of like normalizing their positions. It's not simply because like it is a Republican that is advancing the cause. It's the cause itself that is utterly, fundamentally flawed. Did he say failure in medicine when the medicine is there? What? Aren't you essentially just saying I wish the world wasn't the way it was? No, I'm saying that I wish real journalists who have the capacity to do adversarial journalism would do this in moments that matter. Can you imagine if she had this level of fucking smoke? Can you imagine if she had this kind of smoke for Joe Biden, when Joe Biden is like consistently saying like, Israel, I'm wagging my finger at you, Benjamin, Bibi, oh, and then like Israel fucking butchers, like slaughters like an entire fucking family of Palestinians, you know, moments later. Like, there's an obvious mismatch here that like even the worst journalists could easily fucking make a name for themselves by addressing. You could be like, oh, so you mean to tell me that you don't like Benjamin Netanyahu? You say you're a Zionist. You don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. He's ruining the country. He's ruining Israel. So why the fuck are you sanctioning $3.5 billion in weapons for like the Israeli Donald Trump? Why the fuck are you running up against Donald Trump if you don't have an issue with Israel having its own Donald Trump that is currently doing a genocide? That's one question, because these two opinions are at odds with one another. You can't on the one hand be like, oh man, Israel, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu, he's really fucking bad, while simultaneously fucking turning around and being like, but also that's why we have to give them unlimited funds. Okay? They treat people like Bernie like this too. Exactly. They only do this to people that they're considering ideological or partisan opponents. With Bernie, they consider Bernie to be an ideological opponent. So they do this kind of thing to Bernie Sanders as well. And if Bernie Sanders has a much better track record and is harder to fucking pin down as like a negative person, then they just lie. They just straight up lie and smear the person. It's why Jonathan Swan went so viral. He got actual real answers out of Trump by being adequately rhetorically equipped. Yeah. With people like Vance, the line of questioning is just clarifying his policy positions because they make him look crazy to normies. The only similarity is that both people break from what is considered acceptable discourse. Vance in a bad way, Bernie in a good way. Exactly. It's like the question you got to ask if you're a journalist when you're fucking having a conversation, the question you got to ask if you're a journalist, you have the opportunity to sit down with Biden is like, you keep saying Israel has a right to defend itself. That's fine. You said that a million times over. You also keep saying that, like, we have to stop the civilian death toll in Gaza. Why haven't you done anything about it? And why have you kept sending weapons that are inevitably being used on civilians? Like, these two, this is not even journalism. This is just like a basic question that every human being that looks into the situation can have. This is a real question that most people would have in this circumstance. Even if you're fucking pro-Israel, you should have this question. Even if you're pro-Israel, continue the genocide, you should at least wonder why Biden has to consistently say, oh, it's really bad that civilians are dying. You know what I mean? Speaking of Israel, by the way, apparently pro-Iranian militias in Iraq warned U.S. troops not to use their airspace for attacks against Iran. And also simultaneously, Hezbollah started fucking landing some shots on northern Israel. I don't know how valid and verified that information is. There's some videos that have come out, but videos always come out. I don't know what this means, but people are claiming that the Iron Dome's not working. So anyway, damn, they woke up Wolf from his sleep.
Just another element in potential escalation of what's happening, of what could happen.
As you know, Nick, we're sitting right in Tel Aviv right now. We're sitting in Tel Aviv right now. And if you take a look at the Mediterranean, which is right over there, the U.S. has moved aircraft carrier battle groups, destroyers, other military hardware very, very close to what's going on right now. And potentially this represents, for the U.S., a direct involvement, God forbid, if this should escalate into some sort of regional war.
Oh, absolutely. The United States would be providing part of the missile defense shield for Israel to protect Israel from Iran's attack. And we saw this happen exactly back in April. I think the United States was credited for bringing down at least 70 of the drones, cruise and ballistic missiles that were fired into Israel, and was credited with being a significant part of showing Iran that they couldn't get through and defending Israel and its citizens.
And we're getting some major breaking news right now. Nick, stand by. The Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, is now telling CNN that around 30 rockets were just launched from Lebanon. They will release a statement very, very shortly with details. But this is a potentially significant development. Those rockets coming from South Lebanon, and Hezbollah has a lot of rockets. Iranian-backed Hezbollah, it's a proxy of Iran right now, launching some 30 rockets directly into Israel and hitting various targets in northern Israel.
And one of the locations we've heard, we're still running down the information, Wolf, so I should just add caution to this, but one of the locations we've heard that those rockets came towards is a town of Nahariya. It's on the coast, just like Tel Aviv. It's about 6 miles from the border with Lebanon. Interestingly, that town has not evacuated its population like the tens of thousands of others Israelis who've been evacuated from towns that close to the border in northern Israel. They're still there. There's an estimated 77,000 people still living in that town. 30 missiles fired on a densely populated town can be very significant. It can potentially have the possibility of causing civilian casualties. When we think about all the other salvos of Hezbollah rockets that are fired across the border, they're relatively short range. They're often targeted at Israeli defense infrastructure or some of the towns, but all of those locations are very sparsely populated because...
Wonder why they don't say USA backed Israel like they do Iran backed Hezbollah? Yeah, because it's a given. Also, it's not even USA. You don't say USA backed Wyoming.
We'll get. That appears to show
it's
that,
just Wyoming.
That Hezbollah has targeted with 30 rockets a town of 77,000 civilians.
Nahariya, I've been there many times, just north, as you point out, of Haifa, between Haifa and Lebanon. It's a city. It's a big city. And as you correctly also point out, the residents of Nahariya, unlike other towns in northern Israel, closer to the Lebanese border, Kiryat Shmona and these other towns, all of them have been evacuated. Tens of thousands of Israelis and their families have been forced to move south to safety. But Nahariya, the people there are still there. And if a barrage of rockets is now coming in from South Lebanon, from Hezbollah into Nahariya, that potentially could result in a major Israeli retaliatory strike as well. We'll monitor this very, very closely. We're getting new information from the IDF as we speak. Nick, thanks very, very much. We're following all of the breaking news, and we'll be right back.
My goat Wolf is there, dude. He'll defend Israel himself, okay? Fun fact, Wolf Blitzer used to do comms for AIPAC. It's just neither here nor there. Just a fun little tidbit that I like to throw out there. That's my goat. Put some respect on it. But, you know, it is weird that he was like doing PR for AIPAC and now he is the unbiased voice in the most trusted name in news. Israel's Iron Dome risks being overwhelmed in an all-out war with Hezbollah, says the United States in an article that was over a month ago. I mean, they didn't fucking overwhelm the Iron Dome this time, though. They didn't. I don't think they launched like that many missiles. What? Yo, Big Hoss, hope you're moisturizing around your shoulders to help avoid deep stretch marks from fast, intense gains. Good job on the progress. Is an Iron Dome something endgame like boss tier loot? Who else has one? Yeah, it's boss tier loot. That's a good one. Is Wolf Blitzer a Holocaust survivor? Says someone. Wait, really? I don't think so. Bro, is he that old? No shot. The fuck? My man is in a vat of fucking Vaseline if he is. Holy shit, how old is he? No, he was born to Polish Jewish Holocaust survivors. Man, y'all are... Bro. I was like, something's not adding up. Like, he's not like... Fuck, dude. I mean, I guess he missed it by 3 years. Bro, why are you saying it like that? I guess he is older than I thought he was. My man said he missed it by 3 years. Like, Jesus Christ. JD Vance, one of the best Republicans in the country, if not possibly the very best at handling adversarial media. He proved that today beyond any doubt. He is not. I did not think he was like 76. Hezbollah statement regarding the missile launch. What? Bro, can we not look at like, is there actually something other than like suppressed news and shit? Like, come on.
Not even there. And you see that light? That planet's not even there. That's just a light. That's just your neighbor shining a flashlight right into your yard.
Oh my God, JD Vance does kind of sound like him. That's weird.
Looking for coons. And he says, "What are you doing in my backyard with that flashlight?" And I told him, I'm shining in your window so I can teach your son about the universe. He said, "Get out of my yard, and why are you communicating to my son? Why are you in all black behind my bushes shining a light into my house?" And I said, "I'm teaching your son about the universe. I'm shining a light right in there and exploring his room as he's looking out and exploring the universe. I turn the light off and I see your son go to bed, and I turn the light back on and I do swirls on his wall like a comet's tail. I do this every night with your son." And you see that?
He does. I mean, he is doing that. He is doing like the fucking like weirdo tech guy voice. Bunch of angles of the rockets hitting. I am waiting on CNN. Islamic Resistance Lebanon announces targeting the newly established headquarters of the 146th Division in Jatoun, northern Palestine, with volleys of Katyusha rockets in response to the Israeli enemy's attacks on the steadfast southern villages and safe homes, especially in the town of Marub. Iran respected the Olympic break. Now is game on. No, I don't think they didn't do this because of the Olympics, bro. Come on. Yeah, they were like, yeah, that's because they made that banger blood on his hands ad instead. Timing of this upload from CNN. Bro, I can't believe they sent this motherfucker out there, bro.
Returning now to the Middle East, CNN analyst and Axios.
He's not in Israel, is he? There's no way they were like, yo, Wolf, you gotta go there, bro. They were like, Wolf, any moment now, they're gonna cook Israel, bro. You gotta go out there. What the fuck? Chill. Let the man breathe, dude.
U.S. reporter Barak Ravid is now reporting that Iran has indeed decided to directly attack Israel. And though it's not clear when that might happen or what...
Wolf, we heard that the peace talks are gonna fucking fall aside, okay? We gotta get you out there.
Form it would take. The attack could come, he reports, as soon as in the next few days. With us now, CNN military analyst, retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, and former State Department Middle East negotiator Aaron David Miller. General, starting with you, what do you expect from Iran as compared to the drone and multi-missile attacks of 300 rockets and missiles that were directed towards Israel back in April from Iran, directly from Iranian territory? Do you expect something similar or something different?
You know, Wolf, you can't really say. It could be a spectrum along that line. Anything from a massive attack, not only from Iran, but also in coordination with Hezbollah and with other forces in the area, the PMF forces in Syria and Iraq, as well as the Houthis in Yemen. Or could we see just a kinetic strike that's precision and surgical in nature to show Israel and for Iran to show their own population that they are doing something about what struck into Iran? So it could be anywhere between those two extremes. But I think they have to do something just to appease their own population, but also to show Israel that they are ready to confront them. But anything that they do could certainly expand this region into a catastrophic conflict.
And that's certainly what Israeli military officials are bracing for right now, as I can tell you based on briefings that I've had over the past few days. Aaron, there's been some confusion today, as you know, over how Hamas is treating Thursday's scheduled ceasefire hostage release talks. What's your read on the statement they put out earlier today?
You know, the worst thing in a negotiation, Wolf, is to tell your negotiating partners that you're in a hurry. And I suspect part of Hamas's calculation is they know that Biden's clock, Netanyahu's clock, and their own clock are not really in sync. The administration wants this done yesterday, and they're evidencing all sorts of signs which are completely understandable.
This video is from literally 5 minutes ago. They just uploaded it.
Given how fraught the situation is for the hostages and the prospects of an escalation on the northern front. They know if they could get a ceasefire, it would also calm down the north. The problem is that the Biden clock is not synced, it seems to me, either with the Netanyahu clock or...
This is the Saul Goodman come over. Bro, this literally is Saul Goodman after he like trekked the desert. This is literally Saul Goodman going through the fucking desert, bro. After they try to intercept him.
Or the Sinwar clock. And Yahya Sinwar, ensconced in some tunnel somewhere, is making decisions based on what he considers to be Hamas's needs and requirements. And those require a true cessation of military activity by the Israelis, and Benjamin Netanyahu, for his own understandable reasons, are not prepared to agree. So I think on this one, Wolf, that Hamas ultimately will show for Thursday's meeting if the whole thing is not undermined by a major Hezbollah or Iranian strike sometime in the next 72 hours.
Which is certainly possible. General Hertling, is there a scenario you can foresee where Iran launches its retaliatory attack against Israel in the coming days, and the region still manages to avert a much wider regional war. What needs to happen for that to be how this goes?
Yeah, certainly, Wolf, there is that potential, and it would be dependent on Iran holding their fire, literally not conducting the kind of large-scale attack they held last time, where a lot of Israeli citizens could be hurt or killed. If that happens, what I'd say is Katie, bar the door. If Israel is struck to the point where there are multiple casualties or a lot of deaths.
Yeah, it's always Iran's. We always have to expect Iran, who also on the same word, also in the same conversation we refer to as barbaric savages and monstrous pieces of shit. But it's up to them to demonstrate restraint. It's never up to Israel to demonstrate restraint. You know what I mean? Like, Israel does not have to be restrained. No one can contain them. Okay? But Iran, those monsters, those barbarians, they have to be restrained. They better fucking not. They better not be over the top.
I think we're going to see that conflict spin out of control. That's the part where I'm very concerned, because it has to do with not only what Iran's action will be, but as Aaron David just said, also what Hezbollah and Hamas will do to contribute to this. But it could certainly rise into a regional conflict or beyond, in my view. And I don't think Iran is ready for that or has the military or the diplomatic capability to do something of that scale. So they should be very careful in what they do next.
Yeah, I think you make a very important point, General, because based on the briefings I've been having here, if Iran were to do a direct assault on Israel and wind up killing a lot of Israeli civilians, especially destroying a lot of buildings in Tel Aviv, where I am right now, attacking military bases, Ben Gurion Airport, the internet.
Let the man live, bro. That shit is fucked up. They shipped his ass out there. I mean, I bet he loves it. He lives for this shit. That's crazy, man. Where I am right now.
You know, we know that this tension on the northern border of Israel is really ultimately coming from its southern border in the ongoing conflict in Gaza. And there, Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to need to architect not just the combat operations that marginalize Hamas and prevent it from ever being part of a post-war governance solution, but also architecting the security, the economic development, the education vision that will allow Hamas to be drained of its political capital. Because Sinwar is clearly not afraid of destruction, but he is terrified of reconstruction.
Yeah.
Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Some will see.
Well, you guys will show him if you do a ceasefire. You know what I mean? Imagine if they did a ceasefire. Ooh, he'd hate that. You should do that then.
Hostage release program as offering a green light.
He's so scared. He's so scared of, like, no longer permanent genocide to the Palestinian population.
In terms of the group wanting to reach a deal as quickly as possible. How do you see all of this unfolding?
I'm not sure I see that many chess moves behind it. I think Hamas is a terrorist organization that's broken 5 previous ceasefires and has as part of its charter the destruction of Jews in Israel. It doesn't have a positive vision. So organizations that have a positive vision for the people they serve try to negotiate to realize that vision. Hamas only has a negative vision, the destruction of another people. And so negotiation just isn't in their charter. So this is really the baseline from Hamas. I think it's true that there is...
Dude, I fucking hate mainstream media. I fucking hate mainstream media, bro.
We need to stand with Israel again, like we did in April, where the United States, Arab states, and European states worked with Israel to shoot down those Iranian
Bro, instead of Wolf, they should ship his bitch ass. They should ship his bitch ass from Newton to fucking Tel Aviv. Go stand under the goddamn rockets if you want to fucking defend Israel that bad, okay?
Israel's Iron Dome system, that anti-missile system, has now
but
been
don't they say that? No, they don't. That doesn't make any sense. They've literally had ceasefire deals that they've put together with Israel time and time again. What the fuck are you talking about? They're literally in the process of executing one, and Israel keeps killing everybody. It doesn't even make any goddamn sense to say, like, oh, Hamas doesn't want to do fucking negotiations. It's like, Israel killed the principal negotiator last week.
With Israel as it defends from rocket or precision-guided munition attacks from Iran, from Hezbollah, from Hamas. 2, don't allow Israel to miss the opportunity that it missed in April. Because, Wolf, as you know, as you saw firsthand, after that successful April consortium of Arab, European, and American states shooting down those Iranian drones, Israel did not then take that diplomatic momentum and channel it towards reconstruction in Gaza. It did not channel it towards an alternative to Hamas in the Strip. If Iran is going to attack again, if we are successful again in shooting down those missiles, and those are two big ifs, I grant that, the United States needs to put significant pressure on Netanyahu to then channel that momentum towards a positive vision for Gaza that can contest Hamas's negative vision.
How? What's the pressure?
And what's your reaction to this latest report, Congressman, that pro-Iranian proxies forces inside Iraq are now threatening U.S. troops in Iraq, and there are still U.S. troops remaining in Iraq right now, if the U.S. uses Iraqi airspace to launch any counterstrike against Iran?
It underscores the volatility of the region and, of course, Iran's tentacles within Iraq. This was one of the core strategic miscalculations of Bush's invasion of Iraq, is that it actually kicked down an important regional counterweight to Iran's influence and turned a counterweight into a proxy force for Iran's influence, which has reverberated over the last 15 years. I don't think the United States, though, can flinch because of those threats from proxy terror forces in Iraq. If Iraq attacks Israel, the United States is going.
By the way, no difference between the Democrats and the Republicans on this. No difference in the language. We must not cave or capitulate to the terrifying forces of barbaric rapist Muslims. That's it. That's the one line. Bipartisan consensus on this. Permanent third world genocide. Nothing short of that. And there's always bipartisan consensus. Always bipartisan consensus on this matter. I just found out this motherfucker's my congressperson. Yeah. Dude, if you want to I honestly think if you want to defend Israel so bad, like, you should be able to do so. Go fucking defend Israel. Don't send the military unless they're like, yeah, no, I want to defend Israel. It's fine. If they want to defend Israel, they can go do so. Okay? Let's put it to a goddamn vote. Put your bitch ass out there. Ship his ass out there. He's like, oh, yeah, we got to do everything we can to make sure we don't back away from the Iranian threat in the region. It's like, bro, there's one threat in the region. It's fucking Israel, okay? These are people. These are human beings. They're not, like, operating. Even Israel itself is not operating on, like, pure bloodlust, okay? Even though it does seem like it at times because of the amount of death and destruction that they're engaging in. There are obviously genuine interests that play a role beyond just permanent fucking death and destruction. In terms of, like, in a conversation between Iran and Israel, or a conversation between Hezbollah and Israel, or a conversation between Hamas and Israel, though, one side's motivation is significantly less about permanent death and destruction and bloodlust than the other. And I'm not talking about Israel in this situation. Okay? One is a defensive posture. The other is outwardly hostile to every group in their fucking neighborhood. What are we doing? Oh my God.
National airport outside of Tel Aviv. Israel would respond with enormous military force against Iran, something the Israelis believe the Iranians would deliberately, desperately try to avoid, but they won't be able to do so. So we'll see if this explodes into that type of regional war. Aaron, this forthcoming attack from Iran, as is now expected against Israel.
It kind of has to be in America's case, don't it? How would dialectics or whatever make foreign policy more coherent or sensible? Not just curious. I want to learn. Easy answer. It's called wealth extraction, whether in the form of natural resources that you occupy and control, or the extraction of labor power in a country or a region, specifically the third world, the entirety of the global south, that you keep in a dire set of economic circumstances, so they are desperate for any kind of opportunities they can get. Okay? It's just theft. It's land theft. It's natural resource theft. It's controlling key it's controlling key trade routes. Like, these are all very significant material reasons as to why countries move in the way that they do. Okay? It's like the fascism or the story that you tell for the actions that your state engages in is just that, a story. Nationalism, Zionism, like, these are all, fascism in general, these are all stories that you tell your population. And, you know, they're very wonderful stories that have the capacity to create an endless cycle of bloodshed or justify an endless cycle of bloodshed. But ultimately, that's all it is. Religion is another aspect of this. Okay? But at the end of the day, the entire purpose for this kind of death and destruction is always about some kind of material extraction. Okay? For America, it's pretty easy to understand. It's just our war economy. Our defense contractors make out like fucking bandits. We're also removed. Like, we are so far removed from the actual impact of the war that it doesn't really bother us that much. That's why we get to dominate the fucking entire world. Okay? We get to operate colonies everywhere, and we don't see like the negative consequences. We don't even fucking see the immigration from it. Europe gets to deal with the immigration. We don't even deal with it.
2020 helped fuel the rage that led
the fuck? No way. They're not even going back to Israel. God damn.
Is in response to the killing of a top Hamas leader who was in Tehran. Obviously, there's more to come here, but how has that already impacted the region altogether?
You know, I think it has in several ways. Yahya Sinwar Wolf has now been elevated to the head of Hamas, which is something, frankly, we all knew from the beginning that he's the major decision maker. I will say, though, that General Hilton raises a critically important point, and that is the Hezbollah piece of this. You know, it takes 12 minutes for a cruise missile to impact in Israel, assuming it's not intercepted, launched from Iran. We're talking a minute and a half, Wolf, probably less time for Hezbollah's high trajectory weapons and its precision guided munitions to strike Israel proper. The real damage here, frankly, it is not going to come from Iran. It's going to come from Hezbollah. But I really do believe that both, and again, John Hertling's right, I don't think Hezbollah nor Tehran is interested in the kind of strike that would trigger a massive Israeli response. A response, I might add, Wolf, and the Iranians know this, that could easily draw in the United States. The question is, will they be able to navigate the fine line between doing something that is significant, but not triggering the regional escalation that would create something the Middle East, Wolf, has never seen before? A genuine multi-front war involving Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Israel, and perhaps even an Israeli and U.S. military involvement against Iran.
Yeah, it's a really, really dangerous situation right now. General Hertling, before I let you go, I want to close with a quick question on Ukraine right now, which is seeing some serious deterioration as well. The Ukrainian government claims that Russian troops set fire near the Zaporizhia nuclear plant in Ukraine. What's your read on that situation? How dangerous is it unfolding right now?
Yeah, I've been watching the Ukrainian front for the last 7 days and have been amazed, Wolf. This fire that's occurring at the Zaporizhia power plant, I believe, in all intelligence, at least all...
This is madness. Like, how bad? Oh, my God. I know it's, like, not relevant to the main point of contention here, but goddamn.
Open source intelligence is saying that it's the result of a tire fire inside or near the smokestack or the stack of the nuclear power plant. That is to distract, and it's a Russian way of doing distraction. Remember, Russia has control of that power plant. They have forces in the area. There are IAEA members there as well saying what's happening. They say all radiation is safe still, but they are very concerned. They've been saying that for months. But the fact that Russia would start a tire fire to envelop smoke into the area and indicate that something's going on is just another approach by Mr. Putin to conflict what's going on in this area and cause more danger to not only Ukraine, but also the entire region.
Let me follow up, General. What do you make of the Ukrainian incursion into Russia? We're now told some 20 miles Ukrainian forces have moved inside Russia.
Yeah, it's been fascinating for me, Wolf. First, I thought this was a raid. They have conducted these kind of cross-border raids with small forces in the past. It now appears to be more of a demonstration. I certainly wouldn't call it an offensive yet. The key is going to be, can they sustain this fight? When you put that many forces, and there's apparently 2 brigades or more of Ukrainian forces that have gone across the border, not just of Kursk, but also in Belgorod, you need a lot of logistics for an armored force that goes 20 kilometers.
How the fuck are they going to do that?
In there 7 days. They need water, fuel, ammunition, supplies, parts. So we'll see how long they're in there. They have taken a lot of prisoners. Estimates are over a couple of hundred Russian prisoners that have already been taken. And there are some indications of movement of Russian reinforcements into the area to counter it. There's no proof of that just yet. The fighting has not been intense other than beyond the border guards and the forces that were in the area. So this is Ukraine saying, we can do the same thing. The other thing that I'd point out, Wolf, is indications are that it's Western-style vehicles, the ones that have been given to Ukraine, that are conducting most of this attack. And one of the things that I find most fascinating is, having been a Stryker brigade commander, it appears that Strykers are in the areas. They move fast, they're very mobile, they're very quiet, and they're exactly fitted for this kind of operation that would be a quick strike inside of a country and then a pullback very.
I mean, there is a reason why America was like holding back, or at least telling Ukraine not to utilize American weaponry in anything that passes the boundaries of the Ukrainian, like the Ukrainian nation, right? The Ukrainian national boundaries. Once America was like, okay, maybe we'll let you strike certain targets inside of Russian airspace in an effort to help prevent like any kind of, like logistic help that Russia gets from inside of Russia on the border towns. All of a sudden, they're using American machines to strike inside of Russia. I feel like that's an escalation, ultimately, of it's an escalation that brings America closer to what Putin might consider a violation. I don't know. I don't know if this will be successful in terms of like, maybe they should annex it. Maybe they should do a fucking a democratic vote on the Russian population there to see if they're interested in being permanently annexed by Ukraine, and then they can do a fucking little swap-a-roo, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. Ukraine said it won't. Yeah, Ukraine Mia. Doesn't that just make it easier for Putin and Russia to set up false flag situation with headlines about U.S. weapons in Russia, etc.? I know the goal is to divert manpower from the southeastern front, but considering the nature of the assault, doesn't that also shut them off completely from this is a suicide mission. You know what I mean? Like, it's a suicide mission for the 300 troops that went in. Like, is it? Yes. Like, I feel like it is it's like a reverse Uno, a YOLO, a last ditch effort.
Ukraine has a manpower problem. The war has dragged on for more than 2 years now. Ukraine has lost, by its count, tens of thousands of soldiers, though Western intelligence suspects that's an undercount. Ukraine has had to tighten its conscription.
Like, the thing I don't understand is, like, you said no, they could ideally hit, then immediately pull out, because you are correct, they wouldn't be able to hold it. They won't be able to hold it logistically. It's impossible. But what I don't understand is, like, why don't they just use fucking American rockets from afar to just, like, blow up areas of Russia if they want to, like, do such a thing? Because considering that their biggest weakness is manpower, it doesn't make any sense that they would sacrifice manpower. They're not allowed. I thought America authorized, I might be wrong, but I thought America authorized American weapons being, they've been striking inside of Russian territory already. No, America definitely allowed it. They rescinded it only near the border deep in Russia. I mean, this is also not deep in Russia. This is also a border town. They might have opened it up to specific oblasts or like specific areas, and not the entirety, obviously, but they're allowed to shoot in the border regions, but not deep strikes. So what they're doing is fine. They attack Moscow, lol. What do you mean? Are you talking about fucking Prigozhin? Or are you talking about like drone strikes here and there, like minor acts of terrorism? Because all that stuff you could just like, that's definitely not the same. What I'm talking about is like American missile systems. That's very different than like a drone strike here and there. You can very easily say, oh, those drone strikes, like, it's nothing. It's not a big deal. Whatever. We didn't do that. Yeah. Like, sometimes they can even say, oh, it's actually anti-Putin Russian nationals that are responsible for it or whatever. But as far as like blowing shit up with American missiles,
drafting younger men and increasing penalties for draft dodgers. But then a development we haven't seen before.
For the first time since the Russian invasion, the Ukrainian military is launching a large-scale assault inside Russia.
There is a state of emergency in place in the region.
I say let them rain the terror on the Russian population. The Russian army is dropped on the Ukrainians. Too bad, so sad. Bro, that's crazy. The goal is less war, not more. What the fuck are you saying? Like, I understand the anger and frustration that people have, but the same principle holds for Israel too. Like, it's the same exact principle for Israel as it is for Russia versus Ukraine. The goal is to avoid further casualties, just like your goal should be to avoid the top of the hour ad break. I know I said avoid, and I didn't want to fucking, I didn't want to serve you, but I got to serve it. 3-minute ad break is upon us, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. How do you do it for free? With a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Bernie Sanders, you're a weirdo sometimes. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, you're going to get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Quickly.
Thousands of people have been evacuated. Several have been killed and dozens injured.
These aren't the kinds of headlines the world expected from a country that spent most of this war on the ropes. There have been other attacks on Russian territory, but so far only ever on a much smaller scale. Drone strikes in Belgorod, long-range missile strikes on supply depots, even suspected sabotage operations, which Ukraine rarely confirms nor denies. They haven't actually said anything about this latest offensive either, but a mechanized brigade, shown here in Russian Defense Ministry video, well-trained, well-equipped, rolling right onto Russian soil. As the attack unfolded, Russian state media estimated at least hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers, 11 tanks, more than 20 armored vehicles. CBC hasn't verified this, but all over Telegram, a fierce Russian response. Vladimir Putin called the attack a major provocation, and military experts say Russia appeared to be caught completely by surprise. But consider the risk involved. Spending military might that can always be used elsewhere, and to gain relatively little ground?
So in the immediate area where they're fighting, there's nothing particular. It's a border area.
There are three main theories circulating that help explain what Ukraine might stand to gain from this kind of offensive. The first two are military considerations, but the last one has nothing to do with fighting at all. We all know the adage, the best defense is a good offense. In war, this is about attacking the enemy's strengths, which can be transportation or supply lines, and it can be a way of applying pressure, forcing the enemy to divert their resources.
This attack in no way is going to change the strategic military equation, no. But what it does do, it changes the tactical tempo, and it's like what we would call positional fighting.
This is a time lapse from the Institute for the Study of War, that's a US-based think tank, showing Russian gains since the start of the war. The outlines in black, Russian-controlled, even before the war. But the regions in red, Ukraine has managed to push back Russian advances throughout the country. But to the south and the east, Russia has not only gained ground, but held it too. This is where, in recent months, we've seen the fiercest fighting. But one military analyst told the BBC after the recent Ukrainian attack on Russian soil, there were significantly fewer Russian glide bombs dropped in the Donetsk area. That means, he continues, the aircraft which carry them are now elsewhere in Russia.
Could it be that they hope to draw some forces away? Yes. And for that, we have to see whether the Russians can snuff out this latest Ukrainian move into Kursk Oblast, or whether the Ukrainians can keep their forces in the field and move deeper in.
If the goal of the Ukrainian offensive was to divert resources away from this eastern front, Donetsk is here, only about 400 kilometers from where Ukraine pushed into Russia's Kursk region. An easy trip for a fighter jet. And in this unverified video obtained by Reuters, we see two Russian fighter jets zooming overhead as black smoke from a burning vehicle wafts into the air from the Russian side of the border. But it's impossible to know where those jets came from. And ultimately, there is a problem with this theory. Russia's army is really big.
So there's been you can say a minor disruption to Russian resources. Yes, they are committing resources, but the Russians have a lot of reserves.
It seems unlikely that the Russians would divert large numbers of troops to deal with this Ukrainian offensive because they have troops that can be brought in from elsewhere. So that strikes me as not a very plausible explanation.
So that's one theory, for what it's worth. Applying pressure in one place to relieve pressure in another. But the second theory is that this attack was actually a diversion for something bigger. I mentioned earlier how Russia seems to have been caught by surprise. The last 72 hours have been an all-out scramble.
A state of emergency has been declared in an area of southwest Russia.
Ukraine's surprise cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region has forced Moscow to redeploy troops from the front lines.
Russian state TV showed footage of hollowed-out homes, and parts of the region were evacuated.
More than 200 people were taken out of the war zone by buses and personal vehicles from their territories. During the day, with our help, thousands of people left the shelling zone by private transport.
If Russia is forced to redeploy troops in a more intentional, defensive way, that could open Russia up to counterattack elsewhere. There's no shortage of territory Ukraine would very much like to recapture from Russian control. But most military experts we've spoken to seem to agree this idea that Ukraine could set up some massive attack elsewhere falls apart for one simple reason.
I don't see that happening, actually, because I don't know where the Ukrainians will get the forces to do that.
Yes, the same issue that made Ukraine's recent attack on Russia so surprising to begin with. Where do you get the manpower and the firepower to pull off such a bold attack? No, the leading theory explaining Ukraine's surprise attack is...
Did Israel just get struck? Yeah, it did. But nothing else beyond northern Israel.
The one that has nothing to do with fighting at all. It's about bargaining power. Even in a war that seems to go on forever, both sides are thinking about the day it ends. And that doesn't necessarily mean a military victory or defeat.
They're trying to change the dynamics of the battlefield to improve their negotiating position at the peace talks.
If there's going to be a negotiated end to the war, it's likely both sides would have to make concessions. So there's a school of thought that capturing land inside Russia, even if it's only a few hundred square kilometers, that's worth something.
This opens the door potentially in a negotiation, particularly if Ukrainians manage to hold some of this territory. If they're holding parts of Russian territory, then they could offer to give it back as a trade for the Russians giving some of Ukrainian territory back.
I am going to do the Catch a Kick Predator after. There's a couple other things I want to cover.
And there's a clear deadline to make as many gains as possible. Ukraine recently made an offer to Russia.
Last try, the U.S. is specifically not allowing Ukraine to use ATACMs and other long-range weapons to target anything inside Russia proper. Ukraine has not been striking Russia with less effective Ukrainian-made Shahed-type drones so far. Ukraine has been asking to use U.S. missiles to strike military airports that launch missiles and planes into Ukraine, including those targeting Ukrainian residential areas, but the U.S. has not allowed it yet.
Heard, you know, I mean, I
dude, this is an hour long.
Russia, let's talk. Ukraine's president says he wants to present a plan for what he calls a just peace this November at an international summit. He's invited Putin to attend, and it would be the first time since near the start of the war Zelensky has shown any appetite for direct negotiations at all. But there's something else happening in November as well.
We will win in November.
We will win, win, win.
The outcome of the U.S. presidential election could have a dramatic impact on Ukraine's future. The Biden administration has been very much in Ukraine's corner, making the case to Congress that Ukraine must win. But Donald Trump has said he's looking for a quick resolution.
Let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
The Trump-Vance ticket is not pro-Ukrainian. Certainly Vance in particular is not pro-Ukrainian. So they need to stir up some kind of momentum that would show, should the Republicans win, that Ukraine is worth betting on and should be reinforced in negotiations and with more military support.
So to wrap this up, I'll state the obvious. It'll be hard to know for sure what Ukraine's master plan is until something else happens. For example, will Ukraine try to hold its ground inside Russia? But one thing is for sure,
Salam
we
alaikum.
haven't seen this kind of a bold military move from Ukraine since the start of the war, and it's made Russia angry.
Zelensky pushing for actual negotiations, both good and bad. Good because it puts the possibility of the end to the bloodshed, but it will also galvanize the ultranationalists, neo-Nazis, the last shell. Yeah, but that was always a given. That was always a given. Those guys have been primed, dude, and they're ready to go for the longest time. He's cooked either way. It's always a good thing to seek out peace and an end to the senseless bloodshed.
Angry. It calls the attack barbaric and criminal.
Çıkarsana. Çıkar sev arkaya da çıksın. Iron Dome failed. Are you guys seeing this? Yes, I did. Ukraine themselves want war until Russia leaves. I stand with them. Okay, bro. Go stand with them. Like, if Palestinians in Gaza right now were saying, no, we don't want a fucking ceasefire. We want Israel to keep blowing us up. And we want to be able to fight back, I would still have the same position. I'd be like, I don't care what they are saying. I think that there should be an immediate ceasefire. As a matter of fact, Palestinians are not saying that, of course, but there are some leftists randomly on Twitter that have actually maintained a position such as that. And to them, I say, who gives a fuck? Okay? Very random. Like, not a lot. Not a lot of people have said this. It's super, super, super marginal. Okay? Super marginal. Very passionate people have said things such as this one. But ultimately, it doesn't fucking matter. You can have your own opinions on the matter that may not even correspond to the opinions that the group of individuals you're talking about have said time and time again. I don't know. I don't also know what the actual accurate polling looks like inside of Ukraine in terms of like continuing the war, in terms of continuing the war unconditionally, no matter what. I don't know, like, especially as it stands. Your point only makes sense if Palestinians got a position up on Israel. Palestinians don't have a position up on Israel, but the Ukrainian forces don't have a position on Russia either. What are we talking about? Like, do you think that the Ukrainians are? Do you think that the Ukrainian forces have made like phenomenal leeway so far? Positions have only hardened in terms of like Russia taking over more Ukrainian territory. It's just like anything east of the Dnieper River is now seemingly permanently annexed Russian territory. Russia currently holds 18% of Ukrainian land and will easily get that after negotiations. So stupid of the West to just throw the country into the grinder. This poll showing that 57% of Ukrainians support peace talks with Russia, like previous polls, actually significantly underestimates popular support for peace talks to end the war with Russia. This poll suggests that overwhelming majority of Ukrainians support peace talks. As I said before, poll results in Ukraine were skewed due to social desirability bias, fear to express views, contrary to undemocratic government, and exclusion of occupied and annexed regions of Ukraine. So at this point, it's getting to, I mean, this is an understandable poll, especially when you're talking about people being forcibly conscripted. More Russian propaganda. As war gets bleaker, more Ukrainians appear open to a peace deal. Most Ukrainians still oppose ceding any territory to Russia, but a poll and recent remarks by the country's leaders highlight a palpable shift in the conversation around peace talks. Yes, if I asked Twitter or Reddit what their opinion is, I'm certain that they would have a much more aggressive stance because they're not the ones fucking dying. They're not the ones who are at risk of being forcibly conscripted. Their family members are not the ones who are at risk of like Russian bombing campaigns because they're not in Ukraine. They're defending their homeland, something you know nothing of. I doubt they do under any circumstance. They're defending their homeland. Bro, what are you talking about? This is a New York Times article on the polling that I'm showing you right here. 57% of Ukrainians support peace talks with Russia. Like what? In mid-July, a survey by Ukrainian independent media outlet ZN-UA found about 44% of Ukrainian civilians favor starting official talks with Russia. On July 23rd, the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology released a poll showing that nearly a third of Ukrainians would agree to cede some territory to Russia to end the war. That's more than 3 times as many as the year before. He's right, and you know what? The Palestinians are, with good reason, defending their land, and the same goes for Ukraine. Why are you being hypocritical about it? Bro, I genuinely don't understand what you're saying. We saw images of Ukrainians being forcibly conscripted. When that happens, because they're running out of manpower, there's only so much war that you can continue fighting, even if your cause is just. And with Ukrainians, their cause is just. Ultimately, we're talking about a ceasefire, Okay? You are aware that Russia could just go back to Russia? I am, and I wish they would, but I don't think Vladimir Putin gives a fuck about that. This was already done with Hitler before we got World War II because they conceded to Hitler. Okay. All right. I said this when Ukraine had significant leverage in the 15-point plan that was put to the table in Turkey. And I am going to reiterate my position once again. Okay. As this unimaginably cruel and brutal Russian offensive into Ukrainian territory continues, the more Ukrainians run out of manpower, the worse conditions will get. Because after a certain point, it's not about the best weapons that America can offer the Ukrainians, which they have already, due to political reasons, have never really been forthcoming with to begin with. There is, of course, a difference between Hitler appeasement versus what is going on currently, and that difference is obviously nuclear arms. Nuclear arms and mutually assured destruction is the reason why Russia doesn't go into NATO territory. 1/3, Lamar, that's 2/3 that don't want to cede territory at all. What? International Institute of Sociology released a poll showing that nearly 1/3 of Russians would agree to cede some territory to Russia to end the war. 44% of Ukrainian civilians, according to ZNUA, wanted starting official talks with Russia. This latest poll shows that the majority of Ukrainians, now 57%, support peace talks with Russia, as per National Democratic Institute poll. Predictably, once the government signaled that the idea is no longer a mortal taboo, people's private opinion began translating into the public one. This is a bad take, Hassan. Okay, we'll see. I think that this number will continue growing in Ukraine. Okay, 57% of support peace talks, not conceding land. That's good. I'm not saying that they should concede land. Okay, it's good. It wasn't 57% before. It's 57% of Ukrainians that want it, that now are open to peace talks with Russia. Okay, this is not I'm not giving you a take. I'm just showing you what they're saying. And those numbers are only going to continue increasing. Doesn't matter. Putin are going to relaunch the war after a few years. Okay, then you're back to square one. In the 15-point peace ceasefire negotiations that Zelensky had put together alongside Russia in Antalya, I believe, one thing that he did that I thought was very smart was pushing the Crimea question back 15 years to hold a referendum later down the line on what to do with Crimea. That is a very effective way of neutralizing the Crimea argument and still getting a ceasefire conversation going. It was a very effective way of getting the Ukrainian population on board as well. But the reasoning for why the majority opinion is shifting, and more importantly, more significantly, with Zelensky saying he's open to peace talks or open to some kind of amicable solution. I heard these same arguments from Chavez 2 years ago. I know, which was crazy because I was right then when I said that the ceasefire negotiations put on the table was a good idea. These positions have hardened at this point. Positions like Russian positions inside of Ukraine have hardened. They've mined a shit ton of territory. Battle lines have not changed all too significantly, moving an inch here and there, while simultaneously Ukraine and Russian soldiers too, but Ukraine especially, are running out of manpower. Okay? Why is chat so annoying when Russia-Ukraine is brought up? Can you explain? I wasn't in here. Because I don't know. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to relitigate old shit because his take is bad. Putin's political hold on Russia is deteriorating. Put pressure on him and Russia can change. Yeah, you're right. Why not let Israel get everything they want to get a ceasefire? Great question. The three-phase ceasefire negotiation is literally just to get a ceasefire. What Israel wants to do is continue bombing. If Israel was like, hey, you're right, we will do the three-phase ceasefire, then that's great. Israel, on the other hand, because they have unlimited support from the United States of America, don't even want a ceasefire. They just want to say that they want a ceasefire, but they actually don't want a ceasefire. They openly communicate their desire to not have a ceasefire at all. I don't know why people are, I don't know why people just go, Putin's political hold on Russia is deteriorating, putting pressure. Great. I have been a firm, committed believer in this reality, in this narrative for a very long time. It's just seemingly not true. And I also know this from my own personal experience in Turkey. We've had this same exact fucking, then let Ukraine counterattack. I don't have an issue with the Ukrainian counterattack. I never said it was a fucking, then let Ukraine counterattack. Did you see me say, hey, wow, that's really fucked up. I can't believe they're, how unconscionable, how fucked up. I can't believe they're counterattacking. No, I just don't know how. You don't want them in Russian territory? No. Are you listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth, or are you hallucinating my positions? I said, I do not know the tactical efficiency of this Russian incursion, of like going into Russia. I even made a joke about annexing it by holding a shambolic election. Does it appear to you like I am saying like, oh my God, I can't believe they're counterattacking? I missed a bit of the stream. Okay, apologies. I mean no offense. Why are you so gung-ho then? Why are you so gung-ho? Put pressure on Putin is literally the same fucking energy as, why don't you tell Hamas to release the hostages, bro? The fuck are we talking about? You have no way of communicating your desires to Hamas in this situation. Although the dynamic is dramatically different. I'm not making a moral equivalence between Hamas or Russia and Russia. Make no mistake. But it's the same as like, why don't you go fucking protest at the Trump rallies? Why don't you go tell Hamas to fucking release the hostages? It's like, this is not how this works. You know what I mean? This is leverage. Why the fuck would they give up their leverage? I just don't understand why you motherfuckers don't go and fight in Ukraine. I just don't understand it. Ukraine invading Russia is the leverage here. We'll see. I'm saying I don't know if it's an effective strategy or not. I don't have, I'm not going to sit here and be like, wow, how immoral that Ukraine invaded Russia. That would be a laughable notion and utterly hypocritical. I'm simply stating that there is more of an appetite in Ukraine, it seems, for a ceasefire conversation to take place with Russia than previous months and previous years. The reason why I see that is because I've reported on this matter. Ukraine is running out of manpower. And as it runs out of manpower and it starts trying to conscript people back into the fight, whether they are in Kyiv or whether talking about like possible removal of Ukrainian military-aged men from Poland and other places that they've actually gone to when they understandably escaped after the Russian invasion, you're getting to a point where it's like unmanageable and deeply unpopular. I love it when experts don't know why Ukraine is invading Russia, but chatters are absolutely certain. I mean, it makes sense. Like, it makes sense that they want to have some kind of leveraging position. So that's not like an unfair suspicion to have. That's not unfair speculation. Like, I don't think it's like I don't think it's out there to say like, yeah, they just want some kind of bargaining chip. I don't think that they're going to be able to permanently occupy it, though. That's the other problem. I'm part Ukrainian and Native American, and this topic is near to my heart, and you always seem against Ukraine. If I was against Ukraine, I would be making pro-Russian arguments, such as Russia has a right to hold Ukraine. Ukraine is actually the Ukraine for the longest time because it means the border isn't the border of Russia, or any number of different like weird Duginist, ultra-nationalist narratives. There are plenty of people who do such things. I could be easily pushing Z, as a matter of fact. I could be one of those like MAGA communist style people. That's not what I'm saying at all. My bias is towards peace, as it is the case in Gaza, as it is the case in Ukraine. Okay? You got to make it simple sometimes, Hassan. Tell people you wish what you wish would happen, pie in the sky style, so they know your stance. Yes, I wish that Russia would have never invaded Ukraine. I wish that Russia would, withdraw their troops from the invasion of Ukraine. Of course, that's the correct thing to do. But the peace for Palestine and Ukraine are different in your mind? What? Because they're dug in, dude. You've been saying that for years. They want to get a win before the election so Trump doesn't turn off the money faucet, but peace for Palestine and Ukraine are different in your mind? Wait, what? No, it's not different in my mind at all. Asking again because I got lost in the chat. What do you mean when they say pushing Z? Pushing Z is like what? Like being pro-Russia, being pro-Putin. Ukraine chat is still on your ass after all these years. I know. I just don't think people actually listen to what you say about Russia and Ukraine and make up their own ideas as to what you believe. Yeah. No, that is what it is. Z was a symbol that was painted on Russian vehicles during the invasion, has now become what you've said. Yeah. Do you think Finland is in danger? No. No, I don't think Finland is in danger. Bro, what do you mean? Yeah, Russia did such a good job invading Ukraine and overtaking the entirety of Ukraine. Now they got their sights set on Ukraine, and Poland is next. Someone said, I wish Moldova Mama Liga was in here. Bro, like pro-NATO liberals turn into Moldova Mama Liga at a moment's notice. Moldova Mama Liga is safe in the United States of America. He's here in the bosom of empire. All right, let's get back to some fucking insane shit. I don't understand what you want Russia to do in this situation with Zelensky facilitation. NATO put their armies around Russia. Here's a really good and very solid thing that they could have done. Continue dealing in trade by offering energy to European trade partners and reassert the Minsk agreements and showcase the hypocrisy of the West by constantly ramping up pressure, saying that there is they do not have sights set on Ukraine at all. And that, you know what? They should do what China does. You know, they should do what China has done consistently, despite saber rattling from the United States of America and its allies in the region, which is to not invade a fucking country and kill a shit ton of people and just keep doing fucking trade. America tries its very best to try to kickstart a war against China too. All the while, China has made itself an irreplaceable trade partner. You say that like it's so easy not to invade people. I know. I don't think the U.S. cares to end the war there. They look to prolong it, in fact. I mean, yes, but, you know, that's besides the point. I love you, man, but China's been bullying its neighbors for quite some time, Lamau. Bro, this conversation is so fucking ridiculous when we're talking about Russia invading and murdering a shit ton of Ukrainians. Okay? Yeah, dude, I know. They fucking spray Filipino boats with water. Okay? That's insane. Like, can you imagine? We're having a conversation about Israel doing genocide, Russia doing unimaginable death and destruction in Ukraine, and then you're like, Filipino boats got sprayed with water from the Chinese Coast Guard. Like, I'm sorry, I can't take you fucking seriously when we're having a conversation about like real death and destruction, and I'm saying that like one is significantly better than the other. Okay? Like, that's insane, dude. Like, do you understand what I mean? Do you understand what I mean? And then motherfuckers go, China apologists. Like, Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. Bro, get a new talking point. Get a new talking point, okay? This was real, okay? They did re-education to a shit ton of Uyghur Muslims, okay, in Xinjiang. They absolutely did that shit, okay? They also basically Hanified certain aspects of Uyghur society. They put them under mass surveillance. That's 2019, okay? It was unconscionable. It was fucked up. It is unacceptable. I've never said that it was like valid. I've never said that it was appropriate or just. But you're operating on shit that they did in 2019 as though they're still doing it. And it kind of makes it feel like your interest is specifically to just say, they're doing this, they're doing this, they're still doing this. It's also additionally insane to consider, especially when we're looking at America's own personal genocide going on in Gaza. Like, it's so obvious. You don't give a fuck about Muslims. Are you secretly a conservative and just pretend to be a leftist for money? Am I a fucking Chinese operative or am I secretly a conservative? Which one is it? It's crazy. I love the election cycle. I know. Foreign policy brings out the nuttiest people. Yeah, I'm a conservative, but for China. I'm a Chinese conservative. Oh, I'm everything. Like, it feels insane to have this conversation. I don't know. As a Ukrainian, I wanted to thank you for your sober position on this issue. I've seen some other leftists be disrespectful to my people, but your position made me listen to other things that you have had to say and learn about Israel's genocide in Gaza. Holy shit. Thank you for saying that. I'm confused. Does George Soros pay your checks, or is it China or Putin? It's all of them. It's George Soros, it's China, it's Putin, it's Zelensky, it's Taiwan. I'm getting paid by all parties, okay? Because guess what, dude? Advocate for both sides and you always come out on top. That's how it works. I'm also getting paid by Dr. Antonio Fauci. I'm getting paid by Iran. That's another one. The one guy who's not paying me is Israel. The ultimate grift. Yeah. Learn from the best. Erdogan, the watermelon salesman. Okay. Has anyone noticed that Kamala cheated at the airport? There was nobody at the plane and she AI'd it and showed a massive crowd of so-called followers, but they didn't exist. she was turned in by a maintenance worker at the airport when he noticed the fake crowd picture, but there was nobody there. Later confirmed by the reflection of the mirror-like finish of the vice presidential plane. She's a cheater. She had nobody waiting, and the crowd looked like 10,000 people. Same thing is happening with her fake crowds at her speeches. This is the way the Democrats win elections, by cheating. And they're even worse at the ballot box. She should be disqualified because the creation of a fake image is election interference. Anyone who does that will cheat at anything. What the fuck? Yo, he's losing his fucking mind, bro. Dude, this is not good. I still don't think that this will lead to like a January 6th style situation for reasons that I've described a million times over. I simply don't think that there's enough. There are too many people who are too scared of like criminal punishments to put themselves out there like that, because January 6th already happened. And Republicans now know what happens after January 6th. But there's nothing funnier than one of the most like media focused televised events, like a fucking Michigan campaign rally. Okay. Like Tim Pool is shitting on him. Ian Miles wrong. What is going on, bro? Ian Miles wrong and Tim Pool are like, bro, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you doing? Kamala's crowd at the airport was in fact real. You can claim they're paid actors or that they're just there for a concert, but they're definitely not AI. Bro, you can't. When will Republicans learn? This is what I tell you all the time about flat Earth, okay? At least the Earth feels and looks flat. Anything beyond that, if you are demanding that people refuse to believe what they can see with their fucking eyes, you're gonna fail. You are going to fail to captivate a broad enough audience. All you do when you do this is basically make your most diehard cult-like fans become extra insane, okay? It's the same with the trans panic. It's the same with the fucking crime panic. Well, crime panic is a little bit easier to sell to the population because they're so prime. But like, it just doesn't. It's so stupid. All you're doing is making the people who are in your pocket, like really, really in your pocket, absolutely insane. Okay? Like, this isn't fake, man. The pic in the question was taken with literally any modern smartphone that uses computational photography, which creates weird artifacts. It's so fucked up I could rant for ages on this. You cannot, okay, make people believe something that they can verify with their eyes like this. And by that I mean, you cannot make like normal people in the margins, people who are not super invested in a cult-like way, in your insane nonsense. Everyone beyond that hears you and sees you do this and go, oh my God, this guy is out of his mind. It's not as freaking advisors as Trump. Stop shifting the blame. This is what his cultists do. What do you think no advisors means? Trump has awful advisors or no advisors? To be fair, Tim kind of ate his ass on this one a little bit, because he's literally saying Trump either has like lost the plot on his own or has like bad advisors. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Tim Pool here, but I'm going to give him the W on this because he's right. Yeah, he was just like, he is also maintaining the position that Trump might be just like responding to the most insane thing. Way too many videos taken at that rally say the entire crowd was fake. Unfortunately, too many people on X want to focus on that instead of the real issues. Okay, well, you just hate the Krasenstein brothers, so that's not fair. I do not hate the Krasenstein. I mean, okay, I hate the Krasenstein brother, but I hate Tim Pool too. What the fuck? I hate Tim Pool more than I hate the Krasenstein brother. Breaking. It's being reported that every single person at the Kamala rally was paid, carefully vetted, and the majority were flown in. It was invite open and not open to the public. They're all paid actors. Okay, that also doesn't make sense, because very famously, there were people in the crowd that were chanting pro-Palestinian chants, and Kamala Harris literally failed to deal with that adequately. We also watched that. in real time. So what's the argument? That Kamala Harris actually literally paid for pro-Palestinians to come in and yell at her and then show the world that she was ill-equipped at dealing with that moment? Oh my God. Being a right grifter would be so easy because all you would have to do is make an AI image, then say Kamala Harris posted it. Oh, that's so sick. It literally says satire on the bottom. Bro, I'm not kidding. I think you could convince a lot of these people that the state of Michigan doesn't exist. Like, I'm not even joking when I say this. I think you could convince a lot of these Republican Americans that the entire state of Michigan is made up. Like, these are people who are literally operating with childlike wonderment. They have no object permanence. Like, they have devolved into this mushy brained, idiotic hive mind. Every day that goes by, I am in awe of how low they can go in terms of demonstrating their lack of mental competence. Okay? Every day I'm like, there's no fucking way that they're this stupid. And then I find out, no, they actually are this fucking stupid. Stop whining. Brother, I don't think you understand anything that I'm saying. This is exactly what I mean. This motherfucker says stop whining because I don't think he understands language. I don't think this person understands like what I'm communicating, what I'm saying. In his mind, he thinks, oh, this is a soy libtard. He must be whining. I'm not whining at all. I'm just in utter disbelief at how unimaginably stupid Republicans are. If anyone is actually whining, it's the motherfucking former president who is so terrified at the real popular momentum that the Harris-Walz ticket has that he is just basically fucking making shit up in a state of utter panic. Look, we caught her with a fake crowd. There was nobody there. Wait, what is this? What? Is he saying like the phones themselves show no, like the phones don't show like a big crowd? Is that what he's trying to say? Like what? I think there's one AI image going around, but obviously the crowd wasn't fake. Trump is the Facebook grandpa who saw one fake image and believed it. They're saying the crowd doesn't reflect on the plane. Bro, it's making me sad. It's making me sad seeing how fucking stupid people can be. Bro, this is not a pic. It's a video. This is from a video. This one is AI. The original wasn't AI. I don't even know if this one is AI. I don't think this might not even be AI. I think this is just a screen grab. I think all of the weird like artifacting that you're seeing in the photo, it might be, but I don't think the artifacting that you're seeing in the photo is a consequence of it being AI because it looks pretty close to the actual video. Where is it? I can't believe we're doing this. I cannot believe that we're watching this fucking thing. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Like, this is the original video, okay? It's gonna zoom out and then you'll see the original. Oh, maybe that is AI actually. This is what the OG one looks like. See? It's showing no crowds. Folks, look. There's nobody there. It's not a screen grab from the video. It's a separate photo, but it's not AI. It only looks like that because it was taken on a phone that uses computational photography that produces weird artifacts. Megaphonics is going to fucking die, okay? If you guys keep talking about how this is AI. So do it. Keep talking about how that photo is AI as well. These posts will only get more people to attend our rallies to piss them off. Yeah. Bro, dude, this is a little scary because it shows like genuine mental illness in a way that I would say Trump had not. Like, Trump has always been insane, but I'm not kidding when I say like this is a new level of insanity even for Donald Trump. Like, he's actually kind of losing it, I think. Who knows what happens? 6K likes on TikTok for this one AI thing. This is like, you know what this feels like? It feels like when someone fucking says like, Hassan, be honest, you're doing steroids. It's like, no, but thank you for saying that because it makes me feel good, right? Like, I think most people who actually do steroids would recognize that, of course, I am not, because I don't have that kind of body composition. I don't have that kind of body fat percentage, for example. But it makes me feel good that you literally think that I'm doing steroids. Like, that means I'm that fucking brolic, right? And this is the same shit where they're like, there's no way Kamala Harris and Tim Walz could draw crowds like this. Obviously, this popularity must be fake. And it's like, nah, it's real, man. It's like pretty easy to confirm too. Oh yeah, we have the live conversation tomorrow. Content locked in, baby. 5 p.m. Be there. What? Here's my view from inside the corner of the hangar where you can just see the throngs of people outside. The plane after the rally when I was able to walk around to see it, and some scenes from very people like me. He's lost it. Nah, that's also fake, bro. Bro, this is literally, that's also fake, bro. That's also fake. What? They're posting AI hot Kamala. These 2 fake images of Kamala Harris, most likely generated with AI, are being widely shared online. On Facebook, one post has been shared 87,000 times. On X, one tweet has been viewed 3.5 million times. What? Just so everyone knows how she got her start? Bro, she just looks hot as fuck. Like, what? Why are they making her hot? Like, what? Why are they making her hotter? Are they trying to throw the election? I'm confused. Oh my God, boomers are gooners for Kamala. Listen, I'm a lifelong Republican. Donald Trump was my favorite president. And I saw Kamala Harris looking like a dime piece. I saw her dressed up to the nines. And I thought to myself, God damn, I can't stop gooning to it. As one fine mamacita. It's all fake, dumbass. Easter Bunny instructs Biden not to talk to the press or public. See, Joe Biden's cognitive decline. You can't be president. I drew you hot in my notebook type beat. Yeah. This AI thing started 2 days ago. Then Trump picked up on it. Bro, Trump is getting his fucking notes from the older millennial. Oh my God. Dude, you are so cooked. You are so fucking cooked. It's like older millennial makes its way to fucking Donald Trump Jr. He needs to, if he wants to win, Mr. President, I love you. Okay? I am going to give you free advice right now. You don't have to listen to me. You might say I'm a fucking communist, socialist with a big house, fake capitalist, whatever the fuck. But this is free 99, $0 advice for you, Mr. President. Listen to me. Do not talk to Donald Trump Jr. until November 5, okay? Don't talk to him ever again. Do not look at his tweets. Do not talk to him. Stop getting advice from Donald Trump Jr. He already fucked you up, okay? He already fucked you up. He already got you to be locked down with JD Vance, and you hate him. You literally called him a fucking loser. Please, Mr. President, former President Donald Trump, the real president of the United States of America, I love you, okay? $6 is all you need to have these uninterrupted moments on this broadcast where I will give you advice, okay? I will give you the advice. You can also gift subs because I know you're a billionaire. You're very wealthy, okay? Mr. President, please do not listen to Donald Trump Jr. You have to stop. It is really fucking you up, okay? Many people are saying you have lost your aura, Mr. President. Many people are saying that you're literally losing it, okay? Mr. President, I know I said it's free 99 advice, and then I said it's $6. That might have confused you. It's because you're a billionaire. I thought it would be fine to maybe pay in the form of gifted subs for the fucking advice that I'm giving you, because it's actually, free, but like it's really, really good advice. Also, you can get it for free if you use your Amazon Prime account and connect it to your Twitch account. So Twitch Prime is free. So technically, this advice is still very much free 99. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay. Anyway, getting back to the matter at hand. Bro, he is fucking losing it, dude. What the fuck?
Barry Sisson has now resorted to using AI images to try to act like people support Kamala Harris. This was his recent tweet. Hope, dedication.
Bro, they did this with Biden. They could not imagine that enough people would just find Donald Trump to be despicable and repugnant. So they were like, how could anybody vote for a carcass over the best president of all time? So then they did January 6th. Okay. But now there is like actually fucking rallies. You can attend the rallies. You can go to a rally. You can see for yourself. This is something that is like easy to check. Okay. This is so funny. Bro, he's sad he debate. Oh yeah, I saw the I should have never debated Biden moment that he had.
Patriotism. That's the Kamala Harris campaign. Kamala Harris campaign also seems to be AI generated. This is not a real picture. Like, let's take a closer look. First of all, none of their phones are recording the same shit.
Bro doesn't know angles, dog. Bro doesn't know how angles work. Bro, you can't. No. Bro, you literally don't understand how anything works. Bro, you are literally a baby, dog. You got baby brain. Oh my God. Oh my God, what we have done to this country by destroying what remains of public education. Oh my God. Bro, this is like basic brain computation. Like, this is something that you can experience in the real world. You can pull your phone out, okay, and literally take the fucking camera out, all right, and you can point it above you and then look at the phone and then look in front of you and be like, oh, that's different. It's showing something different, especially if you zoom in. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just a reminder, this guy won't hear your ableism, but baby brain chatters will. Like, it's so obvious. First of all, even if it's fucking AI, okay, which it looks weird, but I suspect it's because it's just like a camera. It's like artifacting, right? Having said that, however, why wouldn't they Photoshop each individual phone if they want to make this grand narrative? The only reason why it looks like that is because it's most likely a real photo with some weird artifacting in it, okay? And also, people are looking at different things in the crowd. When you got like 100 people in an area, they all whip their fucking phones out and they're moving the phone in different directions. And then they also zoom in, okay? I had this exact same conversation last year, yeah.
Object there.
Your brain, it's light. Your brain is, the mirror is not a thing. Your brain is what is perceiving images. The mirror is not a magical object. This is literally a science project. There are parts of this that the mirror can't see. If you notice,
Can anyone?
it's like very odd that like see, the mirror doesn't see everything because there are parts that the light cannot reflect. Do you get that? That's the reason. That should give you a clue. You know what I mean? Like, it's light reflecting, and on places that it can't reflect, the mirror, quote unquote, can't see. Okay, this is literally like, listen. This is literally fucking, I don't know how to describe it. Like, this is like having a medieval peasant brain. You know what I mean? Like, why fucking mirror on the wall? Tell me you know how the fucking egg is behind a piece of paper, magic mirror. Magic mirror! I feel like if we devolve further as a society, we're just gonna fucking become like actual cavemen. We're gonna start grunting to communicate. And the reason why I showed you this is because the reason why I showed you, did you read a physics textbook over the weekend? No, I just like, there's certain aspects of what I have learned, I guess, in school that just stuck with me. This is one of those things. I just, like, I don't know what to say. Bro, you were funnier when you were younger. Bro, that was like a year ago, man. Calm down. Like, it's just, how can we have such bountiful technological achievements that we take for granted on a regular basis in every moment of our lives and simultaneously operate like cavemen? Okay? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's like we have TikTok, we have the internet, we have telephones, we have fucking phone cameras, we have internet at any given moment. At a moment's notice, you could just like be tapped into the rest of the fucking planet. And there are motherfuckers who are literally dumber than the medieval peasant. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It pisses me off. We are getting stupider every day. What the fuck? This is like...
This dude looks like he's watching a video on the hub. I have no clue what this person's watching. This dude is apparently zoomed in on...
That's like the person's hand in front of them. He's trying to zoom in to the plane. That's why you see a lot of blue, because everyone is trying to zoom into the plane to the best of their ability.
On two people having a conversation. Not to mention, AI still has trouble doing hands. Because if this is a real hand, something is broken. Not to mention, this person is filming that person's phone, apparently. This person is watching a video.
What? No. That's that person filming that you can barely make out the other person's phone behind it. I don't think this is an AI photo, bro. I genuinely don't think this is an AI photo. Regardless, even if it was an AI photo, even if it was a fucking AI photo, there are videos from literally every person in the crowd. There are videos from every person in the crowd. There are so many fucking videos. There are so many fucking videos from the event. We watched it live. I'm losing my mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. The reason why I don't think this is an AI photo, despite like the weird, like filter on it, is because that many fucking hands is like impossible for the AI to put together. And also AI is really bad at text too. AI is notoriously bad at text. AI is notoriously bad at fingers still. It has, however, gotten better, but it doesn't really matter because, like I said, mainstream media was there. Okay. Fox News was there.
Video with captions. This person thinks the sky is really important, but this is very obviously not real. Do you understand how shitty your candidate has to be to resort to using AI? The worst part is this isn't...
I don't think this is AI. I think this is just like a fucking weird filter on a photo. I promise this addresses the computational photography thing. What? No, I want specifically about this photo, whether it's AI or not. Okay?
If you're looking for any more evidence that the size of these Harris campaign rallies are capturing Trump's attention and getting under his skin, look no further than these posts that he's putting out today, essentially lending voice to a conspiracy about the size of her rally in Detroit earlier this week. He wrote, "Has anyone noticed that Kamala cheated at the airport? There was nobody at the plane and she AI'd it and showed a massive crowd of so-called followers, but they didn't exist." He goes on to say she's a cheater, she had nobody waiting, and the crowd looked like 10,000 people. Now, to back up his claim, he seems to be using a photo that a Harris campaign staffer posted from the event and trying to claim that there's no reflection of the crowd on the exterior of the plane, that it was somehow manipulated. But we can say with certainty that his claims that a crowd didn't exist are just false. For starters, CNN was at the event, and I've spoken to Jeff Zeleny, the esteemed chief correspondent who was there, and he told me that his team witnessed a crowd of many thousands that filled the large hangar where she was. There were two risers. The crowd spilled out onto a sprawling tarmac where Air Force Two, and you see it there, came to a stop. Two large risers were outside, Jeff said, along with rows and rows of chairs, several giant screens for the outdoor crowd to see what was on the rally stage. And of course, we shot our own video from the event, which you're looking at now. Shows very clearly this major crowd that was at the event. We also have photographs from independent...
You killed Mega. I'm not, like, I don't care about a random article about computational photography. Okay? I don't care. Like, I get it. I believe that there's artifacting that occurs when your smartphone takes a photo. I know that. Like, I know that already. But it doesn't address whether or not that image is AI. And I don't even think that image is AI. I know the iPhones lie sometimes. I know. I believe you. I also know that.
News photographers who were at the event showing the major crowd that was there to see her. All of this makes...
Like, these people are so delusional, bro. They're so fucking delusional. What is happening? It's crazy. There's like 1 billion photos from that day. Fuck.
Even the first time we've caught them doing this. But in Harry's defense, this is the first time he's done it. This is the first time he's used AI to try to lie to people. I mean, he has no problem lying to people, but this is the first time he used AI to do it. Harry, look, I know it's not your fault, man. I know Midas Touch or Act Blue just sent you this and said you had to post it. And if you didn't, you weren't getting paid. But bro, look at the fucking...
This shouldn't be newsworthy. You're wrong, because we as a society do not operate on the boundaries of what is truth and what is false, okay? We operate at the whims of the most psychotic, most delusional, most idiotic, mouth-breathing, neck-bearded fucking losers, okay? Like it or not, that's where we're at. At this point, I am not fearful of, like when I look at a situation, when I look at a story, I am no longer considering what the reality is. I am now considering what people think the reality is. Do you understand? Do you get it? Because it doesn't fucking matter. Like, something as easily dismissed as this is going to cause enough people to legitimately fucking believe that this is fake. It's completely staged. Perception is reality. Exactly. It doesn't matter what is happening in the real world, okay? What matters now is what the dumbest right-wingers cook up as a narrative, and we are at their whim, okay? It's it. It's done. It's over. We are officially at the mercy of the stupidest fucking people on the planet. They drive discourse. We can't just be like, dude, what are you saying? This is the most insane thing I've ever heard. And there are a lot of people in your life, if you ever go out into the real world, that will probably reiterate some of these things that you are finding to be hilarious, okay? The picture is post photography, over sharpened effect, dusty artifacts. That's what it looks like, yes. Here's a better version of the image posted. You could tell the reason it looks weird is because it's trying to balance the bright light with the shadow of the hanger. Oh, no, that quote is incomplete. Perception is a reality. No, now perception is the reality. Perception of not like the broad majority of the population either. Perception of the dumbest people you've ever met, because unfortunately they are growing in numbers. I cannot believe that we're like consistently, we are looking at this, we're looking at the situation and like having to deal with the situation when this is one of the easiest to dismiss talking points of all time, okay? You no longer have to believe any photos posted by the Democrat Party. These paid influencers, Kamala Harris, Borders are Tim Walz, stolen valor, because it's all AI generated. They were posted. 20,000 people were at this small airplane hangar. If you find a crowd photo, zoom out. It's a real photo, or was nobody at the crowd really? Fucking got him. I can't believe I'm like, these are resistance libs, dude. These are literally resistance libs, and I'm fucking laughing at resistance libs. Oh my God. That's how stupid the Republicans are, that they negatively polarize me towards like their insanity to a degree where I'm looking at a guy with a blue check mark responding to George fucking Conway, okay? And laughing. I think at the point Republicans have to try to prove computer AI generated that they're already losing. Yes, they are losing their fucking minds. But that is also a major issue, okay? It's a major issue because we're cooked. It's a major fucking problem because these guys are like half the goddamn country almost, and they never shut the fuck up. And we just have to sit there and watch like larger and larger numbers of people become insane. Okay? Well, oh wait, hold on. Look, what is this? Obviously AI. Look at the effect. Obviously this is fake. More evidence we're cooked. Guy with 200 million openly asked, is this real, about a random fucking internet article? Cool that Elon implying Tim Walz was a pedophile defender got seen by millions of people before a community note went up, and the post is still up. Is this true at community notes? In a just society, Tim wouldn't be running for VP. Yes, Tim Walz signed a bill to remove anti-pedophile language from Human Rights Act. Yes and no. The amendment was added clarifying pedophilia is not a protected class. The amendment was removed prior to signing. Walz signed a bill that had anti-pedophile language removed would be more accurate. The bill did not remove anything from any existing law. Alarming. Bro, you think men can be women and you're talking about operating on truth? That's why you're a tiny little shrimp boy. You make no sense. I recommend you stop wasting time on this elections. It's over, pal. Been over. No more fairy tale goofies like you living in dreamland. Go get your nails done and change your tampon. Bro, you are literally representative of exactly what I'm talking about. Literally look at me. You are typing in a fucking Twitch chat. Look at me. Look. Okay? That's all I need to do. I don't even need to make an argument. Just look at me. Okay? Look at me. Leave the computer. Go and look in a mirror. Okay? Take a fucking mental snapshot of what you are seeing in front of you, and then go back to the mirror and look at yourself. Okay? You are calling me a fucking soy boy, a shrimp boy. I don't know how to reason with a person that literally looks at a person like myself and goes, that's a shrimp boy with a tampon. What the fuck? Oh, I'm doing that. You're still soft. I'm telling the truth. Exactly. That's the point. Okay? That's the point. You are not responsive to what makes human beings like a living, breathing organism. Do you understand? You are not responsive to things that like an animal understands. Like an animal would see someone of my size in the wild and go, oh, that's a big thing. I will avoid it. You, on the other hand, are dumber than a feral animal. Okay? Call me right now. I'll embarrass the shit out of you. I'm twice your size. Okay. Okay, bud. Okay, bud. Maybe I'm AI. On my life. I don't think you understand something. Okay? Even if you were 600 pounds and like 12'8", okay, as in twice my size, that still would not change the reality that I am 6'4" and 230 pounds. Do you get what I'm saying? As in, still, you will not be able to convince human beings in the real world that I am a tiny person. Do you get what I mean? Bro said he is 12'8". Okay? That's the point. You're like 2 inches tall on my screen, dude. What's really real? I hate this shit. I saw this. You're soft as hell. I'm not lying. You're crazy, dude. Brother, you are typing anonymously in a fucking Twitch chat. Okay? Like, you are not going to be able to convince anybody, myself included, that you're a fucking hard body dude. Okay? You are typing in a Twitch chat anonymously. None of us are hard. Drop that. Okay? None of us are hard. You are typing anonymously in a Twitch chat. You are not a Spartan. Okay? Well, you might have some Spartan tendencies, i.e. pedophilia, but beyond that, you know, you're picking a fight with one of the Monstars from Space Jam, dude. Be careful. Yes. Yeah, it's Wemby. Not just Twitch chat, but he's hate watching someone he thinks is a soft boy. That's another thing. You are participating in hate watching, which is legitimately the most intellectually soft thing you can do. Nah, I want to see Haas switch gears when this dude is yacked. I don't think he knows how to fucking operate guest star. And there is no fucking way I'm calling him on Discord. Brock Lesnar sock account. Yeah, this is the chatter. I found dude's Instagram. He's not twice your size, twice body fat percentage, yes. No, you didn't. You did not find the dude's Instagram already. Bro, come to Ohio, I dare you. All talk, I'll drop my addy wherever. I joined this shit to talk shit to a pussy. I don't have Discord. I'm an adult. I have a phone. Oh, no, dude. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. No. Ain't no way. I take back what I said, big dog. Real recognize real. Okay? Real recognize real. You're brolic. I apologize. Okay? I apologize. We figured it out. My bad, bro. Hey. My bad, bro. Hard body. My bad, bro. I'm stopping. You are a fucking stud. Okay? Read his chat. What'd he say? That was 3 years ago. Either way, I still look more straight than you, dog. Hell yeah. When I'm in high school. Bro, you cannot. Bro, I want to thank you. Okay? I want to thank you for quite literally proving my fucking point. Okay? I want to thank you for proving the exact point I was making when I said Republicans deny reality in front of them, and because they're so fucking lost in the sauce that they literally cannot comprehend how normal people would look at a situation like this and not be on your side. Okay? Like you don't, dude, I'm just talking shit to a pussy. That was 3 years ago. Either way, I still look more straight than you. Like, this is a tragic situation that is unfolding for you in front of 34,000 people. It's like you're inside of a fucking arena. You're inside of Madison Square Garden with a Madison Square Garden full of people laughing at the argument that you have presented that is dispellable by just looking. Okay, like things that we can see with our eyes. You will not be able to talk your way out of this situation. This is the point I always make in terms of deniable reality versus undeniable reality, right? This is what I mean when I say some Republicans go past the point of like believing in flat earth conspiracies and reach a certain point of no return. Okay? This is awesome. Everyone I know that isn't gay thinks this is hilarious. Dude, you think masks do shit? What? Who are you arguing? What are you arguing against? What is going on? Dog, pick a struggle, okay? Listen. I'm going to write you a script, okay? You said, grow up, pal. I think I'm going to give you a year. You are going to blossom into a wonderful flower, okay? Number 1, hit the gym. Number 2, get a better haircut. Number 3, try to grow facial hair, okay? It might not work. If it doesn't work, I recommend minoxidil. I've seen that on TikTok. People put minoxidil on their beard to try to grow their beard, okay? You are going to inevitably figure out what works for your face and what works for your dome. I went through this period, okay? I went through this period. Full beard? Okay, great. Get new glasses. These do not help your face, okay? Try different ones. I don't know. Maybe try spherical ones. It might be a little bit better, okay? You can go with like a Ted Nivison vibe if you get like the spherical spectacles, okay? Got new glass already? Great. Okay, what is it called? Spherical, like the circle ones? You have to start hitting the gym, okay? Get creatine. Stack that shit. It's wonderful, okay? Creatine has done wonders for me, okay? Creatine has done wonders for me. It will do wonders for you, okay? Track your calories. MyFitnessPal is a free application that has this user-generated library of so much data in terms of like what certain calories are, what certain foods are with certain calories. Dude, I can beat the fuck out of you or outlift you. You're crazy. Okay. You can't, but that's fine. We're not talking about me. We're talking about you. Okay. Hit the gym. Track your calories. I can't tell if you need to lose a couple pounds. You probably need to put on some more muscle mass, and then you could most likely stand to go on a cut afterwards. Tell Chatter to stick to blues. Warm colors do not suit them. Yes, never wear this color ever again. Never. Okay? That shit looks terrible. Okay? 100%. You can get a better Edgar cut? Probably not. I'm 25 now. I'm proud of you. I'm glad that, time has continued to move on and you have grown. I hope that you've grown out of some of these looks at a wedding. Doesn't matter if it's at a wedding. You should still not wear that color. Not a great color for you. Okay? Why not change his outlook on life? This man needs help. I think that with the confidence that he gets from self-improvement, he will inevitably become wait, he said 3 years ago when he was in high school, were you held back? You're 25 now? You were in high school till you were 22? When he's done with Team Khabib, tell your boyfriend Putin he's got a fat pussy between his legs. Y'all can both catch a rear naked whenever. Soft ass Russian fruitcakes. Y'all eat dick for breakfast. Okay, you might not be salvageable. Never mind. I take back everything I said, bro. Come on. That's Khabib, bro. You think you can fuck up Khabib? Bro, it turns out we have our own Dagestani guy in Ohio, which is basically like Dagestan. I would drop the gay stuff as well, because to most people who are, confident in their sexuality and adults, it comes across like you're panicking a little bit. Like you have a little bit of panic about your own personal sexuality and the way you present yourself. Most people that are comfortable with their sexuality wouldn't be like consistently talking about like men having sex with other men. I mean, I make some gay jokes from time to time as well, but in good taste. This comes across a little too over the top. So if you want to maintain this like alpha dog lifestyle mentality, I wouldn't use you've used too many. Like you used too many things. You said he's got a fat pussy. He said y'all can catch a rear naked whenever, which, fine. Soft ass Russian fruitcakes. Y'all eat dick for breakfast. Like you're really fucking pushing it. You know what I mean? You've said too many different ways where it almost comes across like you're fantasizing. Like you're no longer in the I'm shit talking Khabib Nurmagomedov territory. I'm now actually genuinely imagining these two men, these two hot, muscular men, just having straight up gay ass sex with one another. Like you've officially moved on to that, you know? It's too imaginative. Anyway, look, I'm not kidding when I say this. Like we've memed around a little bit. We took this like weird step in this other direction. But I mean it when I say, like, you done getting off to this? Nah, it's called a joke. You don't know how to make those. You don't know what funny means. You don't know me, man. I'm pretty funny. I bet you are. I believe you. Okay? I believe you. I believe you're a funny dude. All I'm gonna say is, I think he's from Ohio. You're wasting your time. He was doomed since birth. He's from Ohio. I don't think so. I think everyone is salvageable. I think this person is perfectly fine. He's just a little insecure. It's all right, you know, but things are going to get better. I suspect, considering you're like adding Khabib and stuff, you're probably into fucking martial arts, a little bit of MMA training, probably not helping with your confidence too much. There might be some other stuff out there that might help you. But yeah, I think, you know, I think things are going to inevitably get better. You talk shit about LeBron? Oh, hell no. Dude, I'm far from insecure. That's why I talk shit. I'm not scared of people that can't harm me. Oof. On Hood, they big tripping for that nonsense. I feel bad. Why are Cole's going out sad right now? Cole Roberts making us look bad. Can you ask him what filled his heart with so much hate? I'm curious. It's not. Let's not dig deeper. It's fine. I thought maybe we could snap him out of this, but your Naperville meme is real. Yeah, Ohio burbs. Bro, you definitely you need to get a new haircut though, for real. That's the last thing I'm gonna say. Like, look, I'm gonna show you something. Chat. Before we move on, let's show him some of my old photos. Okay, let's show him some of my old photos. Do you guys have it? Do you have it easily? I want to show him like when I look like fucking Steven Crowder. Haircut, bro, needs a chin. Okay, chill, dude. Chill. Calm the fuck down. Okay. I mean, here, look. Okay, listen. This is what I used to look like in 2013. Okay, that's what I used to look like in 2013. Still haven't quite figured out the beard situation. You know what I mean? Like I was maybe shaving it a little too close. You feel me? Because I was also chubby, so I was like insecure about the way that about my chin, insecure about the way that my chin looks. So I was, no, this is not. Stop. Why are you bullying a random dude? I'm not bullying him. No, this isn't even the best one. There's one that's like way worse than this. Like, notice how I have no fucking clue what to do with my hair here. It's basically just buzzed. No, that's not it either. Y'all are fucking annoying. Not that one either, dumbass. I'm talking about the one where I look like fucking Steven Crowder. You know exactly what it is. Stop sending me your fucking favorite idiotic photos, okay? And no, I'm not going to click on a fucking Facebook link. Please stop sending me a Facebook link. Please stop sending me the Facebook link. Oh my God, I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. Thank you. This is the one I was looking for. Okay? Look at this, bro. Look at this shit. No swag, no bitches, have no idea what is working. Okay? I was so desperate. I mean, I was like 18 at this point, or not even 18. I think it was like 17. Literally trying to fucking, is another one. Exactly. Trying to make shit work. You know what I mean? Just had no fucking clue what worked on my face, what worked with facial hair, what worked on the top of my dome, what the kids call looks maxing. Okay, that's when I was a baby. That's a little different. Point is, you can see the sadness in my eyes. Okay. Point is, working on yourself, working on your body, working on your mind. These are good things. Okay, it will make you a more confident person in general if you set goals for yourself, long-term goals. Okay. And midterm goals to achieve those long-term goals and short-term goals to achieve those midterm goals. Slowly but surely, the more you tackle those goals one day at a time and build good habits, okay? Build good habits. I lost my V card at 13, dog. What? All right, man. Never mind. You're killing it. You're killing it, big dog. Keep killing it. My bad. I'm not going to ban him. But God, I tried. All right, I tried. We're good. Let's move on. It's not fucking happening. Totally saying it. Not weird. Trump says that he saved Christmas when he was president, but now Kamala Harris is going to ban it, and only he can stop Christmas from being canceled. So if you want eggnog this year, you better vote for Trump.
She once said no Merry Christmas even. I just heard today she's a big fan of fighting no Merry Christmas. No, we're going to have Merry Christmas just like we got for everybody 7 years ago. We brought it back. It was in deep trouble. We brought it back. She once said no Merry Christmas even. I just heard.
That's a good take from Trump. He's really going to win the Christmas enjoyers. It did not work on that guy, but worked for me. I hope so. I'm shocked you spent that much time explaining all that to them. There's a lot of fucking people like that, man. There's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of lost souls out there, okay, that are trying to figure it out. I treat stuff like that as a desperate cry for help, hoping that, you know, I can break through. Please remember to be kind to people on their journey. You have such a capacity to do good in a neurotypical world. I think there's a lot of people in this community that have like been inspired to go on their own fucking fitness journey and shit like that I think is it's a overall good thing. Bro, the face reveal was fire though. I can't deny it. That was crazy. That was pretty wild. Tim Walz uploaded a new vid.
Buddy, Tim Walz here. Well, not a normal week, which is a good thing. Started out missing a call from the vice president, pretty important one, and then got that call and honored to join the ticket with Kamala Harris to take us in a great direction. After that, it has been a whirlwind. We got on a plane and we flew to Philly, and they told me that in an hour I'd be giving a speech and there'd be a teleprompter, something I had never used in my life. So I'm certainly terrified, but was lifted up by the folks in Philly. My goodness, there is so much energy. There is so much positivity. And then to watch Vice President Harris just deliver this joyous message, this one that everybody's included, that the democracy is strong when everybody gets to participate. Took that to Western Wisconsin, to a field that felt a little closer to home with a whole bunch of folks, a joy there. Went to Detroit, talked about Motown a bit, and then saw 15,000 folks decide they want to take this country in a direction that everybody does matter. Out here in Phoenix and Las Vegas, same thing. Record crowds of people gathering, and they're joining us for one simple reason. They love the democracy, and they love this country, and as Vice President Harris says, they believe in the promise of America. So we're just getting this thing started, but it is off and running. So follow along, get involved, make an effort to talk to somebody about a positive vision of this country that we all know is there, and we'll see you out on the trail.
My man, someone on Twitter said he's mother, and they're right. He's father, dude. He's father, he's mother, he's got it all. I bet he missed the call because he was taking the time to discuss Pikachu with his beloved son. Yeah, that's why he missed it. He would never tell his son to shut the fuck up about Pikachu. Do you do something to curl your hair? Yeah, it's called being Turkish. Got him so shook. He's spelling her name right. I'm doing really well in the presidential race. Good start. People that are doing really well in the presidential race always start off with that. Someone said, bro's tweeting like the chatter from earlier. Yeah. I'm super brolic. I'm very handsome. Twice the size of you. Twice the size. Okay? Lost my virginity super early. It's not weird. Many people said it's weird. 13. But it's not weird. Leading in almost all of the real polls. Rasmussen. And this is despite the Democrats unprecedentedly changing their primary winning candidate, Sleepy Joe Biden, midstream with a candidate, Kamala Harris, who failed to get even a single primary vote and was the first out of 15 Democrats to quit the race. I did great in 2016 and won. Did much better in 2020, getting many millions more votes than 16. But this 2024 is thus far my best campaign, the most enthusiasm and spirit. My team is doing a great job despite the constant 8-year obstacle of dealing with the fake news and low self-esteem leakers. We are going to win big and take our country back from the radical left losers, fascists and communists. We will very quickly make America great again. All the straight voters I know say I'm the best. We have all the straight polls, none of the faking gay polls, believe me. All of my straight friends think I'm so cool for absolutely roasting you. You need to apologize to the UK. I already did this morning. I did. Vance got bodied here. Clip is from May.
Can't
police people for being anti-Israel or pro-Israel. You can police people for violating the law, and we have seen some of that with some of these protests.
Okay, so you agree that people who break in and vandalize a building should be prosecuted?
Exactly.
Okay, I'm just checking because you did help raise money for people who did so on January 6th, which was, you know, impeding an official proceeding, breaking into a building that they weren't allowed to be in, and vandalizing the Capitol.
Well, Caitlin, I know that this is the obsession of the national media to talk about what happened 2 years ago, 3 years.
I mean, he's bad and wrong. I don't think that the fucking students should be prosecuted, the pro-Palestinian students. I get the point.
Ago on January the 6th.
It's not an obsession. I'm just seeing if it's a double standard.
No, let me answer the question, Caitlin. I mean, look, here's been my basic argument about January the 6th. If you beat up a cop, of course you deserve to go to prison. If you violated the law, you should suffer the consequences. But there are people who protested on January the 6th who have had the complete weight of the Justice Department thrown at them when, at worst, they're accused of misdemeanors. Now, again, there are people who are accused of worse offenses, and that's a problem. But you can't have Black Lives Matter protesters who rioted and vandalized goes free when you have people who were actually peacefully protesting on January the 6th who have the book thrown at them. That's the double standard that I'm most worried about.
Yeah, I don't think there's an obsession with January 6th, but it is a legitimate question. And given what you just said there, and as Trump is getting closer to, you know, as he's a presumptive Republican nominee, he has said he would pardon, it's considered a blanket pardon for everyone on January 6th. Are you saying that shouldn't happen? People who beat up cops should be excluded from that?
Well, I think what President Trump has said, and of course he can speak for himself, but I pay pretty close attention to what he says. And yeah, I think what the president has said is that people who have this double standard applied to them should be pardoned. And
I didn't know you guys sing. Did you finish the JD Vance interview? No, I didn't. I think I've served 8 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour since then, bro. Not 8, but like 4. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Reminder to make you excited about tomorrow. Elon's talking to Trump on Twitter. No, I know. I'm very stoked. I'm actually very stoked. It's going to be awesome. Also breaking, what? Post has been deleted. I think I know the post, though. I had it ready here. Pentagon just announced the deployment of a submarine armed ballistic. I don't know if that's like, I don't know what that means. Stop sending me breaking news. I found the Turkish version of you, Hassan.
That is still your old bed. Before I came here, I said, please get a new bed because I don't want to sleep in a bed that other women have slept in.
Baby.
Why are you happy with this bed? What is there to be happy about?
I'm sleeping there for 10 years, baby, and it's so comfortable. I sleep well.
Bro, you think I look like this guy? What are you, fucking insane? Yo, guys, Cole Roberts left the chat. I hope he'll be back and become base one day. I hope.
I wake up, Phil.
No,
what's about
this
that?
is not okay. About a month before I moved to Turkey, Sarper told me that he had been with about 2,500 women, and I thought it was a typo. I'd never even heard of anyone being with half that many people. I just really hate the mental image of wondering what caused
I just don't believe that. That's cap.
the headboard to look the way that it does. So we need to have a fresh start and a fresh mattress. It's gross, and I'm not going to sleep there.
So what's wrong with my bed?
Everything. There's like been a lot of women that have slept in this bed, and it's rotting. It's
Baby,
like falling
normal.
apart.
What cares?
Baby, it's normal, yeah.
Okay, I admit it. It is old. It is 12 years old and used a lot. But we have a lot of other things. We are planning to share our life together. I mean, what is bad?
I came all
Without
this way
me.
to sleep on the couch, I guess.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You should have done what I said.
Oh my
I
God.
literally told you like 3 times to get a new bed.
Allahumma sabr ver.
Clearly, he doesn't take it seriously when I tell him to do something, so he's gonna find out now.
Okay, your bed is ready.
And if he wants to sleep in his gross bed, he can do that. Or he can join me on the couch, I don't care. But all I know is I'm not sleeping in that bed, and we have to get a new one as soon as possible.
Dude, we got to do 90 Day Riaxe again. There's something very off about that dude. Oh, also, here is fake husky boy Keizo. Let's see what he had to say.
Baja Blast is amazing. No, it's not. No, it's not. But dude, literally everybody kept talking about, oh man, when you go to Taco Bell, get the Baja Blast and it'll change your life. I literally got the Baja Blast from Taco Bell. It was the most mid thing I've ever gotten in my life.
Okay, he's rage baiting. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. He's rage baiting, bro. He's clip farming. There's no shot. No one in good conscience could believe that. This is a take that transcends beyond fucking big boy status.
Dude, L after L today. You can say what you want to. You know what else is disgustingly overrated that you losers like? Sprite. Sprite is almost worse than Mountain Dew because Sprite literally tastes like carbonated water.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I do drink Sprite. I do like Sprite, but like I get that Sprite is nasty take. I get that. Like I like Sprite, but it's far from my favorite. I like Sprite, is far from my favorite. I'll just say it like this. I think it's a little bit too bitter. As far as sodas goes, I feel like Sprite's consistency is like maybe a little too much. Like the carbonation, white take. What do you mean, bro? We're talking about sodas. Like this is peak white culture. What the fuck? I think Sprite is a little bit overly carbonated. That's it. Sprite bites back. Yeah, it does. It's solid. I like it. I drink it. I still think it's like a little bit like sometimes I'm in the mood for something with a kick. Okay. But it is definitely, someone said in the chat, is between soda and tonic. And I agree. Are you dumb, dude? Sprite is the best out of the main sodas? No, it's Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew's the best soda. Or Diet Coke is the best soda. Mountain Dew's the second best. Someone was saying yesterday that Keizo wants to do a tier list or something. Was that a lie?
Mix it with strawberry lemonade. Hey, buddy, we're not gonna judge a drink. Baja Blast.
Or was that a lie? Mountain Dew's the most racist soda. Well, fucking, I'm a racist then. What are you gonna do? You know? It's news to me, but Mountain Dew Code Red is for commies. I don't really like Code Red that much. I've had it. It's fine, but it's not as far from my favorite. LeBron hates Mountain Dew. No, he would never. Before I forget, I was at a fancy restaurant the other night. I saw Bernie Moreno, the Republican nominee for Senate in Ohio. He's Trump endorsed, and he was absolutely shitting on Trump while he was there. Fucking hilarious. He's also gay. Isn't Bernie Moreno secretly gay and was like openly pro-gay? And then now he's openly anti-gay? Not a secret anymore, man. No, you know what I'm talking about? The one with the Grindr account, bro. That's Bernie Moreno, right? Anyway, I couldn't even finish this fucking JD Vance interview, bro. That's crazy. And we still got To Catch a Kick Predator again, part 2, which apparently has Drake in it.
Well, first of all, Dana, my heart breaks for this woman. I don't know her personally. I've certainly heard the story, and our heart breaks for her. And we want people to have healthy, happy families. And it's extremely unfortunate that sometimes, medicine, the act of God, whatever happens, it just doesn't work out. And what the president has said, I think, very clearly is that...
Bro, did I forget to run the 3-minute hour ad break at the top of the hour after serving it to you? Like I said I was going to run it, and then I forgot. Is that what happened? I think I did. I said I was going to serve it, and I forgot it. I'm going to run it now. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
That he is not trying to prevent women who have non-viable pregnancies from getting access to the medical care that they need.
But allowing the states to decide, a place like Texas, which has very strict laws now, doesn't allow a Kate Cox to end a pregnancy that is fatal and could potentially hurt her ability to have more kids.
But what President Trump has said is that we are going to let voters make these decisions. And again, Texas might have a view that President Trump disagrees with. They might have a view that President Trump agrees with, but you've got to let the voters make these decisions.
So you're comfortable with that law in Texas?
I'm not comfortable with anything, Dana, because I'm not passing judgment on what these laws should be. And you ask me my own personal view. I campaigned against an Ohio referendum, but I think that we have to let voters decide. And when they speak their mind, you have to be respectful. Agree or disagree with whatever voters decide, they're going to make these decisions.
Welcome back to State of the Union. Here's more of my interview with GOP vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance.
John King is doing a project talking to voters all over swing states. He talked to Republican voters in the critical swing state, must win, I would say, swing state of Pennsylvania.
Of course.
One of them, Carol Carty, said she was almost a childless dog lady because she didn't happen to meet the right person until she was 40 years old. Another, Joan London, was offended that you don't think she has a stake in the future of the country because she doesn't have children. What do you say to key voters like that, Republicans, swing voters, who are put off by your views?
Well, what I would say, Dana, is if you look at what I said in context, the Harris campaign has frankly lied about what I actually said. I'm pro-family. I want us to have more families, and obviously sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes for medical reasons, sometimes because you don't meet the right person. But the point is that our country has become anti-family in its public policy. Let me just give you an example of this. So after our second child was born, my wife and I, we have 3 little kids. After our second child was born, we get the baby home from the hospital. We get this ridiculous out-of-network medical bill that is financially shocking, and we're pretty well off. And that happened because we have ridiculous laws in this country that are anti-family. I've sponsored legislation to try to fix things like that so moms and dads don't get these surprise medical bills. I think it's important for us to be pro-family. That's all that I've ever said.
If you want to be pro-family, I want to, because you do criticize, as you just did, the Democratic Party for being anti-family.
I do.
You called out Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg in particular. Kamala Harris has 2 stepchildren. Pete Buttigieg and his husband have adopted twins. Do you recognize them as parents and more broadly as being part of families?
Well, of course I do, Dana. I mean, you know my life story. I was actually...
So why'd you say they're childless cat ladies? Or that they have no stake in the future of this country then?
Raised.
Of course.
I was
called them out
raised,
by
but Dana,
people.
I was raised.
By
one
name.
of the first people that I gave a hug to after my RNC convention speech was my stepmom, who's been an incredibly important person in my life.
So she's not
my
childless.
My kids call her Mamaw. Of course, she's not childless. But
you
again,
called her that.
the criticism. I certainly did not call my own stepmother
No.
childless.
Kamala Harris.
I criticized Kamala Harris for being part of a set of ideas that exists in American leadership.
Dude, if I get compensated this hard by Dana Fash, I'm killing myself. Like, I didn't realize how bad this was. Like, I genuinely didn't know it was this bad. That is I'm Brian Kilme, you know? Holy shit. This is one of the craziest, like, this is 22 minutes of just like getting shellacked. I've never seen somebody just get whipped around so fucking hard. Like, this was like ha funny. Okay? At first, he's like, oh yeah, Trump said I'm weird. It's cool. I am weird. It's fine. Like, whatever. And now it's like, why the fuck do you think your stepmother is not actually a real mother because of your statements about Kamala Harris, who has stepchildren?
That is anti-family. I never, Dana, criticize people for not having kids. I criticize people for being anti-child. And I do think that Kamala Harris
think she's
has made some
anti-child?
bizarre statements. She has said things like, it's reasonable not to have children over climate change. I think it's the exact opposite message we should be sending to our young families. I want to expand the child tax credit. I want to stop those surprise medical bills. I want to make housing more affordable so that if you have a young family, you can actually afford to put them in a home. And I think that it is unfortunate that so much of our public leadership is
Wait, I
becoming...
don't get it. So you're mad that Kamala Harris was saying, like, it's okay if you don't want to have children? Like, that's the problem? You have an issue with that? Do you want to force people to have children? I know the answer to that question. It's yes. Okay? The answer is yes. He wants to force people to have children.
Anti-family. One final point on this, Dana. If you go back to the COVID era, one thing that really frustrated me and motivated some of these comments is we were at a point where we were kicking kids out of school. We were masking 3-year-olds and putting the masks back on them, even as they were trying to rip them off at school. I think that if we had more people who took the right perspective and had a little bit more understanding of how little kids actually operate, we would not have made so many of those mistakes during COVID.
That's a whole nother conversation because
No, it's
people
related to
know,
this
because people didn't know as much because it was literally a novel
Sure,
virus.
but Danny, you asked me about you've now asked me 3 questions about comments that
God, I mean, she's right. Like,
I made 3 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I wonder what Kamala Harris thinks about the fact that she supported policies that opened the American southern border. I wonder what Kamala Harris thinks about the fact that she lied to the
But I'm
American people
interviewing you, not
about
Kamala
Joe
Harris.
Biden's middle facility for the office.
bro, I've never seen someone, Dana unlocked Ultra Instinct that she only reserves for, like, brown women that are pro-Palestine. Like, she's treating JD Vance like he's fucking Mahmoud Abbas or something. Like, she's ripping into JD Vance like JD Vance is you know, a third year that said Israel's genocide is really repugnant.
You are interviewing me, Dana, because I respect the American people enough to sit down for an interview.
I appreciate that.
Kamala Harris has been the nominee for 3 weeks. She hasn't sat down for a real
Believe
interview.
me, we are asking.
And
You're
I
not
know
going to
that,
get a disagreement there.
But the point is, Dana, you've got me for 15 minutes or however long you have me. We should be talking about public policies that matter. How are we going to lower inflation? How are we going to reduce the cost?
Bro, she's bending him over so hard. You can, she can see what he had for dinner yesterday. She made him eat sushi before. She was like, sushi only, keep it light, maybe some fruit.
Cost of food and housing. How are we going to close down that southern border? We've talked so little about that. We've talked a lot more about a sarcastic remark I made.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize saying bottom-friendly foods was bad. I didn't realize it was illegal, okay? Why do you know this? Bitch, what do you mean? I've lived in West Hollywood for fucking 10 years, dude. Don't question my fucking gay street cred.
3 years ago, I think we should talk about the issues that most Americans care about.
I only asked you one question about that. I asked you about policies, and I was asking about...
And I'm a fucking staunch advocate of bottoms rights.
The military record that you brought up, nobody else did, of Tim.
Damn, bro, if only Cole was still in here, he'd be like, I knew it. I knew he's definitely gay, bro. He's talking about bottoms. He's gay as fuck, bro. Still thinking about Cole, my man Cole.
Walls. One last question. This is on policy.
Please.
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Donald Trump said this week that he feels strongly that the president should have at least a say when it comes to the Federal Reserve and how to handle interest rates. Do you agree that a president should direct the Federal Reserve on how to handle interest rates?
Well, not direct. That's not what he said. He said the president should have a say. But one, I absolutely agree with what he said.
Right now,
And
the president
two,
doesn't have a say.
Well, the president has a say in the sense that the president appoints the Federal
Right.
Reserve governors. But he's saying, to be clear, President Trump is saying, I think, something that's really important and actually profound, which is that the political leadership of this country should have more say over the monetary policy of this country. I agree with him. That should fundamentally be a political decision. Agree or disagree, we should have America's elected leaders having input about the most important decisions confronting our country.
That would
The question
be a
to
huge
go-
change, just so people understand
It
that.
would be a huge change, but whether the country goes to war, what our interest rates are, these are important questions that American democracy should have important answers for. And I think all President Trump is saying is that, look, it's kind of weird that you have so many bureaucrats making so many important decisions. If the American people don't like our interest rate policy, they should elect somebody different to change that policy. Nothing should be above democratic debate in this country when it comes to the big questions confronting the United States.
Okay, one last question.
Please.
And I can't believe I have to ask you this, but I do, because Donald Trump has been attacking Kamala Harris's racial identity.
He has not been,
He-
but ask your question.
Well, he questioned her racial identity. He said a number of years ago she happened to turn black. Her father is Jamaican. Do you believe Kamala Harris is black?
I believe that Kamala Harris.
It's just like, if only there was a body of the government that could also do, like, obviously not monetary policy, but fiscal policy, if they wanted to do like deflationary things that, you know, responded to democratic pressures. I just can't seem to put my finger on how that would work, though, because I like that. I like the idea of having, like, you know, people having a say in what happens in the economy. But I just can't seem to think of a body of the government where maybe like people could get together and deliberate on such decisions, and then maybe they could like write rules. Like I guess I could think of like one deflationary mechanism, like a fiscal policy, like tax, not breaks, but tax hikes. Oh well, I can't really seem to put my finger on what that would be like. What's JD Vance's current job? Oh, that's right, he's a senator. That's cool, man. That's certainly, you have no power on this process. I don't know. What the fuck was I thinking?
Is whatever she says she is. But I believe importantly that President Trump is right that she's a chameleon. She pretends to be one thing in front of one audience. She pretends to be something different in front of another audience. Look, Dana, she's not running.
Dog, you literally were a liberal until like 2 years ago. You can say she's black. Like, she's just black. I don't know why you're doing this thing. It's additionally weird because your wife is Indian and your children are mixed. Your children are half Indian, half white. Kamala Harris's father is black. Kamala Harris's mother is Indian. So, like, you have a unique closeness to this issue. You feel me? Like, you are uniquely close, closer than the average American, as a matter of fact, to the situation that you are addressing currently. You're definitely closer than Donald Trump. He's literally calling her a code switcher. He's not even saying that, though. He's just making it seem like Kamala Harris ceases to be black at a certain point. Like, there's a way to be like, what would you say? I mean, I guess there's a way to be like, yeah, she code switches, but that's like normal politics anyway. But claiming that someone is pretending to be black when they are black is going to come across as very weird to everyone with a brain cell, especially black people.
Running a political campaign, she's running a movie. She only speaks to voters behind a teleprompter. Everything is scripted. She doesn't have her policy positions out there. She hasn't answered why she wanted to ban fracking, but now she doesn't. She wanted to fund police, but now she doesn't. She wanted to open the border, but now she doesn't. She should have to answer.
Like, she's not even like logic level. You know what I mean? Like, she's very obviously black. That's the other part. Like, it's not like she's like a quarter black or something and very light skin and whatever. Like, she's just like clearly black. She fucking went to Howard. Like, what the fuck? She's a part of the Divine Nine. Like, it doesn't get more black than that. That's just black. Like, what the fuck? These are things that most white people don't even know, okay? That's how black it is, okay? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And yes, non-black people can go to Howard and historic black colleges as well, but it's like, what are we talking about? Like, who are you talking to when you say this? I guess racists? I don't know.
For why she presents a different set of policies to one audience and a different set of policies of another audience. Look, Dana, she's not running a political campaign. She's running a movie. She only speaks to voters behind a teleprompter. Everything is scripted. She doesn't have her policy positions out there. She hasn't answered why she wanted to ban fracking, but now she doesn't. She wanted to fund police, but now she doesn't. She wanted to open the border, but now she doesn't. She should have to answer for why she presents a different set of policies to one audience and a different set of policies to another audience. And I think that's what President Trump is getting at. This is a fundamentally fake person. She's different depending on who she's in front of.
With respect, you changed your position on an important thing, which is Donald Trump.
Of course I did.
And so why are
honest
you not a
about it.
chameleon?
Because, Dana, I've explained to the American people what's different. People change their minds when the facts change. They should. But if you want to be the people's vice president or president, you should have to stand before an interviewer and say, this is why I changed my mind. So to everybody who's seen that I criticized Donald Trump since he asked the question, here are two things.
You didn't just criticize him. You said he could be America's Hitler.
Well, that's a criticism, and I didn't say that exactly, but set that to the side. What I said about Donald Trump and what I believed about
Like, you're looking like a flip-flopper right now, dog. You are looking like an unserious flip-flopper currently.
Donald Trump, two things that really change. First of all, I didn't think Donald Trump would be a good president. He was a great president. Wages were rising. The world was more peaceful. Remember, when Donald Trump was running for president the first time, they said he would start World War III. He brought more peace to the world than any president of my lifetime. The second thing, Dana, is I believed, and I'm ashamed of it, I believed a lot of the media lies about Donald Trump in 2016. I believe that he said...
I think this is such a funny thing to like, this is such a funny patch-up job for JD Vance to be like, I was a 35-year-old idiot. Like, I was duped by the media in my young-ass age, okay? They duped me when I wrote a book and was doing my tour on MSNBC. I was a 35-year-old baby who believed the mainstream media lies. Like, come on, man. You look like a fucking unserious dumbass. And you look like you got eyeliner on. Fix your face, bro. Fix it.
Things like, for example, the media said Donald Trump accused all Mexicans of being rapists and criminals. You actually look at what he said. He did not say that at all.
Yeah, he said there, and some I suspect are fine people. He said Mexicans are rapists, drug dealers, and murderers, and some I suspect are fine people. That's the full quote. Come on, dude. What are you saying? How are we still arguing on this front? Donald Trump, this is here. I'll give you guys a rare one. that many people have forgotten about. Donald Trump once had a court case, and the judge was obviously an American judge of Mexican descent. He argued to take the judge off of his case because he said he's Mexican and therefore probably has biases against me. Okay? Like, that's just racism. Like, what do you mean? You're like, oh, that's a Mexican judge. Substitute that for black. Okay? I understand what that is. Okay? It's kind of crazy that he's had so many fucking insanely racist moments that, like, we basically forgot about it. We forgot about half of them because it's impossible to keep up with it. But yeah, he just straight up was like, yeah, no, that judge is Mexican. Like, we have to. He tried to argue in court from a profoundly racist position that no Mexican judge can adequately try him without personal biases. Did he lie? Yes, brother. You can't say that. What are you talking about? Like, there's a conflict of interest argument that you can make if the judge knows you personally. Okay? Judges get recused all the time. Being Mexican is not a conflict of interest. What the fuck? He's not even Mexican. He's American of Mexican heritage. What the fuck?
When Hillary Clinton says this is a racist attack and you reject that, if you are saying he can't do his job because of his race, is that not the definition of racism?
No, I don't think so at all.
No?
No, he's proud of his heritage. I respect him for
You're saying he can't do his job because of it.
Look, he's proud of his heritage, okay? I'm building a wall. Now, I think I'm going to do very well
He's a
with
legal
Hispanics.
citizen.
You know why I'm going to do well with Hispanics? Because I'm going to bring back jobs, and they're going to get jobs right now. They're going to get jobs. I think I'm going to do very well with Hispanics, but we're building a wall. He's a Mexican. We're building a wall between here and...
Damn, he was like way fucking faster, dude. God damn. Yo, he fucking aged, bro. That's crazy. He was like way more confident too. Shit, he is so auraless, bro. He's got no fucking riz.
Mexico. The answer is he is giving us very unfair rulings. Rulings that people can't even believe. This case should have ended years ago on summary judgment. The best lawyers, I have spoken to so many lawyers, they said, this is not a case. This is a case that should have ended. This judge is giving us unfair rulings. Now I say why. Well, I'm building a wall, okay? And it's a wall between Mexico, not another country.
But he's not from Mexico.
In my opinion,
he's from Indiana.
He's Mexican heritage, and he's very proud.
Oh my God, what a fucking insane. He's not from Mexico. He's from Indiana. Oh, holy shit. Oh my God. Banger after banger with this one. I swear, dude. Now look at
I
that.
think it's important when you see something, you change your mind, and that's all I've done. And my pitch to the American people would be, I imagine a lot of folks who are thinking about voting for Donald Trump in 2024, maybe they've bought in to the media lies about him. Think for yourself, look at what he actually said, and I think you'll find that he's, one, a very engaging guy, but two, was a very good president.
There aren't media lies. We play him and we let him speak for himself, and so people are getting exactly.
I'm not accusing you of lying, Dana. You know I like you, but
no,
the
I know
media
you're
lies
not.
from time to
I
time
know you're
about
not, but
Donald Trump.
people hear him for himself. Last question.
Please.
Are you going to debate Tim Walz?
Of course. I want to debate Tim Walz. I think it's important, and I think that it goes to a very fundamental difference between the Trump-Vance.
How do you think Vance is coming off the slightly conservative normies? To us, he sounds ridiculous right now. And to MAGA, he probably sounds like a genius. But I can't judge what the standard conservative, politically illiterate public thinks. I think he's being shellacked pretty aggressively. So he doesn't have enough charisma to actually salvage his reputation. The best possible thing that you can do to make a better analysis on this, to understand exactly how the public sees it, is by just looking at approval ratings. And he is underwater for the most part. I think he has, like, if you simply listen to him, sometimes he can come across as moderate. The problem is he has so much. He has spoken so consistently about some of the most unhinged, most insane shit that ultimately it doesn't really matter. Like, Matt Walsh glazed him, but Matt Walsh is not a normal conservative, right? Matt Walsh is fucking insane. I keep reading on Twitter that JD Vance got destroyed and embarrassed on Sunday, but every clip I see is making him absolute mince meat of the hack journals interrogating him. Never has an embarrassing performance been this masterful. Like, there's a reason why he has unimaginably low approval ratings. Because the thing is, the media is pretty well equipped at like dunking on guys like this. And there's blood in the water. There's blood in the water. And they see it. Like, it's so easy to just shit on him. He has said so many insane things. He is a very annoying little worm that wanted to also, this is pretty funny, but he did drag. He's an annoying little worm that desperately wanted approval from the Republican right. And in an effort to get that approval from the Republican right, he went to like insane lengths. Like, he went to all the weird, gross, like Groyper podcasts and shit. He has mountains of oppo against him. Comer launches probe into Harris's work on the border. Yeah, I mean, they're doing the right thing, man. They're playing politics. Democrats should learn a fucking thing or two. Yeah, they want to have this be in the forefront. Borders are, okay? They want this to be at the fucking forefront of the political conversation. The borders are narrative, and they want it to stick. So they're going to do this like dumb shit. If only Democrats could utilize this tool against, I don't know, profoundly unpopular majority right-wing institutions like the motherfucking Supreme Court of the United States. I don't know. That could have been a good idea, Dick Durbin. You lead the Senate Judiciary Committee. What are you doing? If only the Democrats knew how to fucking play the game of politics. That could be cool. Like, that's literally a gift, okay? The Supreme Court is insanely unpopular, untraditionally unpopular. It is also very right-wing. Donald Trump gave 3 appointments to the overwhelming supermajority right-wing Supreme Court. If only someone could actually hold some Senate committee hearings on a probe, for example, on how corrupt they are, you know? It's just they're fucking so dumb. They're still so stupid. Anyway, that's all for me for today, folks. I'm tired. I'm gonna go spend time with my family. Okay? I love you all.
Stunning lo-fi introduction,
baby. Kaya already knows what time it is. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We got a lot of news to cover. We got the Elon Musk, Donald Trump interview. I'm very excited about that. That's going to be the absolute dumbest thing you've ever seen. Oh my God, thank you for the content. We'll do the catch a kick predator tomorrow. Hopefully, we got time. Anyway, peace, everybody. Bye. Love you.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Yeah.